ship to deploy to Panama and to several countries in the region later this year. We're also expanding training, military training, increased military education and exchanges, and conducting more robust joint exercises. We're going to increase cooperation to deter threats, to seize opportunities, to bolster our shared defense. That's what CENTSEC Panama 2025 is all about. Friends standing shoulder to shoulder with friends. That's a reason I'm proud to be the first Secretary of Defense to attend CENTSEC, the first to be in Panama in over 2 decades. President Trump has made our hemisphere, our friends, our borders, a high priority in his administration, and it will continue to be so. Like all of you, the United States of secure, prosperous, and sovereign. This is not globalism or interventionism. Instead, this is a golden age of shared national interests. We want this to be a golden age for our countries and for this hemisphere. We want, in short, to also make the Americas great again. Together, we will secure a prosperous and peaceful region for our people and a promising future for our kids and for our grandkids. Thank you, and God bless all the countries assembled here. Thank you.
Behind me, it's not so pretty. That is a very good-looking group of people. And I'm thrilled to welcome to the White House and very special people, actually, very talented people, the 2024 World Series champion, the Los Angeles Dodgers. And I want to congratulate you on a legendary season, and I watched it very closely. Some of those teams were home teams, and you did a big number. You're really amazing how it all came out and how it all ended. With us today is Dodgers owner and chairman Mark Walter. Thank you very much. Dave Roberts, what a time he's had. That's great. What a job. I think he would have lasted even with George Steinbrenner, right? I love George, but he was very quick. He would, you lose 2 games and you were fired, right? Great job, Dave. Also want to recognize Secretary of Agriculture. We have some great people, Brooke Rollins, who, you know, when I came to office, they said the eggs are gone through the roof. Eggs. I said, what the hell are they talking about? I was there for 4 days, and they were blaming me for eggs, and they've gone up like 6 times or something, some record number. You couldn't get them.
Agriculture and manufacturing region under unfair trade policies. We've had factories shut down and lay off people in our district. The Dana Corporation, an auto parts company in Cape Girardeau, closed, killed 440 jobs, and shipped them to Mexico. A Briggs & Stratton factory where my mother worked in Rolla, Missouri, closed, killing 450 jobs, and shipped them other places. The Brown Shoe Company in Sikeston, Missouri, was just one of numerous brown shoe factories in our congressional district that closed, costing hundreds of jobs. Nordyne closed in Poplar Bluff back in 2013, cutting 500 jobs and moved that production to Mexico. Noranda shut down its aluminum plant, costing 900 jobs in New Madrid, Missouri in 2016, before the aluminum tariffs. I could go on, as could every member on this dais, changing course and undoing the damage caused by years of unbalanced trade relationships won't happen overnight. President Trump's economic agenda, from tariffs to tax relief to deregulation, is about making it competitive again to build, manufacture, grow, and produce in America. I look forward to working to change our trading relationships to a source of our nation's economic strength and revenue, not a source of decline and dependence. Thank you for coming before the committee, and I look forward to hearing your testimony. I'm pleased to recognize the ranking member, Mr. Nill, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you, Ambassador Greer, for being with us today. There's a new political caucus, as you know, that has been formed in this town. It's called Republicans for Tariffs. This is the first time that we've heard them ever embrace tariffs. And I must point out that Liechtenstein doesn't stand a chance. From the economic soft landing that President Trump was handed, a low unemployment rate, 2.9% average growth of GDP, and millions of jobs created during the previous 4 years, it's only taken him 79 days to inflict this permanent damage. Recession odds are getting higher by the day. We are following the largest tax and tariff hikes in decades. The average family will confront about $3,800 in new costs. Look at one's 401k, retirement savings, education plans, new home and auto sales been wiped out. The layoffs continue, and the plant closings that the chairman referenced today are continuing as well. Trillions of dollars have been lost just in the last week. The National Review and the Wall Street Journal, hardly left-wing publications, have both warned against the tariffs, and National Review saying today it's time for Congress to assert itself and end this trade war. Last night, the president said he's now coming for higher drug prices. Between the cuts they've planned to our programs at lower cost and the rising prices of these tariffs, their giveaways won't make a dent in the higher cost our colleagues have planned, apparently, for the American people. The Wall Street Journal editorial board said it best. This is the dumbest trade war in history. It's not only dumb, it's unconstitutional. It started with the Trump administration's unprecedented opposition and imposition of emergency tariffs on two of our closest allies. You and I, Mr. Ambassador, know something. We negotiated USMCA. It was a good deal. 195 Republicans voted for it. 196 Democrats voted for it. It was a real negotiation, coupled with the fact that it is to be reviewed next year. Instead, we're now imposing tariffs on two of our longtime friends and neighbors. The president has given himself delegated powers under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEEPA. It's not a blank check for this president or any president to utilize without congressional assent. On April 2nd, he stretched it even further to self-delegate more emergency powers. Now he's defying economics and attempting to convince people that the trade deficit that we've had for the last 50 years is suddenly an unusual and extraordinary emergency. I've had the highest regard for USTRs. I've worked with all of them during my time on this committee. I know what they really think. But whether we or you think that this trade deficit is a concern or not, most serious economists say it is. It's clear that it does not meet the definition of an emergency statute. Republicans in Congress are missing in action, afraid to speak up, knowing that they've never embraced tariffs as an economic suggestion. I could never have imagined witnessing this as our Republican colleagues act as though nothing is happening. The Constitution clearly vests trade authority in Congress, and the powers that have been delegated to the President and USTR over the years remain paramount. But the constitutional arrangement has always been based on trust and adherence to the law, and we've had a lot of trust with USTR over the years. That trust is now fractured and on the verge of being permanently broken. I've heard your defense of tariffs, and I expect we'll hear more today. We don't object to all tariffs. Targeting tariffs, the threat of tariffs, it frequently can bring about an outcome that is negotiated and desirable. But to raise prices on the American family and to kill our own exports is unacceptable. Starting a trade war with every other country at the same time is bad strategy, and driving away allies that have stood with us for decades. None of us on this side of the dais understand it. The courts will often see these trumped-up emergencies for the pretext that they are, and eventually will declare many of them to be illegal. Trade policy should return to serving America's interest and being consistent with the law and, indeed, our Constitution. The people cannot afford more amateur-hour undertakings. Trade policy needs to move back into the hands of Congress for real negotiation the way it was intended. We can begin by restoring some of that trust that has been so badly damaged in the last week. Mr. Ambassador, we want to work with you on these trade agreements. Closing the doors to America is not sound policy. It can be fixed, but it's going to take putting the rule of law over ego and greed. I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Today's sole witness is the United States Trade Representative, Mr. Jamison Greer. The committee has received your written testimony, and it will be made part of the formal hearing record. Ambassador Greer, you have 5 minutes to deliver your remarks, and you may begin when you are ready.
Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee, thank you for taking the time today for this hearing. Chairman Smith, I appreciate your opening statement and the details of some of the effects that prior trade policy has had in your district. And Mr. Neal, I appreciate the work we've done in the past and your willingness to continue working with us. Last Wednesday, President Trump declared a national emergency in response to the large and persistent trade deficit that has built up in recent years. This deficit is driven in part by non-reciprocal tariffs, trading barriers, and other economic policies pursued by our foreign trading partners. President Trump imposed tariffs to address this emergency. These measures are aimed squarely at achieving reciprocity and reducing our massive trade deficit. This national emergency declaration and tariff action is the most significant change in U.S. trade policy since we allowed China, unfortunately, to join the World Trade Organization. The American working class, in particular, has suffered concentrated losses from the so-called China shock and other adverse effects of past trade policy and the conditions that give rise to our massive trade deficit. The United States has lost 5 million manufacturing jobs and 90,000 factories since 1994. President Biden left us with a $1.2 trillion trade deficit in goods, the largest of any country in the history of the world. The United States' share of world manufacturing output declined from 28% in 2001 to 17% last year. In the fourth quarter of 2024, U.S. manufacturing as a share of gross domestic product was the lowest it had been in 20 years. During COVID, we were unable to procure semiconductors to build our cars or materials for pharmaceuticals and personal protective equipment. During World War II, we built nearly 9,000 ships. Last year, the United States built only 3 ocean-going vessels. Our agricultural trade balance, which historically resulted in trade surpluses for our farmers, was in deficit the last 2 years of the Biden administration and likely will take some time to recover. These are all serious indicators of an economic and national security emergency. One important driver of these negative trends has been unfair, unbalanced, and non-reciprocal trade. This includes the effect of higher tariffs imposed by other countries on the United States, the effect of non-tariff measures that promote other countries' exports and obstruct U.S. exports, and other foreign economic policies favoring overproduction and degrading America's manufacturing capacity. This lack of reciprocity is an important driver of our global trade deficit and with particular countries. For example, the European Union can sell us all the shellfish they want, but the EU bans shellfish from 48 states. The result is a huge trade deficit in shellfish with the EU. We charge only a 2.5% tariff on ethanol, but Brazil charges us an 18% tariff. The result is we have a huge trade deficit in ethanol with Brazil. Our average tariff on agricultural goods is 5%, but India's average tariff is 39%. You get the picture. Our trade deficit, driven by these non-reciprocal conditions, is a manifestation of the loss of the nation's ability to make, to grow, and to build. And it's dangerous. And the president recognizes the urgency of the moment. On the very first day of his second term, President Trump issued a comprehensive memorandum setting out his trade policy direction. And over the past 10 weeks, he has executed on nearly all of these priorities. He has tightened tariffs on steel and aluminum, imposed new measures on auto and auto parts not made in the United States by American workers. On April 2nd, he declared his national emergency and imposed the reciprocal tariffs. The president's strategy is already bearing fruit. Over the past few weeks, a planned layoff for an auto production shift in Tennessee has been suspended, and that shift continues to operate. Another automaker is hiring additional employees and expanding overtime to increase auto production in the United States. Companies have announced $4 trillion in new investment in the United States. Nearly 50 countries have approached me to discuss the president's new trade policy and explore how to achieve reciprocity. Several of these countries, such as Argentina, Vietnam, and Israel, have suggested they will reduce their tariffs and non-tariff barriers. These obviously are welcome moves. Our large and persistent trade deficit has been over 30 years in the making, and it will not be resolved overnight, but all of this is certainly in the right direction. We must move away from an economy based solely on the financial sector and government spending, and we must become an economy based on producing real goods and services by American workers in our communities here. This adjustment may be challenging at times. This is a moment of drastic and overdue change, but I'm confident that the American people will rise to the occasion as they've done before. I trust them. I trust that they can do this. I appreciate this committee's interest in President Trump's trade agenda, though we may not agree on everything and may have some severe disagreements at times. It's my hope that our shared interest in doing what's right for the country will allow us to collaborate in the coming weeks and months. Thank you again for your time, and I look forward to our conversation.
Thank you, Ambassador. We'll now proceed to the question and answer session. I'll start with the Vice Chair of our committee, Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thanks for being here. USMCA, you did an incredible job, and we had a good chance to get to know you there, and we miss Bob Lighthizer as well in that process. But let me just say, being on the committee and being on trade for 10 or 14 years, whatever, we always seem like we come up short everywhere, even with our friends. Like Japan, I like Japan. I've done business with Japan, still do some business with my kids with Japan. But you look at the trade deficit, are monstrous. And you look at the number you just said, $1.2 trillion in terms of trade deficit. What are we going to do to change it? And I look back over 10, 12 years, Congress is dysfunctional as it relates to trade. We've done one trade deal. Maybe you might argue there was some supplements that were added. But we're not in the business. We're not engaged, and in terms of what's going forward. Now there's this discussion about doing some trade deals. What does that mean? What is that process? Because the process I went through on a couple of trade deals is onerous, and it takes time and effort, a lot of effort by a lot of people to get one deal done, let alone, trying to, say someone said there's 50 deals out there, people have an interest. What does that mean? And what's the process for that? So I guess I'm just tired as Americans losing. And like I said, I do business in Japan and other places, but I just hate to see it. We're always coming up short on most of these deals. And I look at our local area in Sarasota in Florida, in that region, and I look at tomatoes and vegetables. We're 600% surge, 600% the surge on us. And we come up, and we've talked about that. We worked on that, last couple of 3-4 years. And it's there. Everywhere you look, we're short. And now here we are today. And where is this all going, the process? And what's your thoughts about how do we get, to me, idea of trade is at the end of the day, it's somewhat fair. Somewhat fair. It doesn't have to be perfect. Some countries, maybe you might give them a smaller country, work with them a little bit more. A lot of countries in Africa, it's one thing, try to give them some advantage. But these bigger countries, they're killing us. And they've been doing it on a long-term basis. So as the ambassador moving forward on trade, what's your thoughts?
Well, Mr. Buchanan, thank you. I think that's the right way to be thinking about this. The president has stated very clearly over the last few days that he is open to negotiate with countries that actually want to pursue reciprocal trade and get their trade deficit down with us, or where we have a surplus, give us the market access that we should have, so we can treat them like they treat us, and that it's better treatment all around. That's certainly part of this. In the very near term, I can just tell you, yesterday I had a meeting with my counterparts from the EU, from Korea, from Ecuador, and Mexico, and that was after talking to the Senate for 4 hours in the morning. So there are a lot of countries who understand exactly what the problem is that the president has set out and are willing to talk to us and willing to negotiate. And so I think in the near term, there is an opportunity for these countries, if they want to have more reciprocal trade, to bring down their differential tariffs, bring down their
I'm
non-tariff
going to run out of
barriers.
time. Let me
Yes, sir.
just ask you, when you talk about these countries, and I heard there's 60, 80 of them, there's a lot of them that seem to have an interest, would want to do something, but what's your idea what that process is? I mean, like I said, it took 10 years to do one trade deal here, and what's your sense of what that process is going to be going forward to make, you get something negotiated, then what?
Well, so for example, in the very long term, for countries that think they want a comprehensive trade agreement or something broader, that's a longer term conversation that we have with Congress. Some of that might require, congressional action, of course, and we would want to be very tied in with you. In the very near term, in terms of the reciprocal tariff, countries are coming in essentially with a paper, right, or with a letter that they've sent me. I mean, Vietnam's a good example where they've just said, here are areas where we think.
Let me just say, because we got a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
I agree. Hopefully that works out, but we do need to get back in the trade business in a serious way with the process that we have here in Congress, because this might work for some deals, but not all deals. But we have to get serious about trade, and at the end of the day, it needs to be fair. It might be a little one way or the other, but if we're buying their stuff, they need to be buying our stuff. And that's very clear to me, and I just feel so frustrated because I've watched this show for 10 years, and we get little done. It's not Democrat or Republicans. It's both parties. We don't take the initiative on these fronts. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the ranking member, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, you, your predecessor, Bob Lighthizer, and Catherine Tai, the eventual USTR, worked with Congress on USMCA. We had priorities. House Democrats worked with you to come up with what was a pretty good trade agreement. Again, almost universally supported in the House and the Senate. We had our priorities: intentional enforcement loopholes, addressing access to medicines, improving labor and environmental standards, and more. We included novel sunset provisions to give all sides a predictable and fair way to reflect and, if needed, course correct in the trading relationship. Now the President has imposed global tariffs with purported objectives of leverage to negotiate new trade agreements. Are you seeking to negotiate comprehensive trade agreements that address the range of labor, environmental, and corruption concerns? Or is it to seek leverage in the future of addressing these trade deficits in a more unbalanced or arbitrary manner? We know that trickle-down economics don't work, but that's what the administration seems to be doing. We're looking at tax cuts for wealthy people, aggressive deregulation, hollowing out essential government services. And let me, with long history, remind all, when NAFTA was negotiated by this committee, at that time the Republican position was you could not amend a trade agreement. No human rights, no labor provisions, no enforcement mechanisms. That's what brought about the demise of NAFTA and our desire mutually to renegotiate for USMCA. So this idea that this all started in January, on January 20th, is simply not true. These agreements are not going to be worth the paper they're written on if we can say, with a review of USMCA coming up next year, that we're going to impose these tariffs in an arbitrary manner right now, leading to layoffs and plant closures because of them. My office is being inundated with calls about people and their 401k plans. They don't know what to expect. Trillions of dollars of market value being lost even as we meet. I understand the desire to address the issue of trade imbalances. It's important for all of us. But some of the suggestions have been clearly exaggerated as we've gone forward, hyperbolic to be sure. We need to go back to what we did, Mr. Ambassador, with USMCA, with a real solid negotiation that led to a desirable outcome. With that, I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The Trade Subcommittee Chairman, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ambassador, for availing yourself here today on such important matters. And especially given the context, the broader context of timing. I think I don't have to tell you these are important issues, and I am grateful for your service and certainly your intent and desire to move our country forward in many ways. I would say there's no such thing as stagnation in trade. We're either gaining ground or we're losing ground. And I think over the last 4 years, we lost a lot of ground. And during President Trump's first term, though, we made astounding progress through the negotiation of USMCA, the China Phase 1 agreement, U.S.-Japan trade agreement. These efforts unlocked new markets, strengthened supply chains, and empowered cooperation with important partners. Over the last 4 years, however, the Biden administration's trade agenda veered from slow-walked complacency to non-binding frameworks. Let me be very clear, the world was watching then, as it is now, and it was watching as digital trade barriers, which disproportionately impact American companies, were built while USTR actively withdrew from digital trade negotiations at the WTO and in the Indo-Pacific. The world was also watching as a growing number of countries blocked market access for American agriculture with no scientific basis, and as the previous administration let negotiations with the UK and Kenya simply fade away. This was particularly concerning given Kenya stood to set an example for other AGOA beneficiaries which are capable of negotiating their own bilateral reciprocal agreements. Consumers, producers, manufacturers, service providers, and our partners expected more. I'm encouraged by the growing list of countries seeking trade negotiations with the United States, including the UK, India, Japan, and South Korea. I am encouraged to also have you as USTR leading these discussions. It's clear President Trump has the world's attention, and it is up to his negotiators to ensure any agreements reached tear down the barriers affecting America's farmers, ranchers, and workers. While I do not expect perfection in the short term, we must find common sense solutions which level the playing field for our exporters, ensuring they receive fair treatment we have offered foreign partners, often unreciprocated, for too long. Over the last few months, our Trade Subcommittee has clearly outlined its priorities for trade enforcement and negotiations, I might add in a bipartisan fashion, and I hope you will look to the subcommittee's work to inform your agenda moving forward. I expect strong collaboration between USTR and Congress to create durable change in our trading relationships. During President Trump's first term, he teed up the agreements with the United Kingdom and Kenya. I am eager for these agreements to be brought to fruition. Ambassador Greer, could you elaborate on your engagement with these countries, Kenya and UK? How would you say you are ensuring our partners understand what progress is needed?
Thank you, Congressman. Over the past month, I've had a number of conversations with my counterpart in the United Kingdom. We've talked about non-tariff barriers in the UK. We've talked about ways to collaborate on technology. We've met frequently in person. We've had phone calls. We've had virtual meetings, and we've discussed how to move the relationship forward on an economic basis. I've certainly expressed my concern that UK has barriers, especially in the ag space, that are very important for us. So that's been made clear to them. But those discussions are on a good footing. With Kenya, I also had my counterpart, the trade minister from Kenya, in town last week, and we sat down in my office and we had a good talk, and he understands our concerns, but he also understands the need to move forward. It was a very fruitful conversation. I look forward to speaking with him again. He wants to work with us. They want to have some kind of agreement with us.
Okay, thank you. I want to say that USTR is a very lean, agile, and effective agency. Simultaneous negotiations with 50-plus countries would require significant bandwidth and expertise, as I'm sure you're aware. The chief IP negotiator, a role which has never been filled, and the chief ag negotiator positions that Congress created in statute to ensure relevant issues important to the American people are addressed. When would you anticipate the President will nominate these positions, to fill these positions? And in the meantime, how is USTR responding to the influx of requests and prioritizing negotiations?
So, Congressman, we have a couple of my deputies who have already been announced, and they're doing their rounds on the Hill or about to. We have an ag negotiator and a second deputy who are pending announcements. We're very close on that, so we're happy about that. In the meantime, the nature of these negotiations, the other countries know what the trade barriers are that we're talking about, and we're moving very quickly. We're meeting every day with several trade ministers from other countries, The crack staff at USTR is working very hard as well to put together what would make sense in terms of near-term agreements with respect to the reciprocal trade.
Thank you. I think it's important to note that oftentimes, even if we have a trade agreement with a friendly country, for example, we still need to stay on top of these things, whether it's investor protections in Mexico or beef in Australia, with the expectation of a level playing field. So thank you again for being here. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you.
Mr. Doggett.
Thank you, Ambassador. I have a number of yes-no answers, and if you feel you cannot answer them yes or no, just say you cannot, and I'll move on to the next question. The first of these, yes or no, the Trump tariffs will soon be levied on pharmaceuticals from abroad.
I'd like to discuss that in more detail with you, sir.
Is that true or not?
Well, the president, he wants to get manufacturing production back here, and so he's going to conduct an investigation to see what's appropriate in terms of tariffs.
So he hasn't decided to impose them as he said he would last night at the Republican fundraiser.
He said that he will impose them. Now
Thank
what
you.
the extent of that
I
is
think the
subject
answer
to an
yes,
investigation.
Reclaiming my time. A simple question, Ambassador. Yes or no, do you agree with the president's senior Trump trade advisor, Peter Navarro, that higher tariffs are tax cuts?
Sir, I don't get involved in the tax discussions, but we know tariffs have a revenue effect for sure.
You think tariffs are tax cuts?
I think that tariffs are an imposition on foreign goods that can protect American workers and American products.
And again, yes or no, do you agree with senior trade advisor Peter Navarro that as Americans watch their savings erode and the stock market losses approaching $7 trillion, that what Americans need is patience?
I think we all need to work through this period as we try to reshore and get over the $1.2 trillion deficit that President Biden left us with.
Do you agree with Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick that we're not going to reverse course no matter how much the markets implode, and that these tariffs will be permanent?
Well, the president has directed that we're negotiating with willing partners, and that's where I'm keying my guidance from.
You just referenced the United Kingdom, and you have claimed that these trade deficits require these tariffs. Is it correct that large Trump tariffs were imposed on imports from close allies like the United Kingdom and Australia, even though we have a sizable trade surplus with each of those allies?
There's a global deficit, and those surpluses should probably be larger because of the barriers they have.
Again, sir, can you simply answer yes or no? Did we impose tariffs on allies with whom we have a trade surplus, not a trade deficit?
We impose tariffs on every country because it's a global
problem. So the answer is yes, even though you don't want to say it, apparently. Let me ask you also about experiences during the first Trump administration, because at that time there was discussion about the impact of the retaliatory tariffs from China on farmers. And as a result of that retaliation, there was a significant amount of farm welfare payments that were paid. We know this time that the tariffs and the retaliation are much broader, like the Chinese substituting Brazilian soybeans for American soybeans. Will American taxpayers be asked once again to finance welfare payments to farmers that lose foreign markets? Yes or no?
It's not clear yet whether that will be necessary.
Might have to and might not. Similarly, last time there were concerns about the selective nature and the exceptions that were made to these tariffs. And it seems that those who hired Republican contributors, lobby firms, did much better on exceptions. The whole exception process was criticized by the Government Accountability Office. Can I be assured that if one of my businesses hires a Republican lobbyist and contributor who can get a table down at Mar-a-Lago, that they will not get an exception to these tariffs or an exclusion?
There are no exceptions or exclusions to this program for the president.
All right. You know, it's not one of my regular allies, but the National Taxpayers Union sent me a question yesterday, and I'll pose it to you as they did to me. They note that the United States has run trade deficits for 48 straight years, during which time the U.S. economy has grown by 255% in real terms, that these decades of trade deficits have corresponded with increases in American wealth and household incomes that far exceed the progress in Canada, China, and the European Union. Do you think that this growth in American wealth as a result associated with deficits is something that constitutes a national emergency?
the giant and massive persistent trade deficit that Biden left us with is an emergency. It's not like the small deficits from the 60s when we had auto workers here making production. We've offshored all this stuff, Mr. Doggett, and we are really in an emergency situation, and we're not passing the buck.
Reclaiming my time, we seem to have done much better than in the Gilded Age, which the president prefers. I would just say that on the eve of his inauguration, the president promised to bring prices drastically down, and there's nothing that you've said in your answers or non-answers to me today that will give Americans any assurance to believe anything other than that their prices will continue to soar and their savings will continue to shrink. The president's lies continue to cost the American people dearly. I yield back.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Chairman. Ambassador, thanks for being here. There's a quote in the movie Tora, Tora, Tora from Admiral Yamamoto, and he says, "What I fear is that we have awakened a sleeping giant." Thank God we've looked around at what's happening in the world. Twice America has gone to World War to save the world. We did it in World War I, we did it in World War II. And after World War II, the people that we saved and some of the people that we fought against were absolutely devastated. They had no way to build themselves back up again. So what did America do? We opened our markets because we have always been the most generous people in the world, and we're always the first responder. No matter what happens anywhere in the world, who's there first? It's always the Yanks. We have ceded so much market share. We have rebuilt, for most of the world, an economy that they never could have achieved on their own. Now we're facing a situation with all of those who we've helped don't like us playing in their market. They love coming to America, but they don't want America coming to them. They make it very hard for us to do trade with them, whether it's through tariffs or barriers, which our manufacturers can't meet. And we sit here today trying to make this a political event instead of a country-saving event. I come from a little town called Butler, Pennsylvania. Butler at one time was a home of a steel mill. Still is. We built railroad cars. Pullman was there. We built the first Jeep. We were known as that town. Blue-collar town. People get up in the morning, work hard, and what they look for is that chance to get some overtime. Last summer, we became known as the town with the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. We're resilient. We always bounce back. We always will bounce back. And I got to tell you, I have some statements from the people that actually work every day, get up and go to work, and they're looking at a market that they're constantly losing market share in, and they wonder, who is going to stand up and do something? Who's finally going to talk about the real problems in America and quit talking about the stock market? Stop talking about all these other things, because I've watched it go up, I've watched it go down, I've watched it go sideways, I watched it where some people say, I don't like to play in that because I don't understand how it works. Here's the one thing I do know, and you know it too. It's all about work. It's all about market share. Jamie Sychak from UAW 3303, we were in a dire situation, not because of foreign competition. That hurt us a lot. We went from a steel plant that were 7,000 people down to there's about 1,300. We produced something called grain-oriented electric steel, the only producer of that product in America, and we were in danger of losing it because we had an administration that had a blind eye and a deaf ear to what they were giving up. Also, Jim Winnings, who operates a factory down in Mars, Pennsylvania, shares his view with me about how much market share they've lost. So I'm amazed when we try to turn this into a political battle and not a USA saving grace battle where we finally wake up. And just as Admiral Yamamoto feared in World War II, all we have done is to awake a sleeping giant. We have given away so much of our market and been denied access to other markets. We are the first responder every time something goes wrong in the world. I would just like to see the world treat us with the same respect as we have treated them. Level the playing field. That's all the president's asking for. Level the playing field. Don't make it impossible for us to play. Don't tell us, yes, you can come here as long as you meet these standards, knowing that the standards they've set we can't meet. Yet we still allow them to come in. I sell Chevrolets. I sell Hyundais. I sell Kias. I sell Toyotas. And I sell Mitsubishis. People say, why is it that you have to do that? I said, to make payroll. Most of these companies have factories in the United States, and they have come here to help build, not to tear down with American workers. I really applaud what you're doing. I applaud the President of the United States for having the backbone to stand up and fulfill a pledge that others have made before him. They've stood on the floor of the Congress and talked about this and railed about what's happening to our markets and done not a damn thing about it. He stands up into a stiff wind and says, it's going to hurt for a while until we get back to where we need to be. It's always should be America first, and anybody that doesn't think that way, please tell me what the hell country you think you're going to take your wife and your kids to and your grandkids to. There is no other place in the world like America, and we have been so generous and so welcoming, and as I said earlier, we've saved the world twice. Now it's time for us to say to the world, if you want us to be the first responder, you can't keep stealing our market and not allowing us to play in yours. Ambassador, you've got a hell of a task in front of you. The biggest task you have is this has become a political agenda and not as saving the United States of America. America first, please, for everybody. I am red, white, and blue. I could care less whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. Just wake up and understand that we cannot stand to lose any more market share, and we better be tough on this one, or we turn our backs on the future. And I've got 10 grandchildren. They're relying on me to stand up, and hopefully other members of this committee will do the same thing. This is not about tearing Trump down. This is about building America up. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for being here. I believe in our great country. I love our country. I put a uniform on and served in combat for our great country. And I'm not here to talk about politics. I'm here to talk about policy, trade policy today. And both the chairman and the ranking member talked about the USMCA. I was honored and privileged to be on that negotiating team when we negotiated that bill and was signed into law by President Trump in 2019. And at the time, the president said it's the best trade deal ever. And I'd like to submit this article into the record explaining what he said.
Without objection.
Now the president is shredding that deal, creating chaos in the world economy. The numbers speak for themselves. $3,800 higher prices for American consumers, 900 laid off U.S. auto workers, trillions in lost retirement savings, tens of billions in lost agricultural sales for farmers. The Trump administration says that the tariff taxes will raise $6 trillion over 10 years, which would be the biggest tax increase in our history. The message coming out of the administration isn't at all coherent. I'm having trouble, my constituents are having trouble understanding this. He puts a tariff on some 180 other countries, no tariff on Russia or Belarus or North Korea, and he's putting tariffs on UK, Ukraine, France, an island that only has penguins on it, but not a country that is clearly working against us and has we have a trade deficit with. It's confusing in every instance. He says that tariffs are here to stay, to support domestic manufacturing and to raise revenue to pay for tax giveaways to people who really don't need that tax giveaway help. And at the same time, he's saying that tariffs are part of a negotiation to secure better trade conditions and that this will be over soon. I'd like to know which it is, because it's not coherent at all, and I'd like to submit for the record documentation of his confusing priorities. And Mr. Ambassador, I'm at a loss to what I tell my constituents. As Mr. Neal said about his constituents calling, my phone's ringing off the hook. I'm getting emails every day. I see people on the street, they're asking. They want to know, a $6 trillion tax on the U.S. economy? What do you tell people when they ask that question? $3,800 higher prices for the average American family? What do I tell my constituents when they ask that question? The major agriculture, I have an ag district. My major agricultural producer just lost all access to the #1 foreign market to which they export their product. Not only has Canada closed the market, Canada has taken every U.S. product that my constituents send there off the shelves and off their web pages. And what do I tell them when they say, I've been working decades to build that market share and it's all gone that quick? What do you tell them? What do I tell my constituents who say, I have a container that it's already paid for of products coming in, and I will not be able to afford the tariff when that container lands? What do I tell my constituents who say we've lost trillions of dollars in our 401ks? How do I make that up? What do I tell my constituents when they say my kids are getting ready to go to college and my 529 is in the dumps? How am I going to pay for my kids' education? Wait, things are going to get better? Their kids are going to school now. They can't wait for stuff to get better. And pharmaceuticals, we had a hearing in the subcommittee yesterday on pharmaceuticals. And this tariff war is pricing pharmaceutical consumers out of the market. A 25% tax or tariff on pharmaceuticals? How are my constituents going to be able to afford their medications? This doesn't make any sense. This is an unprovoked tariff war that's costing us a lot of money with no confusing answer as to what we're doing, where we're going, or when we're going to get there. I yield back.
Mr. Schweikert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, just so I can clear my head, what's our trade balance with North Korea?
I don't think we have any trade. There's an embargo. A lot of those countries have embargoes
and
already.
that's so the rhetorical thing of you didn't tariff these countries, that we don't trade with them. But there's the problem is, sometimes our rhetoric doesn't have any basis in fact. Mr. Ambassador, the folks sitting behind you, is this your team?
This is our congressional staff who's been up meeting with all your
Okay, so that's congressional staff. Where I do have a concern, let's say both the left and the right, we agree we want to move as much robustness back to the United States. Whether it be a manufacturing renaissance, whether it be in the service industry, those things. Okay. When you're doing your formulas, when you're advising the White House, others, do you spend some time on infrastructure issues? One of my personal fixations is pharmaceutical manufacturing, just looking at the steps in these things. We actually had testimony in this room 2 years ago. And it was, part of the discussion was, okay, we'd like to make precursor inputs into, small molecule drugs, except it produces some really nasty, toxic byproducts. And the United States doesn't have mitigation. We don't have ultra-high temperature incineration, those things. So you want to build a policy to re-domicile pharmaceutical manufacturing in the United States. Do you, with your staff, say, oh, but guys, we don't have the infrastructure mechanics to deal with the byproducts, the EPA permitting process to actually get the permits? Maybe we should approach Congress and say, hey, guys, I need you to help us get these things so we can actually, whether it be through tariffs or other incentives, move them. Do you spend time analyzing the infrastructure realities we have to actually be able to produce these products?
So, yes, Congressman, absolutely. And when we talk about trade policy, which is in the news today because of the President's recent action, we're also talking about favorable tax policy, which is important for pharmaceutical production. We talk about permitting and environmental policy. All of these things, go together. That's why President Trump had such a successful first term in terms of the economy, because all of it moved together, and we talk about that.
So what's happened in the last week? Would I find that somewhere? Look, in many ways, I'm finding myself, I support the ultimate goal. I'm just wondering if the sequencing has been done with the details that are necessary to make it successful. And then I've been waiting for the team to provide people like me the input saying, David, I need you to get off your backside, and we need this on permitting reform, or we need this on certain regulatory issues. And I haven't seen that input yet on, do you see where I'm going? Is if this is the ultimate goal, how do we get there? Is it straight through a tariff regime, or do we have to have our series of sequencing before this actually happens?
I think we certainly would welcome Congress supporting the reshoring of manufacturing. I think, unfortunately, during the last administration, we saw a lot of studies by the Biden administration about how to reshore pharmaceuticals, which is valuable. But we could kind of do studies for years and years and never reshore this.
So you have the information, so you have the studies, so you know what we need to do.
And the president can do what he can do, right? He doesn't have the power of the purse, but he can create incentives to drive people back,
this is beyond
manufacture here.
Even the infrastructure and mitigation, it's not enough to say the company wants to get it back here in our country. They can't get the permit.
And that's why we're working closely with other economic cabinet members. We're talking about the importance of this. And I'll tell you, Administrator Zeldin and others, they're out there. They're trying to expedite permits. They're trying to make sure that regulations are appropriate to allow the kind of reshoring we need to.
So, Ambassador, what do you need from us? What can we do? The ultimate punchline here is, what do you need from those of us members of Congress who actually support the ultimate goal? A little concerned about the path, but ultimate goal. What do you need from us? And please bring that to us so we can actually do our work.
I have plenty of ideas. I'm happy to talk to the White House Office of Legislative Affairs about that. I think there's a lot Congress could do if they would like to.
We look forward to those documents. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and Ambassador Greer. Welcome to the committee. Thank you for all your service. I just have a direct question because I'm a little puzzled. Being a great James Bond fan, I was kind of wondering what this whole deal is to Russia with love, and why, as has been pointed out, that on April the 2nd, the president excluded Russia, Belarus, Cuba, and North Korea from the new global tariff. The Treasury sector said Russia wasn't on the list because they already imposed sanctions to prevent most U.S.-Russia trade, making higher tariffs unnecessary. The question's kind of twofold. Is that the case with Russia, Belarus, Cuba, and North Korea? While trade in goods has decreased, trade with Russia is still significant. Last time I checked, it's like $3.5 billion, well above the volumes of trade for many smaller countries that my colleagues have already been through that are impacted by this. So first, was this an oversight, or is the president trying to reinvigorate trade with Russia?
So there's no effort to reinvigorate trade with Russia. Congress did the right thing a couple of years ago and revoked permanent normal trade relations with Russia, so put it in the bad category. And so Belarus, Russia, North Korea, they already have their own high tariffs already in a category that Congress has established.
So it doesn't matter. They're not part of this
Well,
system.
it does matter. They already have these high tariffs. They don't have permanent normal trade relations. We have normal trade relations with these others. And I think if there's
So
trade
why
with
are the
Russia,
penalties that much more, why are the tariffs that much more higher on other country and allies than they are in Russia? Because we're already doing enough with Russia?
No, it's because in the sanctions law, there's always an exclusion for agricultural products, and I think that's the only type of trade we really have with Russia. But all of those folks, they're sanctioned, they're subject to embargoes of one type or another. Congress revoked permanent normal trade relations, and that's certainly the right answer for those folks. We should not have normal trade relations with those countries.
Well,
we
let me
don't.
ask you this then. Would you commit here that if we see trade increasing from last year, that USTR will take action to increase tariffs on Russia?
Oh, I'm happy to monitor that and advise the president accordingly. I agree with you.
I'm
on
sorry,
that.
what?
I'm happy to monitor that and advise the president
What
accordingly.
does that
I
mean,
agree
you're
with
going to
you.
monitor that?
Well, you asked if we would see if the would change, if we would see if the trade level would change. I'm agreeing with you. I'm happy to see if the trade level with
And if
Russia changes.
if it does increase, you will add additional tariffs.
Well, it's the president's choice, but I'll advise him, and I'll say this is affecting the trade deficit. We
And
should consider this.
so
for sure.
does that mean you would advise him to raise the tariffs with Russia?
Well, I don't typically give out my advice to the president out in public, but I agree
Well,
with
I'm
you
sure
that
the
it's something
American
to watch.
people would love to know, and as would members of Congress. I mean, you gotta kind of admit it is just if you casually follow the news, you're not a member of this committee. And the relationship with Russia is kind of bizarre in terms of what it is between President Trump and President Putin, and why this relationship exists. So you can imagine. I don't know. Have you ever been to Augie and Ray's?
No, I haven't.
You should. It's a great spot in East Hartford. It's right next to Pratt & Whitney Aircraft, et cetera. And they're deeply concerned about this, and they always say, "Hey, what's going on with Russia and what's going on with the president and Putin?" So I'm going to be able to tell them, "Don't worry. I spoke with Ambassador Greer, and currently Russia's apparently paying enough. Their sanctions already are sufficient. But if we see greater activity and great trade amounts, we're going to make sure that tariffs are levied on them." Is that a fair thing to say?
Well, on the last part, I can't make the president's decision for him, right? I mean,
But
Russia,
you would
these are bad
recommend
actors.
that you would increase tariffs on them.
Well, I'm not going to disclose my recommendations
So
to the
we're not going to
president.
recommend, we're not
I'd
going to
like to do
say, see, at Augie and Ray's, they would say, "Hey, come on, you're BSing us now. We know what's going on here." But with that, thank you, Ambassador, and appreciate your time. I yield back.
Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Greer, welcome back. Thank you for your prior service under the last Trump administration and all the work you put in on USMCA, and happy to see you in this new position. I wanted to talk about agriculture and get your take on how tariffs affect agriculture. My district that I am proud to represent is the 10th largest ag district in the country in terms of corn and soybean production. The number one industry in the state of Illinois is agriculture. People are surprised by that. Illinois has led the nation the last 12 years in soybean production. We've been second in corn production the last 6 years. And in my district, we load up a lot of commodities on barges on the Illinois and the Mississippi River. They go down to New Orleans, they get offloaded, and they go all around the world. About 40% of the corn and soybeans in my district, again, go to places all across the globe. And so markets and customers are very, very important. And I will just say at the outset that I appreciate what President Trump is doing in terms of addressing long-standing trade deficits and bringing down barriers to trade, and also your commitment for looking for new trade deals and entering negotiations to address tariff and non-tariffs across the globe. But as I talk to my farmers, there's a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress, a lot of uncertainty, because when we get into a trade war, usually the first pawn in the trade war is agriculture. And as we look at the timeline and chronology moving forward, Ambassador Greer, what would you tell my farmers in terms of that uncertainty and anxiety that they're feeling right now?
Well, the first thing to note is that almost all countries have announced that they're not going to retaliate against the United States. Obviously, we have China that has made its own choice. They've always given us a hard time. They've always limited our access over there, and they're doubling down on that path. It's an issue of Chinese agency. Indonesia, India, so many other countries have affirmatively said we're not retaliating. And those are actually many of the countries that are coming to us and saying we're willing to take down our tariffs. Vietnam unilaterally decided to reduce its tariffs on apples, cherries, certain corn products, ethanol, et cetera. So we're already seeing the kind of movement we would expect, and that's something that I think is an important message to our farmers.
Thank you for that. I want to switch topics to digital trade. And I believe we have a tremendous opportunity in digital trade, and the United States must lead in setting global rules and standards. We can't allow non-market adversaries like China in particular to set these standards and further manipulate the digital trade agenda. Unfortunately, under the Biden administration, we ceded this authority, and we've seen the consequences of discriminatory policies hurting U.S. innovation. I think we can be aggressive working with our like-minded partners and allies to build on the progress made during President Trump's first administration, including the digital agreement with Japan and the robust standards set in the digital chapter of USMCA, which is, in my view, kind of the gold standard for future trade agreements. What can you say today, Ambassador Greer, on how you view the expanding U.S. leadership in digital trade moving forward in this administration?
Well, I think it's a huge comparative advantage that we have. Our digital commerce companies and digital trade companies are the most competitive in the world. And they're competing with ones from China. And in that competition, we have to win. And if I have other countries discriminating against our champions, that's bad for America, it's bad for our companies and workers, and it's bad for the world. And I know we're having a national conversation, politically on how to regulate, digital tech, et cetera. But in no case can we allow discrimination to undermine our competitive advantage here.
Thank you, Ambassador Greer. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Davis for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador. It is important that the executive administration respect and recognize that Congress has authority over trade agreements, and its purpose is to guide and/or direct the administration on the content of that agreement. Unfortunately, what we have seen from the Trump-Musk administration in the trade and tariff space over the past month has been anything but comprehensive, well-balanced, and measured. In fact, the President's recent approach to advancing his America First trade policy has been confusing, chaotic, inconsistent, and at times even contradictory. Ambassador Greer, I represent companies in the vehicle supply industry that assemble and produce parts for the automotive industry. The vehicle supplier industry employs more than 930,000 people directly and 4.8 million indirectly. Individuals across the country representing the largest sector of manufacturing jobs in the United States. Tariff impact on the automotive industry is massive and may result in shutting down businesses within the automotive supply chains, which will harm the U.S. economy as a whole. The automotive supply chain is not agile in its ability to make changes. However, the motor vehicle parts sector and many others have adjusted supply chains to support more regional production. My question is, since it would take years to adjust production and supply chains back to the U.S., in the meantime, the auto sector will be hit with multiple layers of tariffs that will soak up any free cash that could be used for the very investments in the U.S. that the administration is seeking. Is the administration planning any relief for auto part suppliers and the auto industry? And what other help can the government provide to these suppliers due to the most recent changes in tariffs?
So, Congressman, the Autos Action is under the Department of Commerce, but I'll just make two brief points. First of all, right now, if the parts comply with USMCA rules of origin, the agreement we all agreed to 5 years ago, they continue to come across duty-free. So that's a good development. And second, the United Auto Workers are huge supporters of the action on autos and auto parts. And they put out a long statement supporting this long overdue issue. We have Chinese vehicles flooding global markets. The only reason they're not in this market is because President Trump put a tariff on Chinese automobiles in 2018, and the Biden administration kept them and put them in place. It's really critical that we protect our auto industry, and the auto workers understand that. We've accounted for parts that have U.S. content and content from Canada and Mexico, and we have to be very deliberate about doing this to save this industry.
Thank you. And let me ask you, have you conducted an analysis on the net impact of tariffs across different sectors of the economy? And what steps is your office taking to mitigate negative employment effects?
So with respect to, we have a lot of historical data about tariffs. For example, the International Trade Commission, they put out a report following the Trump first-term tariffs, and they found that there were positive effects on domestic production in terms of employment and better profits for domestic production. We know in the first term, when we put tariffs in place, inflation went down, unemployment went down, and real median household income went up. We expect that with good energy policy, good trade policy, good tax policy, good permitting regulatory processes, this can all rise together to again lead to an increase in real median household income for Americans.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back and now recognize Mr. Estes for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador Greer, for joining us today and taking time out of your schedule to meet with us. Ambassador, I just welcome you again to the Ways and Means Committee, which has the sole jurisdiction for trade issues in the House. It's great to have you here working with the administration that prioritizes free and fair trade, unlike the previous administration, which placed pretty much zero emphasis on trade enforcement and on new deals with foreign nations, in effect putting America last. I represent Kansas 4th District, the air capital of the world, which is a microcosm of the United States. We have large aerospace manufacturing core in Wichita, as well as other manufacturing operations, and a widespread agriculture base in the surrounding rural counties. This cross-section of the country every day works to feed, clothe, and provide energy for the entire world. Additionally, skilled workers manufacture airplanes and aerospace components, build computer instruments that power our devices, and it's an understatement to say that our district benefits from free and fair trade, because when Kansas compete on an even term, we win. The aviation industry has benefited from historical zero-for-zero tariff with foreign nations since the 1980s. Nearly every single airplane around the globe contains at least one component made in Kansas. In contrast, our agriculture sector faces stiff barriers with foreign nations. As illustrated in your testimony, ethanol product produced in Kansas faces a steep 18% tariff in Brazil, while the same Brazilian product is only charged a tariff of 2.5%. This type of unfair, excessive tariff on U.S. exports is undefensible. Because of this, I support the administration's efforts to reduce the tariff barrier placed on U.S. products by foreign competitors, and I'm pleased to see the number of countries, 70 plus or so, that have mentioned that they want to make a deal. I'd also like to discuss some non-tariff barriers that functionally disadvantage the U.S. in comparison to our trading partners. I've been a vocal opponent of digital services taxes, DSTs. These extraterritorial taxes enacted by many countries, including France, Canada, and UK, are highly targeted on U.S. businesses and innovators. Many of my colleagues agree that DSTs are a revenue grab by countries that restrict technology, innovation, and envy American companies that are successful in this space. Additionally, in the recently released 2025 National Trade Estimate Report on foreign trade barriers, I was pleased to see the USTR include Germany's extraterritorial assertion of retroactive taxes, known as the Section 49. This law has been dormant for the past 100 years, but disproportionately targets U.S. businesses. These examples aren't from our adversaries, they're from our friends. And these are just a few examples of why it's so important to level the playing field and open markets for American manufacturers and producers, the very effort that you're trying to put in right now. Regarding Germany's Section 49, I believe reaching a resolution on this issue is important. In consulting with Treasury and IRS, it's my understanding that they've engaged with some affected taxpayers and German officials on this issue, but it's yet to be resolved. What's your strategy in terms of working on this issue with Germany, and will you work with me and my staff and the committee as we pursue a resolution for this issue?
First of all, I always like talking to you, Congressman, because as you know, I lived in Wichita for 2.5 years and served at the Air Base when I was in the Air Force and had a child born there. So we have nice connection there. I will work with Secretary Bessent on this issue with Section 49. I've had some good interactions with my German counterpart in the past couple of weeks, and we're happy to work with you on this to see what the best way forward is.
Yep. Well, thank you. And I know some of that crosses over, as you mentioned, with Treasury Secretary and the issues there. And there's so many things moving on in your direct sphere of influence with all the activities trying to make sure that there's free and fair trade for American companies and American competitors. And I just applaud your efforts in helping make putting America first in these efforts. And thank you. And I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Sanchez for 5 minutes.
Thank you. As the ranking member of this committee's Trade Subcommittee, I want to say a few words about President Trump's latest scheme, his so-called reciprocal tariffs. Let's start by making one thing perfectly clear. These tariffs are not reciprocal. But don't just take my word for it. According to the Wall Street Journal, the president's tariff scheme is not reciprocal, nor is it based on measuring foreign trade barriers. Before getting into Trump's latest scheme, I just want to note that I recently returned from a NATO bureau meeting, and I witnessed firsthand how President Trump's chaotic trade decisions have damaged our global leadership with our allies. And it's appalling to see how Trump is treating our friends and allies compared to how he's treating our adversaries. It was mentioned that under this tariff scheme of Trump's, Russia gets a free pass, while our allies, including those who stood with us after the terrorist attacks of 9/11, are hit with increasing tariffs. Russia's tariff rate is 35%, and we have hit our trading partners with far higher tariffs. It's sad to say that our NATO allies don't trust us anymore, so his scheme isn't just damaging our economy, it's actually undermining our long-standing security partnerships around the world. And in addition to undermining our relationships with our allies, Trump's scheme imposes randomly high tariffs on numerous countries, including our FTA partners. For instance, under the Korea-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, Korea eliminated tariffs on most goods from the United States. Last year, Korea's effective tax rate for goods imported from the United States was less than 1%, yet Trump has imposed a 25% tariff on South Korea. Trump repeatedly insisted that he wanted to impose the same tariffs on other countries as they impose on us. And I want to read a quote from the president, quoting him, "On trade, I have decided for purposes of fairness that I will charge a reciprocal tariff, meaning whatever countries charge the United States of America, we will charge them no more and no less." But as we now know, that is not true. That is completely false. And because it isn't true, the Trump administration came up with a fake formula to justify this tariff scheme. Now, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that the trade studies called for by the president in January and the so-called reciprocity rationale of his latest trade scheme are completely bogus. It's made up. To understand why Trump is pursuing this crazy scheme, you need to understand his MO. First, he threatens a huge tariff. Second, he tries to use those tariffs as leverage to extort countries, many of them are allies. And third, he declares anything that they promise as a huge victory, even when it's an insubstantial deal meant only to appease Trump and his cronies. And fourth, repeat this corrupt practice over and over again. This is all intended to distract and divert the media's attention. I urge everybody to take a step back from the daily chaos that comes out of the White House to consider the bigger picture here. Trump should not fool around with the economy. American families should not be forced to pay higher prices to fund tax cuts for the rich, which leads me to suspect that these tariffs are not temporary in nature because they need the revenue to give tax cuts to the wealthy. Trump shouldn't fool around with workers. Workers aren't pawns. Instead of this chaos, workers need robust industrial policy paired with workforce development and targeted tariffs to reshore certain American industries. Yet the president doesn't have a comprehensive plan to do any of that. Trump shouldn't fool around with our democratic values. Trump's trade agenda is all being done behind closed doors. There's no transparency. Backroom deals are corrupt and they're anti-democratic. As members of Congress, we need to reassert our voice in the face of Trump's insane trade policies. Republicans need to stand with Democrats and decisively call out Trump's harmful tariff scheme. As I said in our previous hearing, House Democrats are open to new trade agreements with partners that are committed to advancing workers' rights, protecting the environment, defending human rights, and safeguarding our intellectual property. Unfortunately, the president's corrupt tariff scheme is trampling on our Constitution by sidelining Congress's jurisdiction over trade. Let this administration's record in trade policy and elsewhere serve as a grave warning, and there is no denying that this president and his cronies are rapidly working to consolidate power. With that, Trade Representative Greer, I have a couple of questions for you. In the April 2nd announcement, did the president issue tariffs on the European Union, Japan, and South Korea? Yes.
Yes, every country.
Okay, I don't need an explanation. I just need a yes or no answer. Did the president issue any new tariffs on Russia, Cuba, North Korea, or Belarus?
They already have sanctions embargoes, so no.
No, the question was yes or no. I recently read news reports indicating that you are the new head of the Office of Special Counsel. Is that correct?
I'm the acting head, that's correct.
And you currently serve as USTR. With the trade wars, don't you think that your time should be focused exclusively on trade? And isn't it a gross conflict of interest to be the body that oversees your own agency and position?
Oh, I certainly would recuse myself if there was an issue involving
Well,
me
I
or my
think it's ridiculous that you hold both, and I urge you to resign as special counsel. It makes no sense for you to have oversight over yourself. That's not true oversight. And with that, I yield back.
Member's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Smucker for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Ambassador. I want to thank you for the work that you're doing, for the change that you're working to bring about. And I also want to point out the differences that we've seen in the past 4 years of the Biden administration compared to the 4 years of the Trump administration, specifically in regards to trade. I think Democrats and Republicans alike were very unhappy with the past administration's approach to trade, basically, which was to do nothing, to try to generate new agreements, and to not do nothing to try to open markets up for American manufacturers, to do nothing to try to bring jobs back to America. And that's just in such stark contrast to what we saw during the previous Trump administration. He had a bold and effective approach to trade, one that really delivered prosperity and brought our trading partners to the table. So we appreciate the work that the president did during his previous administration. We appreciate the work that he's doing and that you're doing on trade. It's a refreshing change to what we've seen over the past 4 years. And we trust the president to get this right again. We believe that we're seeing already the impact when you have tens, I don't know how many we're up to now, but countries coming to the table that have for a long time had tariffs in place for our goods, but we weren't doing the same. And so the idea of reciprocal trade, I think, is a great one that I can tell you the American people in my district, business owners in my district, very much support, and they support the goals of this administration to bring back manufacturing jobs to the country, to bring back that investment in the country, and then to open up markets to our great American businesses. So I will also say this. Many of those business owners who love what the president is trying to accomplish are feeling a little consternation. They're concerned about what this, how we're going to achieve what the intent is here. They still believe in what the president is doing, as I think every, at least Republican member here, agrees with that. But I just want to give you an opportunity, if you don't mind, to just sort of expand maybe on some of the things that you've said previously, but with that sort of audience in mind. What would you say to, for instance, a copper manufacturer in my district who you and I have spoken about previously, but this is impacting their business in a big way? And what would you say to other businesses who are in a similar situation? And maybe if you could just paint a picture of what success will look like here, again, in the context of the successes that we've seen with USMCA, negotiated under previous administration and all that, but take us out a few months, take us out a few years. What is the end goal here? I think I know what that is, but I'd love to give you a chance just to expand on that. What will success look like? How will that help every American business? Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. I think we'll find that American businesses are much more competitive when they have open markets overseas. People talk about the high cost of doing business in America and manufacturing in America and growing in America. But when we cannot access foreign markets or we face barriers overseas, and not just tariffs, but also all the non-tariff barriers that we've outlined in this 400-page book, that increased costs. And it makes it difficult to be competitive globally and even domestically. At the same time, we have foreign producers who receive subsidies. They have countries where economic policies depress domestic demand. They make more stuff than they can consume. They send it here. And so I think what we're going to see in the near term, we're going to see a handful of partners who open their markets more to us, and it makes it much easier and much more competitive economically to have manufacturing here, to grow products here, to process them here, and export them to the rest of the world. So it's a virtuous cycle that you create when you create a situation where you have open markets, you create broader economic policies, whether it's good tax policy, good energy policy, to give you the tailwind you need. We have to reshore manufacturing. This is an important way to do it. We can have tariff protection as we get rid of the trade deficit, reshore manufacturing, and as other countries open their markets, they can potentially have a different arrangement that helps us as we try to have reciprocal trade and get rid of the deficit and get back to being a producing economy. That's where we need to be.
Well, thank you again for your work. I'm out of time, but appreciate your work, and we're with you. Thanks.
Thank you.
I now recognize Ms. Sewell for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Ambassador. It was a pleasure working with you on USMCA, and for what it's worth, I still believe that USMCA is a gold standard for our trade agreements that we make. It was done so with Congress and the executive, and that should be the standard. Unfortunately for both of us, President Trump has decided that he doesn't want to work with Congress and that he is not bound by our Constitution or trade laws. President Trump has unilaterally imposed the largest tax increase on working families in decades by implementing broad tariffs that are crashing the economy and threatening the livelihoods of so many working families in Alabama and all across America. Moreover, he is doing so by abusing the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEEPA, clearly states that the president can only use this authority in response to, quote, unusual and extraordinary, end quote, threats. However, both you and the president have described the trade deficit as persistent. I don't know how you can claim that our trade deficit is persistent and at the same time use an emergency authority which requires it to be, quote unquote, unusual. My question to you, I have a series of questions, and really I just want a yes or no answer. As our trade representative, do you believe there are any restriction on President Trump's emergency authority, or do you believe that President Trump has unlimited power to tariff any country for any reason? Yes or no?
Congress has put a number of limitations on that authority.
So is that a no?
It is not unlimited. It's not unlimited.
Did President Trump ask you, or do you believe that using the emergency authority for this purpose of trade deficit is legal?
Of course it's legal, yes.
Do you believe Congress has any role in providing oversight of this administration's implementation of tariffs?
Certainly. That's why I'm here today.
Many of us on this committee have serious concerns that foreign nations will be pressured into negotiating as a result of this. And those negotiations could also extend to them purchasing the Bitcoin with the president's name and face on it. That would be illegal, right?
I have never looked into Bitcoin purchases by foreign countries.
Reclaiming my time. With this, are tariffs regressive or are they progressive tax?
well, tariffs can protect, and that's why the United Auto Workers want them in place and have cheered the
I'm
tariffs.
reclaiming my time. Who spends a higher portion of their income on goods, the wealthy or working class?
I think the more wealthy have a higher percentage of consumption overall in the United States.
Well, according to the Tax Foundation, a conservative entity, how things are distributed are more regressive and put a higher burden on lower income households more than higher income households.
The top 10% of incomes account for about 50% of consumption.
They do. And so I think for what I'm getting at, Mr. Ambassador, is that my Alabama constituents are very, very worried. I was home this weekend, and Miss Jackie, who owns Reflections, a coffee shop in Selma, Alabama, right near the Edmund Pettus Bridge, a place that she couldn't have, when she was growing up in Selma, go into, she now owns. It's a coffee shop, and she's really, really worried that the price of coffee will go up so high that she will not be able to keep her store. And she just, this is year number 3. It's a very popular store. But in Little Selma, Alabama, where the price of coffee is already $5, $4.99, increasing it even more would shut her down. And so my constituents have lots of questions to me and to, and to this president with respect to why we are choosing to go down this path. His tariffs amount to the largest tax increase on those families. It's bad for Alabama farmers who are facing retaliatory tariffs. It's bad for consumers who will see prices skyrocket. It is horrible for those who are retired and depend upon their retirement to live, and seeing the stock market go out of control. So, sir, this is really dire for a lot of folks that I represent. Dire for a lot of folks that I represent. And we can't wait for things to get better. And so I really urge you and the president to think about the least of these, the most vulnerable in our society, and how they're going to weather the storm. And to my Republican colleagues here on this committee, I hope that you will push back on these escalating, sweeping tariffs that have done so much damage to our economy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Members' time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Hearn for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today, Mr. Ambassador. I really appreciate you being here to recognize the relationship between the executive branch and Congress as it relates to trade, so thank you. Over the last 4 years, trade has been neglected at best, and it's long past time for a real trade agenda and a president who wants to strengthen America, not cede its interests to foreign governments. As a matter of fact, the American people elected President Trump in November under the premise that he would rebalance trade with our allies and others around the world to bring manufacturing back to the United States, to create high-paying jobs in America, make things in America. And as you just alluded to, it's been applauded by many people, including our great auto workers, as they talk about reconstituting those manufacturing jobs where they're needed most. You mentioned in your testimony that Israel is one of the countries looking to negotiate, and to my knowledge, they were the first to remove all tariffs for the United States. It is heartening to hear that our allies are coming to the table and taking quick action to remove trade barriers with the United States. Last Congress, I introduced a resolution in support of the free trade agreement we have with Israel as a way to support one of our greatest allies as they face an existential threat from Iran and its terror proxies. I appreciate President Trump's strong support of Israel, and I hope that this first step by Israel to move to a zero-tariff policy will lead the way to an even stronger trade and economic relationship between our two countries. Trade policy should reflect not only economic interests, but also national security and ideological alignment. Strengthening relationships with allies who share American values is essential to reducing reliance on adversarial nations. Mr. Ambassador, how can we ensure our trade policies prioritize strategic allies like Israel and Taiwan who share American values and are willing to join us in enacting common policies to counter our adversaries?
Thank you, Congressman. I'm happy to report that Sunday night I had a meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu about this very issue, and the Taiwanese have also reached out. So this is something where we're having close, high-level talks about how to move forward. I would also say, as we talk to our allies, we're encouraging them and hoping that they will align with us on things like export controls and investment screening to make sure that as we trade with them, we're trading in a way that increases our economic security and not just our economic growth.
We know calculations are going on and into the reciprocal tariffs, include more than just tariffs other countries place on the United States. And as you're undergoing negotiation with our allies, is the President and your office taking into consideration things like export controls, as you just mentioned, foreign military sales, foreign direct investment as it relates to their relationship with the United States?
So we certainly consider those things and appreciate them. Remember, with foreign direct investment, because they export so much to us, they have all these hard dollars, and the best place to put them is here. And so that's kind of a natural outgrowth. We are very focused on making sure that we have a trading goods that is fair, and make sure that we're not getting dumped on or have overcapacity overflowing into the U.S., and that we have export market opportunities. But we certainly are encouraged by and the $4 trillion in new investment that's been announced by foreign companies.
Are military sales included in that?
So that's a good question. We've thought about that. When you look at the trade numbers, I think foreign military sales, official ones, don't normally show up in those trade numbers. But I know that's been raised by several of our allies, and of course we want our technology to be the technology that allies are using.
The last 4 years under former President Biden, USTR failed to adequately address discriminatory extraterritorial taxes and digital trade barriers harming American companies. Last year, I raised concerns with Ambassador Tai when USTR failed to include digital trade barriers in the 2024 National Trade Estimate, the NTE, report on foreign trade barriers. The internet and digital technologies have revolutionized commerce, enabling businesses of all sizes to access global markets and consumers like never before. However, this potential is being undermined by the rise of digital trade barriers imposed by some of our trading partners. Those barriers come in various forms, from data localization requirements to discriminatory regulations and censorship measures. That not only stifles innovation and economic growth, but also undermines the competitiveness of American business in the digital age. In 2023, the U.S. exports of digitally enabled services accounted for 64% of all U.S. exports, and the U.S. had nearly $300 billion in digital trade surplus. Will you make it a priority to, unlike the last administration, to address this digital trade barrier?
Yes, we're focused on this. We're not political or choosing sectors we like or don't like, and we've recorded in the trade estimate this year different digital trade barriers. Obviously, Congress is going to, regulate and decide how we're going to, manage digital trade, competition, those kinds of things. But we just can't have discrimination, and I won't accept that by our foreign trading partners, especially in this area where we're so competitive.
I want to thank you again for coming here, and appreciate you answering everyone's question. Again, it shows the understanding of the relationship between the executive branch and Congress as it relates to trade. Thank you again. Appreciate it. I yield back.
Ms. Del Bene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for being with us today. Tax day came early this year. It came on April 2nd, since Trump's sweeping tariffs are raising prices for American families by $4,600 this year, according to the latest estimates. It keeps going up. Families are struggling. Businesses are panicking. I talked to a business in my district that talked about being tariffed out of business. We have businesses who have a lot of export, who manufacture right here in the U.S. and export, who are losing business. Even Republicans are beginning to break with the president. We've seen several joint bills that would make clear that the president does not have the ability to single-handedly impose sweeping tariffs. The real question we're all wondering is, how do we get out of this mess that Trump has created? Chairman Smith recently said he hopes that the Trump tariffs will give USTR leverage to negotiate new trade deals. But Ambassador, how can any country trust the U.S. enough to make a trade deal? Given that Trump has thrown out existing trade deals like Australia or South Korea, or even USMCA, which he negotiated and Congress enacted, how are people going to trust us when arbitrarily these deals are being thrown out?
Congresswoman, thank you. The United States remains the consumer market of choice for everybody. And I hear some of these Wall Street analysts, predicting, imminent catastrophe. And that's just, when we look back at Trump 1, we put tariffs on China and we reinvigorated NAFTA to be USMCA. We saw real household medium income go up. We saw inflation go down, unemployment go down. And the countries are coming to us every day. We're having several meetings with them every day to do these deals. So they're not showing hesitance. It's quite the opposite.
But if we have a deal that's being blown up, then you can say you're negotiating a deal. 2 seconds later, you can throw it out. What kind of deal is that? Are these deals that you're supposedly negotiating? Are they going to come to Congress for a vote like USMCA did?
These are deals, so first of all, if we did a comprehensive free trade agreement, of course we would come to Congress, et cetera, and we will certainly keep Congress up to speed on any kind of...
Any deal that you do, are you going to bring that to Congress for a vote?
We'll do what the law requires. Some of it's consultation, some requires a vote, so we'll follow the law on that front. But the countries are coming, right? If they were hesitant, they wouldn't be knocking down our
But
door.
I don't understand what the countries are coming to do. You put tariffs in place, sweeping tariffs with no specifics in terms of what the goals are, no plans, and then you say countries are coming to what? To individually negotiate with President Trump, and it's his whim what's acceptable or not acceptable?
So, for example, I get a letter from the Vietnamese, which I received recently, and it outlined a number of tariff lines where they want to reduce their tariffs and non-tariff barriers that they want to remove, and they want to engage with us on reciprocal trade.
But what are the objectives of the negotiation? You didn't lay those out. The plan, there's no plan that was laid out by the president. I've seen no plan from USTR on what the goal of the tariffs are. We're damaging companies. We've thrown out existing trade deals that we already have, and now you say there's a negotiation with no clear goal what that negotiation is or whether or not Congress is going to have a vote on a potential deal?
So we have a 20-page order laying out the basis for the order and the emergency we're facing, which is the trade deficit that President Biden left us with, the offshoring that it represents, the non-tariff barriers that it represents, and we're looking to eliminate that. And a tariff is a way to do that. And if a country has an alternative method that they think will help us meet those goals, we're happy to entertain.
Can we talk about the emergency powers of the emergency power statute that Trump invoked, IEPA, to impose his tariff? It states the president in every possible instance shall consult with Congress before exercising any powers. That didn't happen.
Our staff came, our USTR staff came up to Congress and did consult. I've had
with who? With what members?
calls
With
and
what
meetings.
members of Congress did you consult with? I'm a member of the Ways and Means Committee. I'm a member of the Trade Subcommittee.
I called both the chairman and the ranking member the day before, the morning of.
So
My
if you
staff
talked
came
to,
up and briefed.
if you called
my
to,
jurisdiction.
how could you consult with folks when there wasn't even a deal that was proposed? In fact, it wasn't till April 2nd when the tariffs were put in place. No one even knew what exactly was going to happen. There was nothing to consult on. So how did that consultation take place?
I had a phone call with Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Neal.
About a non-existent deal.
Well, I told them about the IEPA action that was coming, and I sent my staff up here to brief the committee staff as well.
I argue now we did not have that consultation. Here we are. There was no plan in place. There's no plan in place going forward. The American people are hurting, and now in the rule vote that we're going to have just after we are done with this hearing, Republicans are already putting in a provision to make sure that they don't have to vote on the tariffs that are in place. Congress should have a role here. It's terrible that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle aren't willing to have a vote too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Welcome, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you for being here. It's my opinion that part of the reason President Trump has taken such drastic action on trade is due to the fact that there was no trade agenda under the Biden administration. And I didn't hear any sniping from the other side about that. The past administration's failure to engage in meaningful conversations with our trade partners opened the door for countries to run afoul of the World Trade Organization tariff agreements and to impose excessive non-tariff barriers. These countries have had no incentive to negotiate, and they've been massively benefiting from the system as it is. For example, in my state, the hardwood companies have been pummeled by China, dumping their hardwood in the American market. China gained at our expense while we were asleep at the wheel. Thankfully, that is not the policy of the United States today. Due to President Trump's swift action, more than 70 countries are knocking down our door, ready to negotiate a trade deal. Today, I want to focus on the future of our trade agenda. Looking to the very near future, the administration is required by statute to undertake the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement review process in 2026. I can't understate the importance of the USMCA to my constituents. The growth in the manufacturing sector, spurred on by our cooperation with Canada and Mexico, has helped sustain thousands of jobs in my district. I'm well aware that this agreement is not perfect, and we are fortunate to have the review process in place in order to make the necessary improvements. Ambassador Greer, what commitments can you make to us today in regard to the USMCA review? Specifically, how will you use this opportunity to advance President Trump's goals of promoting domestic manufacturing, and how will you engage with Congress to facilitate this process?
Thank you, Congresswoman. And I'll just note that goods coming from Canada and Mexico right now that comply with the rules of the agreement continue to enter duty-free. This is an important agreement. I met with my Mexican counterpart last night. I have in the works. I have a meeting with my Canadian counterparts, and we expect that we will initiate the public consultation process that's required by the statute at some point at the time required. I think with the USMCA, it's important that Canada and Mexico not be used as an export platform for third countries. That's not what we want. USMCA should be an agreement that promotes manufacturing in America, and that we can rely on our partners to the north and south if needed. But it can't be a situation where countries can just come in, China or Vietnam or somebody, build a factory in Mexico, assemble it with parts from there, and send it across, and get the benefit of an agreement where they've taken no obligations. So I want to make sure that it truly is an agreement that helps America first.
Thank you. I've greatly appreciated your leadership in protecting American digital companies abroad. You and I are in agreement about the dangers of South Korea's anti-competitive policies towards American digital companies. I intend to reintroduce legislation that seeks to ensure that American companies are not being harmed by one of our closest allies, while Chinese companies are left unscathed. The digital trade sector is rapidly growing, and it's important that we do not lose market share to China in this critical field. Several countries are considering legislation that mimics the European Union's Digital Markets Act, which has undisputably caused a digital winter for American tech companies operating in Europe. What are your plans to address these harmful policies and to ensure the prosperity of American digital trade? And do you think that digital trade will play a part in the imminent trade discussions regarding the Liberation Day tariffs?
Thank you. So first of all, I understand that there's obviously a national conversation going on about how digital trade should be regulated, and there are lots of views on that. What I will say is we're not going to outsource that regulation. We're not going to let the European Union or Korea or any other jurisdiction set the rules for digital trade. It will be us, and they won't be able to do it in a way that's discriminatory either. That is impermissible, especially when we have, as you noted, the Chinese competition out there. If we're going to have companies that operate in this space and are so competitive in this space, we need to make sure that they're American companies, right? That's what we need to make sure. And so this is certainly something that we can talk about in any negotiations that come up.
Thank you. We have historically forged some of our strongest alliances based on procuring critical minerals, which are difficult or nearly impossible to obtain in the U.S. Will you commit to exploring trade discussions and partnerships with like-minded partners to protect and build up our critical minerals today?
Yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to invoke a moment of a point of personal privilege. When the ambassador called me, it was more to inform me of what the administration was going to do. It wasn't to consult or to seek my opinion as to what they were going to do.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to show a slide to everybody documenting where we are with the United States and the U.S. trade deficit. I think this really shows why this is an emergency. If you look at where we are with manufacturing goods, that's in the red column here. If you look at what has happened to the manufacturing capacity of the United States, we have plummeted, absolutely plummeted down Here in 2022, we have such a trade deficit with manufactured goods. This is critical. This is why the President has said this is an emergency. The same thing with fuels and other total goods. We have plummeted in this nation's capacity to actually produce things. So yes, this is an emergency, and this is by all means altogether the right thing to do. If we do not reverse this trend, again, going with the absolute calamitous effect of how we are hurtling towards a sovereign debt crisis, this nation does not exist. And yes, there is short-term problems, without a doubt. But it's the same thing by taking medicine you don't want to take. If we don't help the body by intervening and doing what is critically important for this nation, nothing else matters. So this is why how manufacturing has plummeted, and this is why we are in a state of emergency. Thank you. Thanks just for that moment. I want to briefly say something before I begin my remarks. I've gone down in many times to Haiti. We talked about this before and done a lot of mission work down there. Unfortunately, the Hope Help program is set to expire in September. I hope some work is being done in reauthorizing this program. We're trying to nearshore, onshore. We want to stabilize our Caribbean nations, our Central American nations, and Haiti has fallen into such decay right now. It makes Somalia look like Wonderland. We really need to help these nations stabilize in our hemisphere. It helps everybody. So I hope that is just going to be on your radar. H.R. 1625, the Help Extension Act. Just to shift gears again, I want to talk a little bit about de minimis. The legislation, H.R. 7979, the End China's De Minimis Abuse Act, did not make it to the floor. However, we're seeing that packages being abused by this loophole, literally, with China, overwhelm the CBP, leading to billions of dollars of lost revenue and jobs. This has allowed Chinese companies to send so many goods into this country without paying tariffs. Can you discuss why the administration is taking on de minimis, why this is so necessary?
Yes, it's essentially for all the reasons you just described. De minimis originated as a way for tourists or others to go overseas, buy souvenirs, come back, bring them in duty-free, and that persists, right? That continues. I think everyone's comfortable with that. But what we saw were foreign companies abusing the system and taking advantage of it and building a commercial case for it, their entire business on it, and that ended up undermining a lot of retailers here in the United States. And so it's important to make sure that tool is used for its original purpose and not for other countries to avoid duty payments or things like that.
One of the comments were that we shouldn't be doing tariffs to our friends. Friends don't treat friends with horrible tariffs like we are being done by other countries. So I think sunlight is the best disinfectant. So we're able to see what the rest of the world has been doing to the United States. I don't think the American public understands this. And this is why I think it's just so critical that we shine the spotlight on this. Quickly, just with one thing that happened in the pandemic, I'm a physician, and we saw that our supply chain for pharmaceuticals, for health-related PPE, et cetera, is critically at risk during these things. If China were to shut off all its exports overnight, medical supply chains would be one of the industries hardest hit, and we would have American patients literally dying because they could not get medicines or other type of devices. Can you discuss how the Trump administration's trade is helping to secure our health supply chain?
Yes. So first of all, we have to reshore. We have to reshore pharmaceutical production to avoid the very situation you talked about, and we have to do it now. We can't wait for the next crisis. We can't wait for the next conflict. We have to do it now. I understand the Commerce Department will be undertaking an investigation of the pharmaceutical supply chain to assess what tools we can use. The President's talked about tariffs that might apply to certain things to incentivize reshoring, but I assume that investigation will also have other ideas as well.
We have to make sure that in this tariff incident, we're not hurting American companies and hurting them over helping out foreign countries. And, going back to, Kamala's famous phrase of getting to the root causes of immigration, they did absolutely nothing to bring industry near shore, trying to prop up Caribbean nations so they won't have everybody trying to run over a border. Look, I've talked to you about Puerto Rico. I was in Puerto Rico this last week, and there's so much of an opportunity to go there and onshore in an American territory to bring back American pharmaceutical industries, so many other industries that help us with our national security. And at the bottom line, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about national security. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I'll yield back.
Ms. Chu.
Ambassador Greer, my constituents are sick with worry about the high costs that the Trump tariffs will bring them. They are barely able to afford their everyday living expenses, but now they're hearing that the average family will have to pay $4,600 a year more because of the Trump tariffs. They are hearing this will be the largest tax increase for the American people in our nation's peacetime history. They are hearing Goldman Sachs say that we face a recession. The increases will be for food items that the U.S. does not produce domestically, like cacao beans, coffee beans, tea and spices, and certain nuts. But non-food items like clothing, consumer electronics, shoes, cell phones, furniture, and household appliances will be especially hard hit, as more than 50% of our consumption comes from countries facing tariff increases of 30% or more. I must point out that there are some items on the list like bananas and cacao beans which the U.S. can never grow enough of to meet our own demand because of our mostly non-tropical climate. In fact, the U.S. produces a tiny number of bananas in Hawaii and Florida, but depends enormously on importing bananas from Guatemala, Ecuador, and Costa Rica, all of which receive tariffs. And in fact, the U.S. is the world's largest importer of bananas. So this shoot first, then aim approach is making Americans' lives much worse with no actual plan and doesn't make any sense. I see this in three ways. First, the president said that these tariffs would bring manufacturing business back to America, but thousands of Americans were immediately laid off, and manufacturers are telling you that this will crush them. And why would the president impose this tariff tax on tropical countries when America can by far not produce their own bananas, coffee, and chocolate? Is the president aware that these crops only grow in tropical climates? Second, in imposing these tariffs, the president claims that the U.S. is being ripped off by other countries that are profiting off of us. Yet these tariffs are being imposed on countries with whom the U.S. has trade surpluses, including the Netherlands, the UK, Belgium, Panama, and so on. Using the formula that USTR released to the public to justify this chaos, no country with whom the U.S. has a trade surplus should be subject to additional tariffs. How can you and the president justify forcing the American people to pay more for goods from these countries that already import more of our goods than we do theirs? Third, then if there's an actual formula, why would the Trump administration decide to reserve its most severe punishment not for Russia, which was entirely spared, but for some of the poorest, least developed countries in the world? For instance, Madagascar, which has a poverty rate of over 75% and where the average worker lives on less than $2.15 per day. The president placed a 47% tariff. So Madagascar, 47% tariff, Russia, 0. My conclusion is that there's only one explanation for this: corruption. The Trump administration is now bragging that dozens of countries are approaching the White House ready to offer concessions and negotiate a reduction in Trump tariffs. This presents a completely unprecedented opportunity for corruption. If his tariffs are allowed by Congress and the courts to stand, then the president could unilaterally decide to remove or reduce tariffs on certain countries. With no transparency, a country could pay the president or his family money through memberships at Mar-a-Lago or payments through their various cryptocurrencies in exchange for a reduction in tariffs. His cronies could pay him directly to remove tariffs from certain imports. So, Ambassador Greer, I would like to ask you two yes or no questions. My first question: you're putting tariffs on crops that we, for the most part, don't grow, like bananas, cocoa beans, coffee, and vanilla. Is the president aware that these crops only grow in tropical climates? My second question, yeah, you answered yes. Can you promise that there won't be a pay-for-play system where companies and donors make the pilgrimage to Mar-a-Lago to get exemptions?
You have my promise.
Well, My constituents don't have that access, nor do most of the American people, but because of these Trump tariffs, it is they who will have to pay the exorbitant costs of these actions, and that's not right.
Mr. Kustoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening today's hearing, and thank you, Ambassador Greer, for appearing today. Ambassador Greer, I represent part of Memphis, Tennessee, and most of rural West Tennessee. And in Memphis, Tennessee, last year, 2024, we had a great opportunity with Elon Musk when he made an announcement to create a historic investment in Memphis through his company XAI. And the investment will lead to the world's largest supercomputer called Colossus. So Colossus is the core infrastructure behind Grok, which is the artificial intelligence system that Mr. Musk is developing or has developed and that I use and probably a lot of other people use. I've toured Colossus, and frankly, the capabilities are absolutely remarkable. From what I understand with this project and with Elon Musk is he places a strong emphasis on sourcing American-made products with XAI whenever feasible, demonstrating a commitment to domestic innovation. The issue is that supercomputers like Colossus depend on a variety of advanced components that right now are not produced in the United States. And I think we can all agree that we want the United States to be the absolute leader when it comes to AI. The other issue is the reliance presents obvious and serious strategic vulnerabilities because a disruption in the supply chain could hinder U.S. capabilities. So I understand that the entire industry is working on building domestic capacity. And thanks to President Trump and his efforts and the efforts of the administration, we've seen massive investments from companies like NVIDIA and Taiwan Semiconductors. But I think we all also realize that that transition is going to be several years, or it's going to take several years. So could you talk about how USTR is balancing the near-term need for components with the long-term goal of onshoring these critical supply chains?
Certainly. So when the president took his action on reciprocal trade, there were some items that were not covered by the new tariff because further investigation was needed. This includes pharmaceuticals, as I've discussed, but it also includes semiconductors. And so many semiconductors are not covered by the reciprocal tariff because the Commerce Department, as I understand it, is looking into doing a further investigation to see where tariffs may or may not be appropriate on semiconductor chips or the downstream components. And that's something I know that the Commerce Department is looking at very closely.
Thank you, Ambassador. If I can, because there's been a lot of talk here, some talk about Russia and the suggestions that the Trump administration has let Russia off the hook when it comes to tariffs. My recollection is that this committee, several years ago, took the lead on bipartisan legislation to change the trade treatment as it relates to Russia, specifically revoking the permanent normal trade relations, specifically banning the import of all energy products from Russia, specifically by providing a path to raise tariffs on many other products from Russia. So in fairness, I know that both the Biden administration and the Trump administration have added to this legislation by imposing a wide range of sanctions on Russia, which cut off most of trade and investment. So my question to you is, would any Russian exporter feel that it has better access to the United States market than our non-sanctioned trading partners who may face higher tariffs right now?
Oh, no, by no means. Russia is subject to a very high tariff due to the good work you did here in Congress, as well as other kind of bad actors that fall into that category.
Bipartisan.
On a bipartisan basis, that's right.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for visiting with us. I have to say that I have really appreciated the discussion that we've had here today with our colleagues, and as is always the case with me, I have remarks that are planned, and then I make the mistake of listening to what other people have said. And I really do want to agree with some of the things that my colleagues have said, like Mr. Schmucker and Mr. Kelly, that we need, and you, Mr. Ambassador, have said that we need to have access to markets. Specifically, Mr. Kelly said, we can't afford to lose any market share, and I agree with him. He went on to say that we need to level the playing field. Mr. LaHood talked about his soybean farmers in Illinois, and I'm from Wisconsin, sir, and so I do know that we have $1.3 billion worth of soybean product, and our main partner is with China. And so I think Wisconsin farmers, that's just one example of how we are at risk of losing market share. And then Mr. Doggett went on to say how, you know, instead of allowing, like my soybean farmers, to do that, what we would revert to would be to give them welfare. And I guess I don't agree with that characterization. I don't even agree with it as a characterization of a subsidy, because it's actually a ripoff. You know, farmers lost about $27 billion in the first Trump administration, and they only got about $23 billion in subsidy return. So they lost money, they lost market share, and they lost lives. You know, in Wisconsin, there was a study done, and they looked at suicide rates, and suicide rates among farmers are like 3.5 times more than in other professions. It's a very stressful career. And so I am very concerned, and I wonder what's going to happen to them. You haven't said to us, I think you sort of skirted the question about whether we're going to give them subsidies. But even if we would give them subsidies, that would not prevent them from losing market share. And farmers they don't want a check. They want to be able to farm. I also wonder, sir, I'm just saying, I think that when you look at trade deficits, I think we have to look at more than just what a tariff may or may not do. Our trade imbalances over time have been caused by us not having a trade balance on issue of labor laws, making sure that there's no slave labor and child labor, that the environment is protected when we extract materials and do stuff, that people have the ability to bargain in their countries and to make sure that they get a wage that's commensurate with their efforts. And, you know, I agree with Mr. Kelly that we need to level the playing field on those fields, and that a rising tide will lift all boats. I do wonder, Mr. Ambassador, whether this administration's trade policy, and it seems that it does, my colleague here just mentioned the trade deficit that we have with Madagascar. I had the privilege to go on a trip with the committee to Madagascar where there was a 75% poverty rate. So I'm wondering if they will ever be able to give us a trade balance. Speaking of Madagascar, they belong to AGOA. And I'm wondering if this administration's policies would eliminate something that's been bipartisan, the trade preference programs that we've had under AGOA. Yes or no? Are we going to have an AGOA?
So, Congresswoman,
yeah,
thanks for your
AGOA.
remarks. Well, it's up to Congress. Congress has to decide if they're going
up to the president. He's in charge of trade. We've sort of.
Do you have a bill? I haven't seen the bill yet on this. If there's a bill, I'll advise the president accordingly on how we should approach it.
Okay, I'll just say one last question to you. You say that we have got to reshore manufacturing. You did not say where folks will get the money and the confidence, really, to make these investments. Is any of the money that you plan to get from tariffs going to be targeted to incentivizing manufacturing? I've got a factory that made car frames, A.O. Smith. 10,000 people working there. When are we going to reopen A.O. Smith, sir? If the chairman...
I would love to reopen that. And
when? Will I be alive? I'm going to be 74 in 9 days.
I hope so. We should go there, you and I, and talk to them about what they need in order to reopen. We put tariffs in place.
I mean,
on
they've been
foreign autos and
shuttered
auto parts
for years.
We want to create incentives so they can reopen.
What's the timeline between the suffering that they're doing now and when A.O. Smith is going to open again?
Part of the problem is we've offshored jobs for so long, and no one's taken action. We've sat on it. We have this huge, it is an emergency, and I agree with you, and I think your comments have been very thoughtful.
I don't have that much time. I mean, I'll be 74 in a few days. It's 10 years. It takes a long time to open up a factory and to get the investments.
That's why the president.
And is it going to be 10 years? How long before we just have to be patient?
That's why the president's acting now, because we can't wait anymore. We have to reshore now.
Now, like a microwave now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I yield back.
Thank you. I'll recognize myself for questions. Ambassador, thank you for calling and consulting with me before a lot of these trade agreements. So I appreciate the correspondence there because you have. I also want to just raise the significance that I believe AGOA has for this country and those trade preferences with those African nations from a security perspective is extremely important. And I hope that the administration continues to see from a security perspective that trade preferences with those African countries is extremely important.
Well, Chairman, I will certainly share your views with the president, and I've shared them before with others in the White House. And I understand the importance of AGOA to this committee and Congress, and I would encourage the committee, as you look at it and potential renewal, to think about ways to improve it.
And I would love to work with you all to make sure that we can do that. It's just very important. I also I've heard a lot of conversations today, and one thing that I appreciate is Secretary Bessent's comments that I've read, that he says over the last 4 decades, Wall Street got very wealthy. But over the next 4 years, it's Main Street's turn. And that's in fact who the president's been fighting for, is for all those forgotten people in Southeast Missouri, in rural America, that their place of employment is now vacant. My mother was one of those individuals. I have numerous family members that's one of those individuals. And people will talk about their 401ks. But the reality is that the top 10% own 88% of all the stock market. The top 10. Then the next roughly 12%, as the secretary has said, the next 12% ownership of the stock market is the next 40%. So that bottom 50%, the people who make less than $42,000 a year, those people, they're worried about their debt, their credit card payments, their interest rates. And that is who President Trump is fighting for in bringing more jobs and manufacturing, open up factories and coming down here. And I want to thank you for standing here. I want to thank you for working for this cause. And I think it's extremely important, and it will be transformational. It may be bumpy for a while, but it's about time Main Street is representative instead of Wall Street. I want to ask you a few questions about the European Union. As you know, I have shared my opinion about the European Union and how disappointed I am of how they've taken advantage of U.S. farmers and U.S. agricultures. I heard them say that they're willing to lower their tariffs on industrial goods. That's not good enough, Ambassador. They have to address their non-tariff barriers when it comes to agriculture goods. The country of Honduras purchases more pork than the entire European Union. And there's only 10 million people there. There's 450 million people in the European Union. And then you look at the country of Angola, one of those African countries. They purchase more chicken from us than the entire European Union. And the European Union has a GDP times 200 of that in Angola. These are trade problems. And this administration better continue to fight for the American farmer, that Missouri farmer who's been screwed for such a long time when it comes to agriculture in the European Union.
Yes, Chairman, it's fundamentally unfair. It's structurally unfair. It has been for decades, and I've been very clear with them that any kind of agreement or negotiation or anything, it has to have an ag component for all the reasons you described.
Super important. Last year, I requested the International Trade Commission to complete a detailed study of the competitiveness of the U.S. rice industry, with a particular focus on the ways that unfair subsidies and other practices in other rice-producing countries harm American rice farmers by distorting markets and reducing export opportunities. The study was completed earlier this year, and I was not surprised to learn that India is one of the worst offenders. Its subsidies and are particularly problematic because of the lack of transparency around some of them. Do you share my concerns with unfair practices in India and elsewhere that harm American rice farmers? And will you attempt to address these issues through any negotiations with India?
Yes, I will. And as you know, Chairman, I'm from Northern California, from rice country there too, so I'm particularly sensitive to that.
Appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Mr. Boyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ambassador, for being here today. 3 times in this century, 3 times in the last 25 years, we've had a recession. 2001, right after the September 11th attacks, 2008, when the housing bubble burst, and 2020 with COVID-19 pandemic. All 3 of those were caused by some external event. Now, most economists and most Wall Street firms agree that it is more likely than not we are either in a recession now or headed to one. This will be the first recession in at least 25 years directly caused by the president's policies. The last week has been an unmitigated disaster. Markets are roiled, retirement savings taking a hit, 401ks becoming 201ks. People are genuinely scared, especially those, including a couple I talked to yesterday, who are just hitting retirement age. So I would really like to know why exactly the president is doing this. China, I completely understand. I think actually there's been bipartisan agreement around here for quite some time that we needed to get tougher with respect to China. But why going after Canada? Why going after our closest allies in Europe? This does not make any sense. And frankly, it doesn't exactly inspire confidence when the so-called formula that was advertised last week came from absolutely no textbook that any of us are aware of. I mean, yes, it had 2 fancy-looking Greek letters. That does not make it well-thought-out policy. So I am curious what exactly the strategy is of going after Canada and our closest allies and actually uniting the whole world right now, not against China, but against the United States.
Well, Congressman, I know that Wall Street and you and your colleagues want the status quo. That's what I'm hearing.
Excuse me, reclaiming my time. That is not what I'm arguing. I want an end to the chaos. I represent a very working-class district in Philadelphia. I don't think there's one person in my district who counts as one of the top 1% of Americans. Hardworking families, whether white, black, Hispanic, Asian, from Northeast Philly to North Philly to the River Wards, are all being directly impacted by what is happening over the last week. So I want to know, they want to know, why is it that 3 months ago, no one was predicting a recession? Everyone had growth projections. the Fed, most economists, whether liberal or conservative, and now the base case is a more than 60% chance of a recession. That is directly because of White House policies. So when will it be enough? Really, I can't take all this winning, and nor can the American people and the folks in my district I represent.
These Wall Street analysts are the same ones that predicted decline in the first Trump administration, where real household median income went up by $7,000, coupled with tariffs. The president has to get the trade deficit down. We've lost 5 million manufacturing jobs. It has been a massacre in American manufacturing, and we have to have those jobs back, and it's urgent, and we can't keep passing the buck. President Biden did nothing on trade for 4 years. That's what I've heard from both sides, and we have to act. We have a huge trade deficit with the European Union, which we heard about from the chairman. We have a huge trade deficit with foe and friend alike, and we have to deal with it. And that's why our friends are coming to us and saying, why don't we talk about how to achieve reciprocal trade? They're not running away. They're not announcing retaliation.
So since I have just under a minute left, can we look forward to hearing about these big, beautiful trade deals over the next week, like with Canada? What exactly is going on? These countries that are clamoring, talking to us apparently right now, according to your words, do you have any hope that you can offer us that we're going to see one of these trade deals inked very soon?
Congressman, I can't prejudge the timeline, but I'm spending all my time when, I'm not here with you all doing consultations, talking with them. So I'm hopeful that we can move quickly on a handful of countries.
And finally, just in the final 17 seconds, when will this end? What does success look like? Because a lot of people right now, whether Democrat, Republican, or Independent, are really trying to figure out what exactly the end game looks like here. Because right now, we all see the chaos and not what the actual end result would look like.
The deficit needs to go in the right direction. Manufacturing as a share of GDP needs to go in the right direction. The non-tariff barriers and tariffs we face in other countries, they have to go down in the right direction. Those are the things that we're looking at. Those are the basis of the national emergency. That's what we're looking at.
Time's expired, so thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Stubbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ambassador Greer, for appearing today. Under President Trump's leadership, we've seen a bold reassertion of American economic strength and leverage on the global stage. I'd like to walk through some of these wins and clarify the intent behind the administration's trade actions. Ambassador Greer, can you start by reminding this committee why President Trump felt it necessary to take such divisive action with tariffs and what problems he inherited from decades of failed globalist trade policy?
Yes, certainly. As I've mentioned before, President Biden left us with the largest trade deficit for any country in human history, $1.2 trillion. It's extreme, it's unsustainable, especially when we have a $36 trillion debt and a $2 to $3 trillion budget deficit. None of these numbers are sustainable, and anyone who wants to pass this on to the next generation or to our kids or to the next session, they're doing a disservice. We have to deal with it now, and we need to deal with the reshoring and remanufacturing now before we're in another crisis, whether it's a conflict or a pandemic. That is not the time to try to get back pharmaceuticals and semiconductors and autos and all these kinds of things. We have to do it now.
What distinguishes the Trump approach from the past 30 years of so-called free trade policies that gutted our manufacturing base?
Well, Wall Street, we've heard a lot about Wall Street today and how important Wall Street is and all their analysts. And their entire goal has been just to make money for that top share of, the elite, right? That's been their goal. And so they've been focused on offshoring so they can have more efficiencies, so they can have cheaper labor, no environmental regulations. They can go to these low-cost jurisdictions. And what does that mean? It means that we have workers who train their replacements in foreign countries. They lose their jobs, and then they're in their hometown without a factory, without a job, and they live lives of despair in many cases. And that's what's different with President Trump. He wants to reverse that, and he wants to change it.
And isn't it true that over 60 countries have already come to the table to negotiate since the president announced the new reciprocal tariff structure?
Well, I'm starting to lose count, but yes, that's the neighborhood of the folks who want to come in and work with us on reciprocal trade.
And what does that say about the global leverage we've regained under this administration?
Well, that's exactly right. We are the market destination for both consumption, investment, et cetera. And other countries want access to our market. They understand now that we have to have it on fair terms, and that's why they're here. They'd be running the other way. That's why almost all of them have said, we're not going to retaliate, we're going to work with the administration.
And how important is it from a national security standpoint that we reduce our dependency on foreign steel, aluminum, and automotive components, and how have the tariffs moved us in that direction?
That's a great point. With steel and aluminum, the president put tariffs on steel and aluminum in his first term. The Biden administration kept those in place. He's tightened up some of those tariffs now, and so we are able to maintain a steel industry. We're able to maintain an aluminum industry. These are things you have to have as inputs for weapon systems, for our infrastructure, and a country that doesn't have that kind of hard manufacturing power behind it isn't going to have the soft diplomatic power you need to navigate a challenging world.
And do you believe that President Trump's tariff policy has reestablished American economic sovereignty, where we no longer have to beg foreign governments to treat us fairly?
Yeah, I think there's no question about that. And we can see it from the first term when we imposed tariffs on China in an effort to get them to change their unfair trading practices. When that happened, we saw our trade deficit with China decrease, which is really important. So it shows that we can become less dependent on foreign powers for the most critical goods and services.
And how important has President Trump's leadership, his willingness to stand up to global elites and foreign governments, been in reasserting the United States as a trade power?
Well, it's been historic. It's been historic because in the past we've had leaders and politicians who were either in the pocket of Wall Street or they had some other special interest, and he's been willing to take a stand and do hard things and show others that he's not going to cave. This is really important because if other countries,
we do cooperate with other
about power in a different way. Some politicians want, foreign countries to say nice things about them. That's like their end purpose in foreign policy or trade policy.
Like way?
So $500 million and over 48,000 pounds.
Okay. Okay. We got okay. So first we got it in $500 million in 13 cases, about 48,000 pounds. So fue en total 48. The majority is cocaine.
All right, everyone, that's going to wrap up this portion of this here, okay?
Oh, do you in English? Diego Armando Alejandro Soto. Culinary specialist, 2nd class.
All right.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this morning's press briefing. Today, leaders will present information on the maritime narcotics interdiction, deployment, and contraband offload by the crew of the U.S. Coast Guard cutter James, and the interagency partnerships and collaboration that make these results possible. With us today is Attorney General Pam Bondi. I spell P-A-M-B-O-N-D-I, U.S. Department of Justice. Federal Bureau of Investigation Director Kash Patel. I spell K-A-S-H-P-A-T-E-L, U.S. Department of Justice. Vice Admiral Nathan Moore. I spell N-A-T-H-A-N-M-O-O-R-E, Commander, U.S. Coast Guard Atlantic Area. Lieutenant General Evan Pettis. I spell E-V-A-N-P-E-T-T-U-S, Military Deputy Commander, U.S. Southern Command. And Captain Thomas Rodzevich. I spell T-H-O-M-A-S-R-O-D-Z-E-W-I-C-Z, Commanding Officer of U.S. Coast Guard cutter James. We will begin with brief statements from these leaders, and then we'll open the floor to your questions. Following the speaker's remarks, we have about 10 minutes during which media may ask one question and one follow-up to allow for other outlets to have an opportunity. At the conclusion of the press briefing, our public affairs staff will also be available to assist with any follow-on inquiries or further needs. For those unable to join us today, we will publish a press release with imagery and information about the James's interdiction operations later. Questions you may ask are focused on the Coast Guard's drug interdiction operations and the cutter James. I know that we have several leaders here today, and you may have other questions for them, and we are happy to refer those to the appropriate authority to be answered at another time. But we invited you here today for the James offload. Thank you, and it is now my pleasure to introduce the U.S. Attorney General, the Honorable Pam Bondi.
Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you. Cash, thank you. Director Patel, and I've got Acting U.S. Attorney Greg Kehoe, Middle District of Florida behind me. Thank you all for being here today. Today's operation is an example of the unprecedented collaboration between the military and the Department of Justice components, working closely with the U.S. Coast Guard. And look at all these great men and women in the Coast Guard. Thank you so much for your dedication. This is a textbook example of the Justice Department supporting the fight against violent crime. These drugs are worth over $500 million, almost 45,000 pounds of cocaine, pure cocaine, uncut, and 3,800 pounds of marijuana. Congratulations again to the Coast Guard. You have done incredible work, Admiral, and your team, Captain, in securing these drugs. This team, with all the agencies I just mentioned, used drones, aircraft, and ships to interdict the traffickers off the coast of Peru, Ecuador, and the Galapagos Islands. What they did saved countless American lives, countless lives. This cocaine would have been distributed throughout our country and perhaps throughout our world. 11 separate prosecutions will take place as a result of this, and they will be prosecuted in the Middle District of Florida. These defendants will be held accountable for bringing this poison into our country. I always say if we can save one life, we have done amazing work. And today we have saved thousands and thousands of lives as a result of this incredible cooperation. We believe two cartels, CJNG and Sinaloa, were heavily tied to these shipments. This is a major blow to their financial operations and their efforts to distribute drugs throughout our country. It's an example of a prosecutor-led, intelligence-driven approach to stopping these criminal enterprises in their tracks. DOJ and all of the agencies involved will continue to dismantle this transnational criminal organization, lock these criminals up, and keep our country safe. The drugs that you have seen today will no longer destroy lives. They will help us lock up the criminals. Thank you all, and it is my honor to introduce the Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Kash Patel.
Thank you all for being here. General Bondi, we're here today because of your dedicated leadership to safeguard American lives, because you had the courage to follow President Trump's courage to put our children first and to make sure that the narco traffickers, and make no mistake, this administration has labeled them foreign terrorist organizations because that's what they are. There is no lethal force on planet Earth that is responsible for an overdose death of an American citizen every 7 minutes, more so than these federal terrorist organizations, foreign terrorist organizations. We are humbled to be a part of this Department of Justice, and we are going to continue to safeguard our streets. This is what it looks like when the United States whole of government approach brings every resource to bear, from the Department of Defense and the United States Coast Guard, from HSI, from FBI, from DEA, and so many others. They are going to get all the drugs off the streets, off the markets, and as Attorney General Bondi said, we are going to lock them up. They are no longer going to be free to roam. We are going to dismantle the next man up theory that has been breeding in these Mexican cartels for generations. No more. We are here today because of your brave work. The men and women of the FBI that I lead, I'm humbled and honored to be here in South Florida, where I spent so much of my career before I moved to Washington, D.C. And looking around, I'm awe-inspired by the fact that when you take the rules and regulations that blockaded these brave men and women of law enforcement, military, and you unshackle them, then you should look at this seizure and you should see how much it multiplies and see how many children and how many young adults and how many adults' lives that we have just saved. They did it. We're fortunate to be their leaders. We're humbled to be here. And you will see this happen across the country because this is not a one-off for General Bondi. She has made this a mission priority, and the FBI will follow in every corner of this country and every square centimeter of this planet to eradicate the narco traffickers and the foreign terrorist organization that are killing American citizens. They will be held accountable. We will take preventive measures, and we will scour the ends of the earth to find every single one of them. Thank you so much for being here today.
Good morning. We welcome the crew of the James back from a remarkable patrol where they seized $510 million of illegal drugs, that's cocaine and marijuana, that was interdicted at sea before it can reach the U.S. border. So what does that number actually mean? You know, what does the number besides the dollar sign mean? It means 154 lives saved directly from cocaine-related overdose deaths in this country. It means that there's almost 11,000 less new cocaine users that are going to get access to the drugs. It means that we've saved at least $16.5 million on costs related to inmate care and health care for people inflicted with these drugs. And from the Coast Guard standpoint, what this really means is a beautiful ship like the James heralds a new time for us, a new time of assets that impact the United States strategies for countering these cartels in new ways and disrupting the flow of illegal drugs. Just since February, the combined efforts of Coast Guard cutters James, Stone, Weishi, and Mohawk yielded over 59 metric tons of narcotics seized. That's $1.5 billion of revenue to the cartels. This success is a team success made possible through the dedication and coordination of our partners in DHS, DOD, and DOJ. Every day, the Coast Guard controls, secures, and defends the border and maritime approaches of this country, proudly serving as part of DHS at all times and as a military service and part of the armed forces. On the water and in the air, the Coast Guard and our partners are on the front lines to fight against these foreign terrorist organizations, including the cartels and other dangerous criminals who seek to traffic bulk cocaine, including illegal fentanyl and other deadly drugs, from entering into our communities. Under our DHS leadership, the Coast Guard has worked diligently to harden and secure the U.S. southern border and maritime approaches. Our message to the cartels is simple. We own the sea. You do not. We will find you, we will hunt you down, we will stop you before you reach our border, before you can smuggle these drugs into our country. To the crew of the James you see here and all of our partners gathered, thank you for the great work keeping America safe. Thank you very much, everyone. Semper Paratus.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be here today representing Admiral Alvin Halsey in U.S. Southern Command. And first, I just want to say thank you. Attorney General Bondi, Director Patel, Admiral Moore, Captain Rodzovich, my apologies, and to the crew of the James, the brave men and women of the crew of the James. It's a real privilege to stand with you today. You know, the most fundamental duty of a DoD organization like U.S. Southern Command is to defend the United States against threats and defend her people, defend her Constitution. But this is a threat that by law, policy, design, DoD can't get after alone. It takes a team, and it's a privilege to be part of this team. You've heard the facts of what these amazing men and women have done, what the organizations that these amazing leaders have accomplished, but I just want to say thanks. You know, there is it is amazing to watch in action the machine that is our government interagency getting after this problem set. I think it starts and ends with the Department of Justice. The intelligence that we get from the prosecutions, the intelligence we get from the FBI, intelligence we get from other sources, tips and cues us to do the DoD detection and monitoring mission, and then we get the actions on the objective from the brave men and women of the James and crews like them to grab those drugs and bring them back for further prosecution and investigation. And it's a virtuous cycle. It's an amazing thing to watch. At Joint Interagency Task Force South in U.S. Southern Command, it all comes together with the addition of 14 interagency partners and law enforcement and defense representatives from 21 partner nations. This is an incredible achievement, an incredible whole of government and partner nation accomplishment. So I'm just proud to be here today and to say thanks to the brave men and women defending our nation. Thank you.
It's with great pride I stand before you today reflecting on the tremendous accomplishments of Coast Guard Cutter James and the crew. What you see today is a result of the crew executing an unprecedented pace at sea of interdictions. In only 56 days in theater, James interdicted 11 drug smuggling vessels, seizing over 22 metric tons of cocaine and marijuana, and apprehending 34 narco traffickers. In all my years working in this vital mission, I have never witnessed such substantial results in such a short amount of time. What is not on display, though, is the incredibly challenging work done by our crew that went into these interdictions. We patrolled an area the size of the continental United States, finding the narco-terrorists' tiny, drug-laden vessels across the vast waters of the Eastern Pacific is equivalent to finding the proverbial needle in a haystack. But the crew of the James showed narco-terrorists that we will find them. We show them that they are no match for the professional competence, technical expertise, and operational prowess of the James crew. We sent a message loud and clear that we can and that we will continue to stop them bringing harm and devastation to our border. Or as my ops boss would like to say, you can run, but you can't hide. Alongside our permanent party crew members, it's important to mention those who deployed with us, our law enforcement detachment, pilots and air crew, intelligence professionals, and the operators of our unmanned aircraft systems. Together, we are James, a team of teams. This team of tirelessly dedicated professionals traded time with family and friends to carry out our vital mission, stopping the flow of illegal drugs, cutting off profits that fueled deadly fentanyl trade, and ultimately protecting American communities and families from unimaginable heartbreak. This crew represents the best of the best, and I'm incredibly proud to serve with all of the dedicated professionals that deployed on James this patrol. Thank you for your time.
So we have a brief period for question and answer. Before we open up the question and answer, I'll ask that you raise your hand and then we'll call on you. Please state which speaker your question is for, what your name is, and which media outlet you're from. And again, as a reminder, we invited you here for the contraband offload, so please keep the questions on topic related to the interdictions of maritime interdictions of contraband at sea. So with that, I'll ask a first question over here. Yes, sir.
Eben, this is not a drop in the bucket. Behind you is $500 million of pure cocaine, uncut cocaine. So when they cut this poison with baking soda and whatever else they cut it with, it will multiply even more times than you can imagine. We are saving thousands and thousands of lives. These brave men and women, you know, we often talk about the Coast Guard and General, we talk about all the time our great men and women in law enforcement and the military, but sometimes I feel like the Coast Guard is overlooked at how incredibly dangerous your jobs are. So thank you again for what you've done and the countless lives that you have all saved today. By 11 defendants are going to be locked up, and if this isn't sending a message loud and clear to Sinaloa and these other cartels, it better be, because they know that these men and women, all of these agencies working together, are coming after them. And if there is more, they will find them and they will arrest them and we will prosecute them.
Thank you. Next question. It's in the middle right here.
Have we released that yet, or is it still sealed? Have we released anything about the defendants? Yeah. Still sealed, I'm sorry, about the 11 defendants. But they are tied to the 2 cartels that we mentioned. Yeah, well, the 261 that were on that, first of all, we're going to stay on topic from here on, but we are talking about the cartels. We're talking about foreign enemies, so I'll gladly answer that. The 261 on that first flight are 261 reasons why our country is safer. They are not coming back. They are staying in a prison in El Salvador. They are not from our country. They are not migrants. They are illegal aliens who are peddling drugs, guns, and illegal money in a very organized way throughout our country. And that's another reason why our country is safer today.
Again, we have limited time, so please keep the questions on topic, and we will follow up with our appropriate public affairs staff to make sure that your needs are met. Yes, over here.
As the team mentioned, it is changing the dynamic. The threat dynamic is changing, and you're seeing it here because it's a collaboration of law enforcement and military intelligence sharing along with the intelligence community that leads to these types of seizures. And as the General and the Admiral mentioned, in such speed that they have not seen in their careers. So it is more than rattling them. And it's not just this mission that the Department of Justice is leading here. This is one big example that we want to showcase the work of a team-led interagency process. And that's what it is. No one is taking credit for it. Everyone is putting the mission first. And the people that are hearing that message the loudest are the cartels and the CJNG and Sinaloa cartels and the others down in the south of the border. But as these brave men and women have mentioned, there is no border that they will not defend. Every border is an operational offensive thanks to this interagency process and the brave folks of JIAF South and Southern Command.
All right, we have time for one more question. Yes, over here.
Well, I think this sends a very loud message today, Ali. Sinaloa, all these gangs, TDA, MS-13, the cartels, all of the cartels throughout the world, I would think they're pretty frightened right now based on what's behind us, based on 11 defendants in custody as a result of this one bust, because it's all of these agencies standing behind me. working hand in hand with Homeland Security to get them off our streets. You're seeing what's happening. These people are an organized crime unit. And, you know, we've shut down the borders in Mexico, Canada. So now I think they're probably increasing through our ships, through our ports, but they're not going to get away with it, thanks to all these great men and women. It's a multifaceted approach to catching them. As I said, using drones, using aircraft, using any technique available to our military, to Homeland Security, to the FBI, to the DEA, to all of these agencies working together. We are ahead of them. We are going to stop them. And whenever possible, we're going to lock them up forever or get them out of our country to keep Americans safe. That was Donald Trump's directive on day one when he got elected. Keep America safe, make America safe. And that's what all of these people standing here today are doing.
Thank you. That concludes today's press briefing. If you have any other follow-up questions, a member of the U.S. Coast Guard Public Affairs staff can help meet those. We also will have a news release that will be published this afternoon that summarize all the events, as well as has photographs and videos for each of you to access. Thank you very much.
All right, right here. One, two, three.
Public consultation process that's set out in the statute that USTR will follow. We'll follow the law. There's a congressional consultation process, which of course we'll follow. When I think about ways to enhance USMCA or our relationships with our trading partners, one thing that I'm very focused on is making sure that other trading partners don't benefit from the agreement without agreeing to the obligations of the agreement. I'm thinking of China or other Asian countries that want to use Canada and Mexico as an export base into the United States and benefit from the USMCA. I don't think that's the right approach. We need to change that.
Just one follow-up. Will USMCA qualifying trade, which was not covered under the April 2nd tariffs, continue to be excluded in advance of this review to ensure certainty for our manufacturers?
That is currently the status right now, and again, I'm not on the Homeland Security front here, but I understand that Canada and Mexico have been working with the administration on those issues, and so for now, that status continues.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I now recognize Representative Fischbach from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ambassador, for being here and for all of the opportunity that we've had to have conversations or discussions about what's happening. And thank you for answering all of the tough or maybe not so tough questions today. So I appreciate it. And you may already know, but I represent a large rural, mostly agricultural district. And so we do it all. We've got corn, soybeans, hogs, turkeys, and dairy. And but we also grow sugar beets. So I was going to ask you I'm a strong supporter, obviously, of the sugar program, which has allowed our farmers, sugar refiners, and end users of that sugar to invest in strong and robust domestic sugar industry. So my first question, very quickly, will you commit to working with myself and other members to protect the sugar program and to promote the domestic industry?
Definitely. Happy to do that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And many of the other farmers in my district rely on exporting their products around the globe. While China is a major customer of U.S. agriculture, farmers are constantly searching for new market access and expanding market access in other countries. We've seen reports of numerous nations coming to the table, and I think it's over 50 now, with President Trump to negotiate new trade agreements. What are the opportunities in these negotiations to increase access for American farmers?
Certainly, as I think was mentioned earlier, perhaps by Congresswoman Tenney, Israel has come, and we've had a trade agreement with them for a long time. People are surprised to find out that despite the trade agreement, they still have tariffs on some of our agricultural goods. And so they've offered that that's something that they're willing to look at. We've heard from Vietnam, we've heard from India, we've heard from Argentina, we've heard from all kinds of countries that they're interested in not only getting the tariffs down, but getting down the non-tariff barriers, which often are more problematic than the tariffs themselves. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there if these countries are willing to really engage in reciprocal trade.
And I think I know the answer, but I just want to will you work with me and other members of this committee to make sure that farmers have a voice in the negotiations so that we are heard and are part of it?
Yes, certainly. We have a series of advisory committees that involve agricultural stakeholders. We manage those jointly with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. I've already talked to Secretary Rollins about this and the importance of meeting with these committees so we can have their feedback directly.
And we are talking a lot about reducing America's reliance on Chinese imports to our country. And I think that's important, and I'm sure you do too. I think we learned a lot during COVID and over the last few years. But I think it's also important that we give farmers the opportunity to reduce their reliance on exports to China by providing them with new markets. And I know that we just kind of are talking about that, but I think it's important that we say it over and over and that we make sure that we include those farmers and that we are looking for new markets, because that is what they want to produce, and they want somewhere to sell it. So maybe that's not even a question as much as just a statement, but I appreciate your willingness to work with us that protecting the sugar program, making sure our farmers are involved in these negotiations, and that we are doing our best, because it's been the last few years that we have not had that kind of outreach to create new markets and find new markets for our ag products. So I hope that we are going to be very aggressive about that and really helping our farmers, because it's important that we strengthen and build that market and the farms in our country. So thank you for being here. I hope I made it real easy on you, because you've had a tough day. So, but thank you very much, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Snyder from Illinois for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not going to make it any easier on you, Ambassador, but I will pick up on what Ms. Fischbach and Schweikert before said. Ambassador Greer, yes or no, didn't Israel zero out all tariffs on U.S. products before President Trump announced his across-the-board tariffs on April 2nd?
They indicate they're willing.
Just yes or no?
They did not do it yet. They announced they wanted
They
to.
announced it, but yet President still imposed 17% tariffs on Israel. Ambassador Greer, what's our trade balance with the elephant and fur seals, petrels, albatrosses, and penguins living unheard in McDonald Islands?
They're part of Australia's customs union.
But they're separate, and I'm going to reclaim my time. The President has imposed specific tariffs on herd in McDonald's Islands while not taking any action against Russia, Belarus, North Korea, or Cuba. And I don't want to disappoint my mom and my wife or have them yell at me, but Mr. Greer, I'm going to say what I think almost everyone is thinking. WTF? What's the president thinking? What did he and you think was going to happen after unilaterally declaring a global trade war? Did you expect the so-called Liberation Day to become Liquidation Week, destroying more than $10 trillion of value and moving us from an extended bull market into a self-induced bear? Did you intentionally plan to decimate Americans' retirement accounts and 529 accounts for their kids' education? Did you and the president anticipate raising prices for American families already struggling to make ends meet? Did you mean to make American businesses less, not more competitive in global markets? Was the intention with the largest tax increase in U.S. history to put the United States and maybe the entire global economy into a recession because of what Wall Street Journal editorial board, let me repeat this, it was the Wall Street Journal editorial board said is the dumbest trade war in history. Already, Diane Swank, the chief economist at KPMG, is saying that her baseline forecast is a recession starting this quarter. Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan have raised their probability of recession to 79%. The Wall Street Journal reports the betting markets have it at 70%, and Goldman Sachs recently again raised their likelihood, the second time since this trade war started, to 45%, and I expect that will rise again. Indeed, by the time you have finished this hearing, I wouldn't be surprised if we already were in a recession. Less than a week after President Trump's declaration of, again, the largest sales tax in U.S. history, global markets continue to roil as a result of tariff-based recession fears. The president's newly imposed tariffs have real-world impacts on every one of my constituents who will see higher prices at the grocery store, shortages of critical products, and less money in their retirement accounts and the accounts for their kids' education. American families deserve relief, but instead, thanks to President Trump and you, they're heading to the store to panic buy essentials before retailers raise their prices. I've heard from literally thousands of constituents about the pain that President Trump has said this country will suffer as a result of these tariffs. They have written to me sharing that they have lost as much as 20% of their 401k and 529 accounts in the last week alone due to market fluctuations that are responding in real time to the president's announcements of arbitrary and capricious tariffs. Seniors who recently retired are worried about having to return to work to make sure they can make ends meet, and today wonder if they will now outlive their retirement savings. Small business owners are worried about laying off employees. Large companies in my district are preparing their next earnings report for investors and telling me that the impacts of these tariffs are material. That's business speak, for the tariffs are going to have a real adverse effect on their operations and likely adverse effect on their cash flows. Make no mistake, President Trump's trade agenda is slowing economic growth and job creation, weakening U.S. global leadership, and increasing the cost of doing business in the United States. These tariffs make life for Americans more expensive, make our nation less secure, and our citizens less prosperous. Congress must take back its constitutional authority to stop the chaos and the pain President Trump is inflicting on American families and dig us out of what could be a self-inflicted recession. Before I ask a question with my limited time, I ask unanimous consent to submit into the record the CIA World Factbook entry for Heard Island and McDonald Island.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an article from Scientific American, The Heard and McDonald Islands Are a Pristine Biological Wonderland. The subtitle of the article is, Trump's Tariffs Put a Spotlight on the Uninhabited Heard and McDonald Islands, which comprise a remote volcanic refuge for penguins and seals and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. This just once again illustrates that these tariffs are not strategic, they are not targeted, they are arbitrary and capricious in hurting our economy and our American citizens. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Moore from Utah for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, thanks for being here. And as I've said to you before, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the communication and the ability to dialogue. This hearing's, in my opinion, one of the most important hearings that we've had, and it's been very important for folks to be able to hear this out. And thank you for providing details and responses. We've talked a lot about trade deficits today in this hearing, and I have concerns about how we went about some of the calculations with just focusing on imbalance. But that completely aside, what I wanted to actually bring was the other side of this equation. So we run massive trade surpluses in services with just about every major economy in the world, especially in high value and high employment technology software industries. And recognizing that there's digital service taxes that we don't like, and we try to address some of that on the tax side, and we're going to work on retaliatory tax side with that in this committee, actually. The Europeans, Koreans, Japanese, they're all allowing us to, our U.S. tech firms, to run surpluses in their markets for a reason. We have the best talent and the most skilled innovators in the world. My question here is, what are the consequences for American power and national security if they were able to retaliate and restrict access to American services in their market because we've chosen to restrict goods in their market? In response to that.
So the good news on this is all of these countries, most of them have said that they are not going to retaliate and they want to talk to us. And they're mindful that even though we have surpluses in many of these areas, they still have a lot of barriers against our folks, right? And this giant book that we put out, that I hope one day we never have to put out again, a lot of this are about the services barriers we have, including in our friendly partners. So my expectation is that they will bring those barriers down. That's my expectation.
And this is where I draw some optimism. But we're really early in this. If this is prolonged, does their position on no retaliatory commitment, does that wane? And that's something we have to be hyper focused on, and we've got to be vigilant. I have a big concern, and I would, to what extent would you have a concern? Are we at the risk of losing the AI race to China if we lose our innovative edge and our exporting advantage over China?
So I think that we benefit from having huge innovation here in the United States. We have an economy that cultivates innovation. We prioritize it. We have an intellectual property system that protects it. You don't have those kinds of things in China, right? You don't have that level of protection. You don't have that level of attractiveness. Now, we can't be complacent by any means. I think it's incumbent on us to continue to have, domestic laws and incentives to make sure that we're innovating here. And it's important to have manufacturing, because manufacturing and innovation go along with each other.
I'm going to add to that. So really what this boils down to, and I'll try to make it a little personal here. You and I went to rival universities. We're still working through some of those challenges.
For now.
Yeah. We may never see eye to eye on it, but we were both probably 40 minutes away from world-class ski resorts on the Wasatch Back during those college years. During college, I always went to the Sports Den. It's a local sporting goods store, and I've known the owner, Mark, for over 30 years. I took my, every banner at every Little League thing has his banner there. He's committed to the neighborhood, to the community. He's weathered the e-commerce revolution. He's weathered COVID. He's been able to sustain this business through some of the toughest times. I took my son's bike in there on Saturday to get fixed, and I've never seen him like this. I've never seen him so anxious, so nervous about what's going on. He pointed to everything in his shop. I buy ski equipment from him. We rent stuff from him, all the gear. I've never seen him like this. And I would ask you, what do I say to him? He's really nervous right now, and I know it's impacting, and I know it's just a lot of concern. What do I say to him?
Well, I wish there was a silver bullet for this, Congressman, because I'm sensitive to this, and you all have constituents, whatever side of the aisle you're on, who are talking to you about this. The challenge is that we've seen 90,000 factories leave the United States, and we can have either the status quo and continue to lose that and continue to be dependent on other countries, in many cases foreign adversaries, for our businesses. I mean, to me, that's very fragile. To me, that's very high risk that we have to be so import dependent for our well-being. We're always going to trade. We have to have this reset. We need to move quickly. We have countries in right now trying to negotiate their way to more reciprocal trade. A country like China, they're always going to have their own agency and make their own decisions, and they've never been a reliable trading partner in a lot of ways. We've always kind of been at the mercy of that. So, it's hard to go into your constituent and say that, because they'll say, well, Ambassador Greer said this kind of macro thing. I understand that. Please keep in touch. I mean, as we hear these, the effects of this, it's good for me to know about it, so I can tell the president, I can continue to communicate this. We've heard stories about this, and we are concerned.
So that's what I said to him. I said to him, because of our communication, he's still just as nervous, and that's just why I wanted to share with you and your team how important and crucial your job is over the next little bit. Is if this is looming, you have an incredible opportunity to do some of the good we did in the first Trump administration to get us to there. We're not there. I'm scared that we're not going to get there. I don't see the strategy to get there, but I know we can, and I really have a lot of confidence in you and your team to be able to get us there, and I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Panetta from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And Ambassador Greer, thanks for being here. I admit, before this week, talked to a lot of my colleagues about you. They actually said a lot of good things about you. You had a good reputation until this week, I have to say, because I actually wanted to work with you on solutions when it comes to free trade agreements. I think we still can once we get past this, and I hope that's the case. But unfortunately, you're defending a policy here from President Trump that's absolutely incoherent and inchoate. It's a self-imposed tariff regime of 10 times the amount of tariffs that were in place before this president took office. It is the largest self-inflicted wound to our economy in history, a self-inflicted wound that if it stays in place, it could constitute the largest tax increase on working families in more than 40 years, costing households more than $3,800 per year. A self-inflicted wound that prompted one of the largest three-day moves on the markets since World War II. And it's a self-inflicted wound that's leading investors to expect a severe economic slowdown. 8 years ago, this president talked about American carnage. Little did we know that he would create economic carnage that is spreading something similar across the entire global economy. Now, the reason for these tariffs is based on a national emergency that we have trade deficits, according to him and you. Unfortunately, the president's thinking about trade is reflected in this policy. This weekend, after the markets tanked, after small businesses fretted, and after the president played golf all weekend, the president said, "I consider any trade deficit a loss." That type of scorecard thinking, combined with the president's 40-year fetish for tariffs, that has put this policy in place and put us in the global economy in this position. Now, I know the president is painting all trade deficits as bad, but they are a product of larger macroeconomic factors relating to a number of things, as you know well: savings, investments, cultural, demographics, and so on. But the president is acting completely irrational when it comes to trade deficits. He believes that trade deficits are subsidies paid by Americans to other countries. His scorecard ignores our trade surpluses and services to the tune of $250 billion annually. He is oblivious to the relationship of trade deficits to foreign investment in America, in that when we send dollars abroad for goods and services, most of those dollars ultimately come back to America. And he refuses to grasp that tariffs are taxes paid by American importers and Americans, not foreigners. A perfect example of this unreasonableness is our reasonable trade deficit with Canada. The reason we have a trade deficit with Canada is because, starting with FDR, we entered into an agreement that would sell us oil at well below market prices. We entered into and maintained that deal because we maintained a trade deficit with Canada so that we can buy cheap oil, which is a huge benefit for America. And if we took that oil out of our trade relationship, guess what? We'd have a trade surplus. Yet Trump says we're getting ripped off, even though we are actually getting the benefit of that sweetheart deal. Now, absolutely, sometimes a trade deficit is a loss. Foreign trade barriers are a problem. That includes tariffs and non-tariff barriers, but there are ways to remedy these things. Free trade agreements, as I talked about. Free trade agreements that don't require a tariff policy that cripples our economy. Yet, due to the president's fetish for tariffs and superficial thinking on trade deficits, the president has imposed a trade policy that makes the global baseline of 10% with countries that have trade surpluses like Singapore, Australia, Netherlands. Countries we have free trade agreements are getting tariffs at 10%. Countries that are free trade countries are getting tariff at 10%. It does make no sense. It makes no sense of exactly what the president wants to fix or how he's going about these tariffs. Now, it's really contradictory based on the lack of clear messaging out of your administration. If other countries eliminate their tariffs and we eliminate ours, that's just deal making, and we don't raise revenue, and businesses don't relocate to the U.S. If it's a permanent revenue source and you want to relocate to the U.S., then going to have these tariffs permanently, and there are not going to be any deals. So what is clear is that you can't have it both ways. Additionally, tariffs undermine our national security, as we're seeing in the Indo-Pacific region. Look, I know the president wants to bring back the Rust Belt. I get that. But a big part of that is political. It's nostalgia. And nostalgia, as they say, is the rust of memory. We are not victims here. Our economy is the envy of the world, partly because it was our choice to invest in other countries over saving. It was our choice to have bilateral trade deficits. This is not some unexpected crisis here. This is no extraordinary or unusual threat. This is because we chose to invest in other countries where labor is cheaper and therefore products are cheaper. And as we know, it's okay for working families to want to pay low prices for products in this country. I know that the president is saying we're getting screwed, but the fact is that Trump is screwing us with these incoherent, inchoate tariffs that in the short term and in the long term, domestically and internationally, and for our economy and for our national security, they are making us weaker. Thank you. I yield back.
I now recognize Ms. Van Dyne from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Greer, I'm sure it's been a long afternoon for you, but thank you for sitting it out. I want to thank you for being here today and for your engagement thus far on trade matters that are very important to all of us. Quite the contrast from your predecessor. I know that we've heard that the trade deficit, according to the president, isn't fair, but it's fact, is it not? That we are experiencing a $1.3 trillion deficit in trade, that Americans pay out over $360 billion last year in tariffs, and yet the U.S. collects less than $80 billion. I would say that that's fact. That's not just what the president thinks. It's fact. And let me be absolutely clear. President Trump's tariff policy is not a fetish. It's results-driven. For decades, we let our trading partners take advantage of us. China flooded our markets with subsidized steel, India slapped double-digit tariffs on U.S. goods, and the EU buried our industries in red tape. And meanwhile, Washington shrugged. But thanks to this administration's unapologetic use of tariffs, countries like Israel, India, Vietnam, Mexico, and the European Union are back at the table. And they're engaging because they know the United States is now finally serious. And when I hear Democrats criticize tariffs as some kind of economic sin, I have to ask, what's their alternative? Appeasement? President Trump's approach isn't theoretical. It is producing concrete results, as we have seen in the last few weeks, results that the last administration only talked about. Tariffs are working, and not because we like them, but because we need them. They're leverage. And now they're actually making deals from a position of strength. I think that is very important. In North Texas, look, I've seen firsthand the value of trade that is fair, reciprocal, and firmly rooted in America's strategic interests. These are principles that are championed by you and President Trump. And I also understand something too many in this town seem to forget, is that trade without enforcement is surrender. And under the previous administration, enforcement was weak, inconsistent at best. Mexico violated its obligations under the 1944 Water Treaty, and they violated the USMCA with impunity. And American businesses were the ones that had to pay. We saw it firsthand with the case of Vulcan Materials, a company that operated lawfully in Mexico for decades, but then had their property invaded, shut down, and seized by Mexican armed forces. As we approach the USMCA review, can I ask how the administration is planning to protect these American business interests and ensure that Mexico complies with its obligations?
Yes, certainly, and thank you for your comments. What we see is that Mexico, despite their obligations under the USMCA, continues to discriminate against U.S. companies and U.S. products. We've seen this particularly in the energy sector, for example, where they have favored state-owned industries over American industries, which are cleaner and efficient. You mentioned the situation with Vulcan. That's something where we're paying attention. Mexico, we won a case against them about how they treat our corn, and they have a little constitutional amendment they're doing. We're watching that very closely to make sure they don't hit that. So there are a variety of unfair trading practices that Mexico has or threatens to have where we're watching that very closely. And we expect any renegotiation or review of USMCA to focus on those types of issues.
Excellent, thank you. And while the tariffs are seeming to make progress in the right direction, I'm still really concerned with China's third country subsidies and their transshipment to the steel and aluminum industries, specifically in my district. That is very important, which have enacted and enabled them to evade our duties and our tariffs. Can you comment on the specific actions that we can expect to see from this administration in terms of cracking down on transshipment and duty evasion through third country circumvention?
Certainly, and this is, for example, you mentioned steel and aluminum. The president recently tightened exclusions and exemptions under steel and aluminum because of those types of issues. I think that we need to pay attention to whether goods coming in from Mexico and Canada, for example, whether they contain a lot of Chinese content. Some of this is Customs and Border Protection needs to do more enforcement. I know that they're focused on this, but I think that we need to make sure where we have trade agreements that the benefits of the agreement are going first to Americans and then, of course, to trading partners who follow the rules. And we have to have enforcement. And enforcement means tariffs. People say they want enforcement, but in the trade space, enforcement means tariffs. So we're going that direction too.
I'm concerned that our current trade remedy laws will not suffice, which is why I'm leading the Level the Playing Field 2.0 Act with Ms. Sewell. Do you agree it's time for Congress to update trade remedy laws?
Oh, I certainly agree with that, yes.
Awesome. All right, Ambassador, we're at a pivotal moment. We finally have a trade policy that doesn't just talk about fairness, but it actually demands it. The Trump administration has sent a clear message. The era of taking advantage of the United States is over. Thank you again for your testimony and leadership, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes, and I just want to say thank you, Ambassador Greer, for taking the time to speak with us today. It's great to hear a voice of reason. I want to first thank you for including Germany's withholding tax on IP on USTR's list of investment barriers in the National Trade Estimate. And I look forward to working with you on this and ensuring fair treatment of American businesses across the world. I saw the list, and that was one of them, Section 49, so thank you very much. I am from a district, the second largest ag district in the country, #1 in cattle, hogs, corn, soybeans, and so forth. 20% of our ag production in the United States goes to the export market. So my hope is to see tariffs imposed last week quickly lead to fair and reciprocal market access and to end many of the longstanding agricultural trade barriers around the world. I mean, that is really my hope. So if I may ask you, it's a really interesting time. We have 70 countries that President Trump said last night, 70 countries that want to negotiate, which is incredible. Can you talk to me, do you have the staff and resources to manage all these negotiations at this time, and how can we help?
Thank you. I, of course, could always use more staff. We had some folks leave, USTR career folks leave during the last administration. We have my deputies who are currently going through the confirmation process, but we have a strong staff. We have most of our political appointees in. We have career veteran USTR folks who know these issues, who have been there for many years. I know them from the last time I was there. I work very closely with them. This is a situation where we have embraced at the agency, and these folks are truly at the tip of the spear. They're the ones who helped put together this book with all the non-tariff trade barriers that we're putting together. So they know their brief, they know what they're doing, and when the countries come in, there's not a lot of extra homework that needs to be done because we know exactly the barriers we're targeting. So we're doing our best with what we have. I always welcome more staff, of course.
That's great to hear. So there's two types when it comes to trade. Obviously, there's the barriers, the concerns, but also there's the opportunity. I think about agriculture, that we can expand our markets to the UK, to India, to Kenya. There's so many areas that we can expand. Can you just touch on that? We're negotiating with 70 countries, but then we also want to expand these markets, these other markets. Can you just briefly talk on how we can create expansion for our agricultural community?
Certainly. Again, the foundation of the president's action is to achieve reciprocity, because we think the lack of reciprocity, we know the lack of reciprocity is a driver of this trade deficit that's left us in such a challenging situation. And so as you're seeking reciprocity, and again, we have countries coming and saying we're interested in reciprocity, part of that is making sure that they're treating us as we treat them. That means that they have to lower their tariffs, they lower their non-tariff barriers, and that's where you get the market access. That's where you get expanded markets. That's where our ag and other producers have the chance to really get their foot in the door instead of little bits and pieces here and there or an uncertain access. You get real access, you get reliable access, something that our farmers can count on.
So just to clarify that, so I can tell my farmers by the end of the day, after this is all settled, we should have dramatically expanded markets for them. Would that be a fair statement?
I think that's the expectation.
Yeah.
I think that's the expectation. We certainly want to, I mean, listen, with some countries, it's easier. They have fewer barriers. With others, it's harder. It's going to take some time. And in the meantime, they'll have that tariff. But my hope is that we can have a lot of these countries have reciprocal trade with us and make it, we can be more competitive, whether we're farmers or manufacturers or producers, if we have real access to these other markets. Be more competitive here and produce here.
I want to thank you for your response to my letter to the USTR's proposed measure on Chinese-built marine vessels and for discussing it with me last week. The proposal of the USTR to counter China's shipbuilding industry would significantly increase freight costs on U.S. soybeans and soy products, in turn making the price of U.S. soybean products uncompetitive versus other countries. I'm hearing from my constituents that global soybean orders are simply being canceled and grain shippers cannot secure freight past May due to this uncertainty. I just wanted to hear from you again. So what can I tell my soybean producers, I'm the largest in the country, to give them some peace in this matter and what's happening?
Well, first of all, we should have final decision on that by the middle of this month. Second of all, there were a lot of proposed measures in that Section 301 action on shipbuilding. I think that, and this could have been a communications issue, I think some people thought that all of those measures would be imposed. Those were proposed measures for people to comment on and receive feedback. We've now had that process where we've had the feedback, and now we consider which of those measures is most appropriate.
Thank you very much. I now yield myself back. Now I recognize Mr. Gomez from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I want to just get to the point. I want to start off by making sure we're speaking the same language, Mr. Ambassador. Do you agree that tariffs are a tax, yes or no?
They're a tax on foreign goods.
Okay, so I'm glad you're here to say that, because also economists say that 98% of that tax is passed on to the American consumer, right? 98 to 99% is passed on to the American consumer in higher prices. And it's going to fall disproportionately, especially on working Americans. So higher costs when it comes to food. 40% of our produce are produced out of the country. Cars, clothes, shoes, household goods, all of it. And yesterday, you said, quote, there'll be some short-term pain. I want to know, and I think my constituents want to know, how long is short-term pain going to last? Is it 24 months?
I don't think it's 24 months, no.
2 years?
I don't think it's 2 years.
The reason why, is it 3 years? Is it a month? Because here's the thing, you also said yesterday, the other thing you did say yesterday, is you said the trade deficit grew over 30 years. It didn't happen overnight, so this problem is not going to be solved overnight. So you're saying on one hand, it's not going to be solved overnight, but then the long-term pain, it's going to be short-term pain. That doesn't compute. People don't believe it. And here's the thing, just yesterday, it was said that it was going to be a $3,800 a year increase falling on working families and the cost of higher prices. It increased to $4,600. We had to actually cross that out because we made this board yesterday. What is the tax increase going to be tomorrow? Is it going to be $5,200? So, and the reason why is that we have different definitions of short-term pain. What was your last, before beginning confirm at USTR, where did you work?
I worked at King & Spalding.
King & Spalding. How much does a partner make at King & Spalding?
Well, it depends on a lot of different factors. But
So I can pull up your financial disclosure. I don't have it in front of me. But one of the things that we're shown, it's about $1.5 million. My constituents don't make that. The average American consumer doesn't make that. The way we do it is every single month, we look at our budgets and see how much we spent, and then actually have to decide what do we have to pull back on.
I grew up in a mobile home working several jobs.
So here's
I
the
know what
thing.
it means.
Here's the
Congressman.
thing. You
In a
also
mobile
have,
home.
You
That's
have
where I grew up.
you also have a cabinet of billionaires. You have Lucknick, you have Bessent, you have the president himself, you have Elon Musk, I mean Donald Trump, who has billions. So for them, $4,600 doesn't mean anything. But for the average worker, it does. So this is where I say, like, you guys are out of touch when it comes to things. And I recognize you're working a lot of different jobs. So I'm going to move on to ask a question. In your testimony, you said Ms. Sanchez said you are the acting head of special counsel. Aren't you also the acting head of the Office of Government Ethics?
I was recently assigned to that position, yes,
Correct.
Mr. Gomez.
So let me get this straight. You are the chief USTR representative, the active chief of ethics. You're also the chief whistleblower, and now you're leading negotiations of 70 countries. So where's your priority? Those other jobs, or is it the trade agenda?
Well, my first job is USTR, and
Okay,
we have
so
staff at the other agencies
So
to
the
help
reason why
execute
it doesn't
that.
seem right, here's why. Because I've learned over the years, if you want to make somebody feel special, you give them more titles. Because in the end, who did Donald Trump said was actually running the trade agenda?
Well, the
Commerce
president,
Secretary Lucknick, that's who he said. Here's another question. Are you using Signal to communicate with the executive branch? Yes or no?
with the community, we do some logistics from time to time.
Okay, well, make sure you're, as required by the Presidential Records Act and Federal Records Acts, that you're submitting those for posterity.
We'll talk to our general counsel to see what's required
thank
by
you.
law.
Also, do you still stand by the formula that was used to assign the tariffs?
Oh, yeah, the White House economist, yeah, it's
Okay.
driven by the deficit.
Okay, the
of
reason
course.
why is that conservative economists have said that this formula was actually, there's miscalculations in the formula. That some people are even saying that it was ChatGPT was used to come up with
Oh,
the
well,
formula.
that's not true at all.
So here's
It's completely false.
Here's the
It's
reason.
completely false that
Because one of the-
ChatGPT was
the-
used.
The
That's
reason
just a
why
lie.
is like, nobody has confidence in what you're doing. Because you're basically, you guys are saying, trust us. Trust that it's going to be short-term pain. But here's what we see. We see a plan that doesn't make any sense, a formula that has flaws in it that people have torn apart, that you've seen the price increase in the stock market crashing and red lights blinking on a recession. So, and then you impose tariffs on an island that is inhabited by penguins. So the consumer confidence is plummeting, and it's going down, down, down. And you guys are saying, trust us, that the Republicans, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and you guys know what you're doing. So that doesn't pass the smell test. It doesn't make any sense. We worked on other issues before, and I hope we can work on other issues moving forward. But you guys need to be straight on who's running the show, because this is going to fall and hurt the American worker. With that, I yield back.
Ms. Malliotakis.
Thank you, Ambassador. I very much appreciate your testimony here today, and I understand the President's goal of wanting to reduce unfair tariffs that are placed on the United States, that he wants to level the playing field, that he wants to reduce the trade deficit, that he wants to remove barriers to entry, and he wants to reshore manufacturing. I think we need to be cautious. I get concerned about doing too much at one time, about biting off more than we can chew. To date, though, we have seen trillions of dollars in new private investment since the President has taken office. Domestic and foreign companies are expanding or opening new facilities here in the United States. And as you mentioned in your testimony, there's over 50 countries that are coming to the table because they want to make deals. I just want to bring up some of the concerns I've heard from manufacturers, importers from New York that I've spoken to, and they want to make sure that you're considering the impact that tariffs could have on materials, on parts, on supplies that are needed to manufacture here in the United States. Because obviously the goal is to bring those jobs home, to reshore as much as possible. But if there's tariffs on plastics, lumber, metals, it obviously makes it very difficult to manufacture here at home. And also, some of the importers that I've been speaking with have invested a lot of money to divest out of China and move into other friendlier nations, Cambodia, for example, Vietnam. And they're concerned that the across-the-board tariffs in Asia are impacting their supply chain and ultimately their businesses. And they're hopeful that deals will come forward very quickly, but they've made it also very clear that they can't wait 90 days for a deal to be made. And that it would literally close their business. And so I just want to hear from you on where you think you're making inroads there, on making deals with some of these countries to avoid that type of scenario, and if you could just answer those two, comment on those 2 points first.
Certainly, I'm happy to do that. And again, just to reiterate, we've had these, this enormous trade deficit that developed under President Biden. These things are supposed to be self-correcting under normal economic theory. When they're not, it shows that there's something structural at risk here. So that's what's being addressed. We now have so many countries saying, we're not going to retaliate against you, we're going to work with you, we're going to try to figure out a way forward, that the President is looking forward to trying to find a way forward to make deals with these folks. China is on its own path. It's chosen retaliation for many years. It's chosen uncertainty. I won't comment much further on the U.S.-China relationship, but I think what you're talking about, Congresswoman, with respect to these other countries, I think we could count on having some deals with them within the next few weeks or months.
Yeah, I hope it's more the few weeks, because I think, again, too many months may hurt the ability for these companies to survive there. At least if you're able to do some business in Vietnam or Cambodia, you don't have to rely on communist China, which they're already starting to move out. But I feel like that's a real issue, because even if we want to bring the supply chain home, this brings me to my second point about pharmaceuticals. We've all said it here today. 4 years that Joe Biden was there, he did nothing to reduce our dependency on communist China for our medical supply. In fact, from 2020 to last year, we saw $213 billion worth of medicine imported from China. That's a 2.5-time increase than the decade before. And so we are relying more today, post-COVID, on communist China for our pharmaceuticals, and that is a very dangerous thing. But my question is, with your goal of trying to bring facilities back home, I mean, it does take about 7 years to get one of these manufacturing plants up and running. How do you close the gap? If the President's going to do tariffs on pharmaceuticals, which I would really caution against that, but if that is the goal, to try to get them to come back home, we know it takes about 7 years for those plants to get up and running. How are we going to close that gap so we're not hurting ourselves in the process, but we are doing what we need to do, which is bring that supply chain home?
Well, I think there's a role for Congress in bringing home the supply chains. The president can act with the authorities he's been given, and we found that a tariff in the first term, we found a tariff is a way to become less dependent on China, for example. We know it works. It's just math. The data's there. That's how it is. You know, to the extent that Congress is interested in helping reshore and creating, you know, tax structures that incentivize manufacturing, I think that's just really important. I think we have to have that.
Well, and I'm glad you mentioned that because I actually have legislation to do just that, to incentivize our sensitive supply chain, particularly pharmaceuticals, back here, and also to utilize Puerto Rico, which has had historically the infrastructure to do it. I agree with my friend Dr. Murphy, who pointed that out earlier, and I have two pieces of legislation that I hope the committee will take up, or perhaps we'll put a piece in the tax package. But I do look forward to working with you. I think it does take more than that. We also have to reduce some of the regulatory framework and some of the permitting process that takes too long. But we can get there, but we need to make sure we don't hurt ourselves in the interim. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Mr. Kerry.
Mr. Ambassador, a pleasure to be with you today. Thank you for your testimony. I also want to compliment you. I think anybody that has had a successful career on the private sector, who's willing to come back into the public sector, says a lot about the character of the person. So I appreciate your service to the country, sir. I was pleased to see the administration's decision to exclude oil and natural gas from these new reciprocal tariffs on countries with unfair trade practices. As we all know, one of the administration's top priorities is increasing U.S. oil and gas production, which is a shared goal of mine. As many of you know, Ohio is one of the largest coal-producing states east of the Mississippi River. But in order to accomplish this, the energy industry will need access to key materials and inputs to bring these projects online and help keep the U.S. as the top supplier of energy resources. Many of these products, including specialized steel, are not currently produced in the United States. I mean, it's just a matter of fact. These products are designed to handle unique operating environments like higher pressures and temperatures needed for energy production. Many of these specialized products, there really is no domestic option. I mean, it's just, there isn't. So can you share how USTR is considering treatment for these types of key end-of-use materials like specialty steel in regard to the tariffs, especially considering that many of these products cannot be sourced in the U.S. and are essential to help deliver the administration's energy agenda?
So, Congressman, the specialty steel you're talking about is not covered by the reciprocal tariff. The Commerce Department, using Section 232 action, they oversee any tariffs on steel and aluminum, and so I'm not trying to pass the buck, but they're much better placed to talk about how that's being implemented.
I just want to identify this as something that is very concerning to a lot of people. So we'll follow up with your team, and we'll follow up with the right people. The other thing I do want to bless you. Bless you.
Sorry.
Bless you.
I yield back the balance of my time. No. Ambassador, I also want to echo Congressman Feenstra's comments about the Chinese-flagged vessels that are going into certain ports. That's a very, very big issue for a lot of commodities. I don't care whether it's corn or coal or soybeans, whatever it is. So I appreciated your remarks on that, but it's something that we will definitely follow up with you on. One of the things, President Trump unleashed the American LNG industry by ending the former administration's ERA permitting pause. And as you know, the U.S. LNG industry is already being targeted by nations that are subject to the president's new tariffs. So my question to you is, do you have any plans to prioritize America's newly restored LNG export capacity in conversations with foreign nations?
That's something that comes up regularly. Obviously, we've been talking about the trade deficit, and many countries have been quick to say, you know, one area where the U.S. is very competitive is oil and LNG, and it's something that they want to buy. And so it's been very common in these conversations for them to suggest that that is one way to help achieve, you know, more trade balance, et cetera.
I appreciate your answer. And lastly, I'd like to briefly touch on the USMCA sunset review, if you don't mind. USMCA qualifying trade was excluded from the tariffs announced on April 2nd. This will help many of the U.S. manufacturers. The reason I wasn't in the room most of the days, they were in my office. that have made investments under the rules President Trump negotiated 5 years ago. USMCA is facing a sunset review process that needs to be completed by the end of July of 2026. Will the tariff exclusion continue to the lead up of that review to give the manufacturers more certainty in the upcoming months?
Well, that's the current status. All right, I don't want to get ahead of the president on how he wants to treat that, but that's certainly the current status, and I would expect that if Canada and Mexico continue on this path, that would continue to be the status.
And again, I want to compliment you for your service to the country and being willing to go back into the public sector. A lot of people don't realize you're giving up on a lot. You're spending a lot more time, probably a lot more hours, a lot more time away from your family. And so I just want you to know, as a member of this committee, I certainly appreciate your service. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, and to the ranking member. Mr. Trade Representative, are you aware that the tariffs have been paused?
I am, yes.
When were you made aware of that?
Well, I understood the decision was made a few minutes ago. It's something
Sitting
that's
here-
been under discussion.
Sitting here, under discussion. So did you know that this was under discussion, and why did you not include that as part of your opening remarks?
So typically what I don't do is divulge the contents of my discussions with
What are the
President
details of the
Congress.
pause?
Well, my understanding is that because so many countries have decided not to retaliate, we're going to have about 90 days.
No, excuse me? China increased their tariffs on the United States. Trump blinked.
What's the blink, sir?
What do you know about this pause? What are the details of it?
Well, the details, as I understand it, is that China continues to retaliate. Other countries didn't retaliate. The president 2 or 3 days ago said we wanted to negotiate with those countries that asked for meetings. That's what we're doing.
What are the
We've had
details?
discussions.
How long is the pause? How many days? How many weeks?
I understand it's 90 days. I haven't spoken to the president since I've
So
been
the
in this
trade
hearing.
representative hasn't spoken to the president of the United States about a global reordering of trade.
Yes, I have. I've
And
just
yet
been in the
he's-
hearing with you, sir.
But yet he announced it on a tweet? WTF? Who's in charge?
The president of the United States is in charge.
And what do you know about those details?
Well, as I mentioned,
It looks like your boss just pulled the rug out from under you and paused the tariffs, the taxes on the American people. There's no strategy. You just found out 3 seconds ago, sitting here, we saw you.
we've been discussing a
If
variety
you
of these
came
actions
here
for-
knowing that you were going to be turned off, that these tariffs were going to be turned off, why didn't you include that in your opening statement? Why didn't you reference that as part of your testimony?
Well, I don't disclose my conversations with the president, sir.
These were specific questions we asked you all along. What's the strategy? These are real consequences for the American people and small businesses. I had a group of small businesses in my office earlier today talking about the impacts of these tariffs on aluminum and steel. This is amateur hour, and it needs to stop. What does this even mean for your negotiating strategy? How are you in charge of negotiation if the president is tweeting about this from wherever the hell he is?
The president was elected, and he runs the trade policy, and I advise him and execute his
Who
trade
executes
policy.
the trade policy?
I execute the trade
Did you
policy
know
with the
that
president.
this was happening?
We have been discussing all kinds of
And there's
options.
another member of the cabinet, Bessent, who just canceled coming to the Hill to avoid talking about the market because it's in turmoil. This in just days because there was no strategy, there was no plan. The president chose to take actions that he didn't even have the authority to take. He's put our economy in disarray and near collapse. We have small businesses and Americans who are concerned about their well-being, people's retirement, people's 529 accounts went down because of this administration. We have people that are planning to send their kids to college this fall. People who are retiring whose benefits have declined. Is this market manipulation?
No.
Why not? If it was a plan, if it was always the plan, how is this not market manipulation?
It's not market manipulation, sir.
Well, then what is it? Because it sure is not a strategy.
We're trying to reset the global trade system.
You're,
That's
and
offshored all of our factories.
And what has that done?
Offshored all of
How
our
have you
jobs.
done? How have you achieved any of that? But to enact enormous harm on the American people, which was our concern from the very beginning. Tariffs are a tool. It can be used in the appropriate way to protect U.S. jobs and small businesses. But that's not what this does. So if it's not market manipulation, what is it? Who's benefiting? What billionaire just got richer? And all the while, there are not even any Republicans left in this hearing. They all left because they don't even want to defend this. But meanwhile, the Speaker is rushing to the floor to pass a budget reconciliation to screw America by passing the biggest tax cut in history on the backs of the American people. WTF? Who's in charge? Because it sure doesn't look like it's the trade representative. You just got the rug pulled out from under you. I wish I could feel some empathy, but the empathy I have is for the American people whose very well-being and livelihoods are being affected. This is not a game. This is real life. I yield back.
Let the record reflect that there's more Republicans in this chamber than there are Democrats currently in this committee room. There's 6 of us, there's 5 of you. So let's make sure we get the facts right. I appreciate the president did not blink on China, as was said earlier, and it needs to be corrected in the record. In fact, he increased China by 125%.
Would you yield, Mr. Chairman?
I do not.
Yield? Can we have a colloquy?
No.
We don't want to talk about the trade policy here in the Trade Committee. That this is our jurisdiction.
Your time has expired, and I'm more than happy to talk to you.
I asked if you would yield.
And I said no.
Because you don't want to defend the policy or the strategy. Kick me out. What you gonna do? Kick me out of
Mr. Yocum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Greer, it's good to see you today. As we discussed in the past, Indiana's 2nd District has the type of production economy that he would like to make for the entire country. We manufacture 85% of the nation's RVs, 60% of artificial knees and hips, as well as boats, trailers, buses, auto parts, Humvees, you name it. We also have a ton of ag in my district: corn, soybeans, eggs, dairy, ducks, beef, pork, lumber, potatoes, and tomatoes. I could go on. Lumber alone, I was actually just meeting with a cabinet manufacturer here a few minutes ago. I couldn't even remember if I had been to that cabinet manufacturer's site because we have so many of them in my district. I don't know how we do all that in one area, but somehow we do. All this to say, supply chains matter, both getting inputs in the door and outputs out to market. Small hang-ups can create expensive backups. A drip of price hikes can turn into a stream, and that stream can turn into a river for something with thousands of components. I hope we can get some good deals quickly. It probably won't come as a surprise to you, Mr. Ambassador, when I tell you that when an RV or boat is exported, it tends to not go very far. In fact, 90% of RV exports are to Canada. However, Canadian retaliation tariffs against RVs begin today, and boats are on the bubble. Are you consulting with industries and companies being targeted by these retaliatory tariffs?
So, Congressman, in many cases, yes. I understand that the retaliatory tariffs by Canada are related to the steel and aluminum tariffs. And so that would be the Commerce Department. But we certainly, we meet with all these folks, right? Whether it's covered by the Commerce Department or someone else, they want a meeting, we take it, we listen, and we provide the feedback that's necessary. You know, and obviously, we're talking to all of these countries to get to a position where we have better terms of trade with them, where we can ensure that we have domestic steel and aluminum manufacturing and the other critical sectors that are so important to our economy.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I also want to get your thoughts on a recent New York Times article titled, "The Tsunami is Coming." China's global exports are just getting started. It reports that Chinese state-controlled banks lent an extra $1.9 trillion to industrial borrowers over the last 4 years. But all those factories aren't just churning out gizmos and gadgets destined for their domestic consumption. China's promised shift to a consumption economy remains just that, a promise. Increased production paired with low consumption just means that China continues to double down on overcapacity. And these numbers bear that out. Exports rose 13% in 2023 and 17% in 2024. It seems like there's a global recognition that the threat posed by China's overcapacity is real. The EU, Brazil, Indonesia, Thailand, and others have also imposed tariffs on China to counter the flood of cheap exports. It's not just us. Reports suggest that Canada and Mexico are open to coordinating with the United States on China's overcapacity. Are you able to comment, Mr. Ambassador, on reports that Canada and Mexico are open to coordination on Chinese overcapacity? And if they were to coordinate with us, would that potentially create an off-ramp for Canada and Mexico on the U.S. tariffs?
So in the first instance, I appreciate you highlighting that. And overcapacity in China, it infects the whole world, right? It can displace products in third countries that come to us indirectly, and that's often why we do a global tariff action, because the Chinese actions are not just bilateral. They cause a problem for the whole economy, and so we have to take global actions to make sure there aren't loopholes or Swiss cheese. With respect to Canada and Mexico, I won't get into the details of our negotiations with them. I'll defer to their public statements. But for my part, I would say we being American policymakers, we have encouraged for years our close trading partners to take stronger action against China of the types of actions that we are taking.
Right. What about other countries and allies? Do you think there's room for them to coordinate with us on some of these tariffs as it relates to China?
So I think there's room for that. Some of these economies are closer geopolitically and economically to China. It makes it a harder choice for them, Southeast Asia, that kind of thing. But in my own view, it's in these countries' own interest to, frankly, manage their trade with China so that they don't become victims of a second China shock.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for being here today. I'd also like to thank you for your patience that you've certainly shown with us today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, it's good to see you in a different capacity. I remember last time we were together in the last administration, I was seeing you for a visit, but it's good to see you and welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador Greer, for your time and testimony today. From day one, this administration made it clear through his America First economic agenda that the United States will no longer tolerate unfair trade practices or accept the chronic trade deficits that have hurt American workers and industries for far too long. The farmers and manufacturers I represent depend on strong, enforceable trade agreements that ensure their crops and products can compete and thrive in global markets. They are not asking for special treatment, only a level playing field. As you noted in your testimony, under the Biden administration, we saw consecutive years of agricultural trade deficits, a deeply concerning trend that reflects a broader lack of urgency to fight for American farmers, empower our workers, and focus on advancing U.S. economic interests abroad. Additionally, the prior U.S. trade representatives' retreat from efforts to negotiate critical market access from the American leadership in digital trade has created a dangerous vacuum, one that China and other adversaries are incredibly eager to fill. Without a clear, assertive economic strategy, we risk losing ground not just in agriculture or manufacturing, but also in innovation, technology, and long-term economic security. Now is the time to advance a bold, pro-growth trade policy that restores American leadership, defends our producers, and sets the terms of tomorrow's economy. Ambassador Greer, as you know, there are certain goods critical to supporting the United States manufacturers and consumers that are either not readily available in sufficient capacity or cannot be produced at all domestically due to geographic and climate limitations. Coffee and cacao are clear examples where small-scale production exists in places like Puerto Rico and Hawaii. However, this production comes nowhere near meeting domestic demand within our country. Given their importance to both consumers and domestic food manufacturers, could you please speak to how the administration is working with industry stakeholders and international trading partners to maintain secure, reliable access to these essential imports?
Certainly. First of all, I appreciate your comments and pointing out this, because the global economy is complex. Among some of the countries that I have coming in to speak, I'm meeting, for example, with Madagascar within the next day or two. And as has been mentioned here, vanilla is sourced from Madagascar, among other things. So we're certainly engaging in conversations with those countries, including those who have some of those things that cannot necessarily be grown here. So that's certainly part of it. We're sensitive to those needs. And again, I've mentioned this before with respect to U.S., Canada, and Mexico, where we have a lot of components and parts that may come across. That's currently not subject to a duty if they comply with the rules.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. In your comments yesterday to my colleagues in the Senate, you mentioned that roughly 50 countries have reached out in recent days to negotiate with this administration's following last week's trade action. I'm particularly interested in the engagement with countries of the Indo-Pacific and Africa, where many American businesses compete with companies subsidized by the Chinese Communist Party. Among the countries that have reached out, how's the administration considering these unique challenges while ensuring critical market access for advancing U.S. economic and strategic interests?
So for example, you mentioned Southeast Asia. Some of the things we've seen Cambodia and Vietnam, for example, come forward and say that they want to engage in reciprocal trade. They've made certain proposals on lowering tariff levels. I think that, it can be challenging because they do have Chinese businesses operating there too. So I think if you're going to get to a situation where you're having to deal with some of these folks, one, you want to make sure it's real market access they're giving you, not just tariff levels, but also the non-tariff barriers. And you also want to make sure you're not giving a benefit to Chinese companies operating in those countries, right? We don't want some deal with them only to have it become Chinese companies, pushing product to the United States through Vietnam or Cambodia. So that's something we're looking at in terms of rules of origin, et cetera.
Well, thank you very much for your attention to detail on this matter. It's big in our district, and so that's why I bring it up, and thank you for your answer. And if I may, and it's a little bit of a tough one, but on what timeline do you expect these negotiations to move, and the outcome, what should we be watching for as the trade commitments from our partners across the globe?
Certainly. Well, before the action even went into place, trading partners knew action was coming, right? They heard the president, as everyone had, and so they came in advance to talk about possibilities where they could have more reciprocal trade with us. This afternoon, I have additional meetings. I'm working with other members of the cabinet to make sure we can, work with these folks, understand where they're coming down, what their offers might be, and this is job one for the next few weeks and months.
Well, Ambassador, I just want to thank you very much for your hard work, your dedication to this country, and the service that you're doing as ambassador. And just checking here, seeing as some of the tariffs that the president is doing have already adjusted a bit. The market's up 2,300. So I know it's in the beginning of the administration, but I feel very confident about your direction and leadership moving through with these negotiations. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you.
Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Ambassador, good afternoon. I had quite a number of questions about tariffs, but since that's on pause, I'm going to pause on those questions and deal with one that is more specific to my district and one that I'm concerned with, and that's regarding a proposed rule that you have that has been put out, and I know that there have been testimony about it. In the U.S. Virgin Islands and throughout the Caribbean, as well as some of the other territories, in Hawaii, we import virtually everything needed for daily life, from food products, poultry, groceries, vehicles, etc. 97% of the food that's consumed in my district comes from imported goods. I'm deeply concerned about the impact of trade actions, particularly because it seems very apparent that I don't know if the American territories have been thoroughly thought through and the impact this will have on us in some of these tariffs as well as some of the proposed rules. Proposed action taken under the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, Section 301, authority, right now does not provide a balanced solution, particularly when it comes to American businesses and jobs in the shipbuilding capacity. We know that you've proposed a rule to to impose fees on those ships which are not made, that are Chinese made, that are not American made. However, a large portion of ships which are much smaller than those that are made in American ports, the American ports are predominantly making those for the military purposes. It's cost effective for them to do it for the military, but not for those kinds of cargo shipping that's done in the Caribbean region. It doesn't provide a balance for us, And we are concerned, not only in the Virgin Islands, but Puerto Rico, as well as the other Caribbean islands, that this imposition of $1 million per port that is being proposed will bear incredible impact on us. U.S. shipping industry serving the Caribbean cannot absorb additional costs of the proposed port fees, which would have a significant economic consequence to us. I have the median income, family income in the Virgin Islands is $30,000 a year. The cost of $1 million per port is going to be passed on to the consumers in my district, to the business owners. We are about to start a rebuilding of 20 schools, 2 hospitals, a complete microgrid, complete utility rebuilding both in the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. All of the laying and supplies that are coming into us are coming from these type of vessels. If they are then going to be imposed this fee, we will, negotiations that have already been done with FEMA for the cost of rebuilding are going to skyrocket. And we need some support for that. The thought is, sir, is many of these shipbuilders are in fact American-owned. They're American shipping vessels that are American-owned. They are just Chinese-made. Has there been discussion about having some exemption for American-owned, American vessels that are coming out of Florida, going into the Caribbean? I have a chart up here. $92 billion has come from the Caribbean into are imported from the United States. The Caribbean region, which only has 80 million people, is the 4th greatest trade partner with the United States. Have you thought about exemptions for those individuals who are in there?
Thank you for your thoughtful comments and feedback. We've also heard from other territories that have expressed similar concerns, and so we've had a process going on with hearings and collecting comments, and this is certainly something that we take on board. I think it's very important. We have 2 things we're trying to thread here, right? One is the Chinese make all the ships mostly, besides Japanese and Koreans, and we don't make any ships, and so we need to change the incentives there. But then we have the issue you're talking about is, we're not going to make 25 ships on April 18th, the day after we put in any kind of measure. So I certainly think that there has to be accommodation made for circumstances, because we're not going to have all the ships on April 18th. So this is helpful to me. No decision has been finalized yet.
I would also put this out. The other concern is one that has been mentioned by my colleagues as well, is national security. We cannot have Caribbean nations moving closer to China, who is already on the shores of these Caribbean nations, to try and do increased trade with them. If we are having a trade war with China, if we want to ensure that America is first, America needs to be first in its 3rd border, which is the Caribbean. That was said by President George W. Bush. That is the 3rd border. That is what we need to secure, and we're not going to do it if we are pushing American shipping companies outside of the Caribbean, and they have to go to China to do that. So I want to thank you for your consideration of this.
Thank you.
Mr. Bean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. A very good afternoon to you, and good afternoon, Ways and Means Committee, and a special welcome to our special guest, Ambassador Greer. Thank you so much. As I look at the clock, you have sat in the hot seat for 4 hours. And the hot seat has gotten hot. I know it's gotten hot. It's gotten hot because you and this president, President Trump, have chosen to not ignore a problem anymore. It would be so easy just to ignore it. It would be so easy to ignore our collapsing manufacturing base. It would be so easy to just ignore that we're subsidizing the rest of the globe right now, but it's not how you roll. It's not how this president rolls. We're determined to make things better. The problem is, as you know this already, since 1994, we've lost 5 million manufacturing jobs, 90,000, I'm looking at a camera somewhere. I want the American people to know what's at stake. 90,000 manufacturing plants have closed. You have said enough. You have said enough. This President Trump said, I'm going to fix it. I'm going to leave it better than I found it. And for our kids and grandkids, no more. Ambassador Greer, can you tell the American people what's going to happen if you just ignored it? If we just ignored it, how long, is it unsustainable? If we just ignored the problem, what happens to our economy?
No, thank you for your comments. I agree completely with you. The situation is for the past 30 years or so, we have had a trade policy dictated by Wall Street, and that's what I have people screaming at me today, the Wall Street talking points, repeating everything. They're trying to tell me what Goldman Sachs thinks. They're telling me all these different kinds of things. We're not talking about the next quarterly earnings for the investors on Wall Street, right? When the Wall Street Journal says, oh, well, this is going to be bad for Wall Street, I'm kind of focused on Main Street. I'm focused on getting these jobs back. We're sensitive to volatility in the market. We're sensitive to this. The problem is there's not a silver bullet where we can magically, have everything, bright and shiny again immediately. But we have to take strong measures. I would love to have Congress also take strong measures to help with reshoring and to support during this transition where we adjust from an economy that's fueled by government spending and over-financialization to one where we're making real goods and services. Because if we don't do it, Congressman, if we don't do it, then we will be dependent completely on others, including our foreign adversaries, for the things we need the most.
Amen.
Cars,
Like drugs and manufacturing, 50% of which comes from our adversary China, which is a shame. It's working. It is working, and I want the American people to know there are dozens of companies that said, hey, we're going to come back. We're going to invest in America. Apple, OpenAI, Oracle, SoftBank, Johnson & Johnson, thousands of jobs, billions and billions of money. So it is working. And I do know as a tweet right now, we've got over 70 countries that said, America, we want to work with you. We're going to eliminate tariffs. So it is working. And my phone just went off that the president just recently said we're going to call timeout on a 60-day pause on every nation except China. That's breaking news, Mr. Ambassador. So, which is really good. I want us to be sensitive, though, and I've heard from manufacturings, too, in my area alone, growing wood, that said, amen, finally, we can't have Brazil and Canada dumping wood. The seafood industry, which is big in Florida also, China, shrimp comes from China enough. What about companies that ordered product before the tariffs, before Liberation Day? Are we going to recognize the Custom and Border Protection have put arbitrary dates? I just want to get that on the record, and hopefully you and your team will recognize that. Is that something that's on your radar screen of when they've ordered it before, are they still going to be able to comply with some deadlines?
So I know normally what happens when you take a tariff action, if there are goods on the water, en route, that's something where it's not going to be subject to a tariff. I think we have a little bit of a pause right now as we're negotiating with countries, and we can take a look at that.
10-4, and just and then coordinating with customs. Your team has given me the thumbs up that I just want to put that on the record. How are we going to compete when countries like China that are subsidized in foreign governments, how are we going to make sure the American worker can compete against them? Is that on your radar screen?
Yeah, no, it definitely is. I mean, as we're looking at these other countries, I mentioned this a little earlier, maybe it was to Congressman Miller, if we're getting to a situation where we actually have a deal for better reciprocal trade with other countries, I want to make sure that it's a benefit to us and that country. I don't want a third country like China benefiting from it.
Amen. Mr. Ambassador, on behalf of people in Florida, Northeast Florida, thank you for standing up for the American worker finally. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Swazi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, thanks for being here today. Thanks for your service. I saw that you were a missionary and you were a veteran and you had a big job at a law firm and now you're here serving the government. You helped negotiate the USMCA. Did you think the USMCA was a good deal for America?
I think it was. There was a lot more we could have done and should have done.
So why did the president come out after this year and say it was one of the worst deals we ever negotiated in the history of the country?
I think it's frustrating that here we are 5 years later and steel imports from Mexico shot up, car imports from Mexico shot up.
Well, you think it was a good deal, but he thinks it was a terrible deal. I mean, I feel like you're in a very bad position here. This whole idea that this president made this switcheroo on you while you were in the middle of testifying here today. I actually feel bad for you.
No,
but I really feel bad for the American people that are seeing these things happen. There's no plan. I mean, that's my big concern. I know there's goals. I want to see manufacturing brought back to America, or at least I want to see jobs that pay more money so we can rebuild our middle class in America. I'm for that. I'm for holding China accountable and holding our adversaries accountable. I'm for tariffs in select specific places. But right now, all we know is prices are going up, we're pissing off our allies, and the stock market went down dramatically. It's gone up dramatically today. The market manipulation question by Mr. Horsford is a very real concern that we're going to have to dig into a little bit. Who's benefiting from these wild fluctuations down, wild fluctuation up? We're still way down. We need a plan to accomplish the objectives that I know that you genuinely believe in, which is to try and recreate the middle class here in the United States of America, that on my side of the aisle, we all believe in that. We have to recreate the middle class in America. Do you think we should increase the minimum wage in America?
I think we need to create jobs that naturally have high wages.
The minimum wage in 20 states is $7.25 an hour. Do you think we should increase the minimum wage?
I mean, I think the states should be managing that kind of thing. I think we need better manufacturing
So
jobs that are
20 states,
$30, $40, $50
20
an
states
hour.
rely on the federal minimum wage. It's still $7.25 an hour. So you don't think we should increase it at the federal level?
Well, you'll have to talk to the Secretary of Labor on that. That's
Do you think
way
we should
outside
have
my
the
wheelhouse.
PRO Act to promote unions in America? Because that will help to recreate the middle class.
And I'd refer you to Secretary Chavez DeRemer. She's much better placed.
Do you like the CHIPS Act to reshore the manufacturing of semiconductors here in the United States of America, a national industrial policy where we invest in creating factories with high-skilled, high-wage jobs in America? Do you support the CHIPS Act?
So notionally, I agree that we should have industrial policy to help with chips and other things, right? You know, whether the CHIPS Act was the perfect way to do it, I don't know. But
So my big concern is that, we'd want to do these things. You and I share the same goals, but there's no plan right now. As we saw, there's been devastation from this unilateral action by the president where he treats our allies and our strategic adversaries the same, with the exception of China. We know that China's, and I'm all for that. I actually have a bill that I've sponsored to get rid of most favored trade nation for China. So, but why are we treating our allies? Why are we treating Japan and Korea and Australia, who have been our bulwarks against China in the Indo-Pacific? And Vietnam, even though they don't share our philosophy, they're sick of China as well. And we were building a relationship with them to help us be a bulwark against China. Why are we treating our allies in the Indo-Pacific, who are our main allies against China, the same as we're treating our adversaries?
We aren't treating them the same. They have substantially lower tariffs than
I know,
China.
but we just
Substantially.
we really
They're
kind of
completely different.
bombarded them. I mean, it's the same as USMCA. We negotiated a bipartisan trade agreement that everybody agreed upon, that the president praised as being the best deal ever, and now he pulls the rug, like he pulled the rug out from under you today. He pulled the rug out from under Canada and Mexico. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's no plan. Do you think that there's a plan, and can you share the plan with us?
Certainly. Listen, I'm very confident in the president's policy. Goods that meet USMCA rules come in duty-free. So when the president comes out and he says, we're going to have a tariff to make sure we're treated the same, that we can get rid of these deficits. We have a baseline 10% to make sure that we don't have Swiss cheese in this program. And then we have higher tariffs on those who are the worst offenders. That's why you end up in
the president put in place
the
president put in place these high tariffs. But today, he just yanked them out. Is that part of the plan? Was that always part of the plan?
Well, they're paused. The reality is, a lot of these countries have come to us and they said, we understand American leadership, we understand what you're trying to do, we want to have reciprocal trade with you. China has taken a different choice, and so they're on a different path. Our Western Hemisphere countries, they all have the lowest rate. They have a 10% rate, right? The UK, Australia, they have a 10% rate. These are all the lowest. The big issues are in Asia, where we saw the offshoring, and China is in a category all by itself.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador. Appreciate your time today. I'm very concerned there's no plan, and this is being done kind of willy-nilly at the last minute by the president, out of his head. It doesn't really make sense to us. It'd be great if we knew what the plan was and it was shared to us by the administration, and even if it was done in a way for our committee, that we could at least know what's happening. We have a lot of the same goals, but right now, prices are going up, our allies are very upset, and the stock market is on fire. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Gomez is recognized to enter and document into the record.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to enter a tweet by Howard Lutnick, basically where he states Scott Bessent and him sat with President when they drafted the post, the Truth Social post that paused the tariffs for 90 days. This is just to emphasize that we don't really know who's running things over there.
So ordered. Thank you. Mr. Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Greer, thank you for your time today. Sincerely appreciate you coming down to answer questions during this week. I know your time is busy. I want you to know that I support President Trump's effort to achieve trade reciprocity and equal treatment for the United States on the world economic stage with those countries that are strategically aligned with the U.S. As a short-term negotiation strategy, I am hopeful that the current tactics of the administration will restore trade disparities and imbalances around the world, to induce our friends and allies around the world to reduce or eliminate their tariffs on the U.S. and eliminate anti-American non-tariff trade barriers like quotas, subsidies, sanctions, unreasonable regulatory restrictions that are there against and on American products, not to mention currency manipulation and intellectual property theft issues. If President Trump is able to achieve this worthy reset, it will have a material long-term benefit for the American economy and the American worker. I'm confident about that. I'm confident that his strong leadership can achieve these results using this tool. But I do think it's also important for you to hear from me that I urge caution and express my hesitation on the use of tariffs as a long-term economic strategy rather than a short-term negotiation strategy. In my opinion, freer trade practices traditionally have helped spur economic growth, technology innovation, and cooperation of economies. Freer trade also helps to keep consumer prices lower, in my opinion. I want to come back to and visit this idea of China, because I think China really is the big problem here. When we're looking out on the world stage, I was glad to see that we even went up today from 104 to 125% on the tariffs, according to the tweet that was put out just a little bit ago. And China, I think, needs to be our focus on where we put our efforts in the next few months. The de minimis rule is $800, or was before the recent executive order. I want the American people to understand. I would love for you to explain how the China-friendly de minimis rule was helping China companies undercut American companies before the president's April 2nd executive order went into place.
Certainly. So just to lay it out, the de minimis exemption it's a provision of law that allows goods to come in. If they're valued under $800, they can come in duty-free. And we have a lot of Chinese companies that have leveraged this to avoid tariffs, right? We have high tariffs on China for very good reasons, and they have used this law to bring in these goods. We have also heard that this has been used because there's little scrutiny of these packages. They can be used to include illicit substances, counterfeit products, things that harm U.S. people, but also U.S. companies. And so it's been a loophole. And so that's one of the reasons why I know there's been bipartisan movement in Congress to deal with it, why the president was comfortable moving forward with that as well.
Yeah, and I think the American people don't realize what a big loophole that has been over the past 4 years and how devastating that has been to a number of American businesses to have China unfairly compete under that de minimis rule. So I applaud the president including that in his executive order, and I hope we eliminate that altogether moving forward. I also want to talk to you about the fact that China is involved in worldwide illegal and unregulated fishing around the world. Is the president's team, is the administration looking at helping to stop the illegal and unregulated fishing that's occurring across the globe by China?
Yes, that's, I have an office at USTR that deals with environmental type issues, and they're very focused on this particular issue of fishing. It's something we're looking at. We're working, there are folks in the Senate too who are very concerned about this. We currently have now tariffs on China, so that at least creates a deterrent from having that in our market, but it's a broader issue that we should deal with.
Yeah, it not only hurts American fishing, but it actually undercuts particularly the global South from being able to have a revival of their economies in their fishing waters, which makes them more dependent on China as China comes in and invades effectively the global South, as you know. The U.S., moving on to a different topic, the U.S. has now imposed, as of today, 125% import tariff on China. China hasn't indicated that they're really willing to come to the table yet. I was glad to see that all these other countries have come to the table. I think that's because of the strength the president's leadership is showing across the world stage, that he means business, that we're going to have a reset where American businesses are not taken advantage of. But what is the administration planning to do to make China come to the table and actually engage in freer trade or fairer trade and cut out these unfair trade practices?
Well, China doesn't believe in free trade or fair trade for that matter. We had an agreement with them under Trump 1, and they started to comply with some of that. In the Biden administration, there was no enforcement. And to some degree, they've chosen their own path. And when they're ready and when they want to talk about how to have a better approach, obviously, we always have an open door.
Ambassador, again, I applaud the president's efforts, particularly as it regards China, to push hard on China already and to make them understand that we are not going to lay over and let them run this world, that the United States is going to reset the economic stage. Thank you, and yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Greer, for appearing before us today. Please be advised that members have 2 weeks to submit written questions to be answered later in writing. Those questions and your answers will be part of the formal hearing record. With that, the committee stands adjourned. Thanks. Thank you.
I talked about yesterday that we are thinking about a big LNG project.
Welcome back. Breaking. This morning, China says it will impose an 84% tariff on U.S. goods, another retaliation move in response to President Trump's reciprocal tariffs. Those tariffs took effect last night at midnight, including the 104% tariff on China. Joining me now is U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for joining me this morning.
Morning, Maria.
Well, I want to start right there. Give us your reaction to more escalation coming out of China, taking their tariffs up to 84% on top of President Trump's retaliatory tariffs.
Well, Maria, I think it's unfortunate that the Chinese actually don't want to come and negotiate because they are the worst offenders in the international trading system. They have the most imbalanced economy in the history of the modern world. And I can tell you that this escalation is a loser for them, that they have some very smart, the economists, the academicians, technocrats within their bureaucracy, and they would be telling the leadership that we do not have the edge here. They are the surplus country, that their exports to the U.S. are 5 times our exports to China. So they can raise their tariffs, but so what?
So let's talk about this for a second, because I wonder, I agree with you. I mean, I think that China needs the United States so much more than the U.S. needs China. But the economies are so connected, Secretary. We're buying all this cheap stuff. People expect things to be cheap, and we know it's because they're made in China. And it feels like a soft war right now with China. Are there any areas or opportunities to give companies the time to move those supply chains to America so that we don't have to rely so much on China? This can't happen overnight, right? Even though China is the enemy, the #1 adversary, and we are in this soft war and they're escalating this right now, are the near-term effects such that the U.S. gets impacted negatively first?
Again, Maria, no one wins in a war, but it's proportionality, and the proportionality for the Chinese is going to be much worse. And the other thing too, Maria, what would be a very good step with the Chinese would be acknowledging that the precursor chemicals for fentanyl come from China. They make their way into North America and then are sold into the U.S. We have more than 100,000 American citizens dying every year. And so China, a very good start would be for them to make a gesture on the precursor fentanyls, because, distributing drugs in China is punishable by death. Why don't they apply the same standards to the people who are exporting these chemicals to the U.S.?
Yeah. Well, it's true, and that's where this all started. President Trump said that he was putting tariffs in place on China as a result of their failure to stop the fentanyl flow. But now people are wondering, is that still the reason to put tariffs on China? Is it to raise revenue? Is it to get supply chains into America? Is it to answer, the fentanyl problem? Business leaders are saying to me, why are we doing this? Everyone was very excited about President Trump's agenda, deregulation, tapping into energy, tax cuts, and now, boom, with these tariffs, everything has changed. Why are we doing this?
Well, Maria, I think it's, as you said in the last segment, it's all of the above. President Trump was elected with a mandate. He's closed the border, so check on that. We are doing the very large deportation of people, criminals, and people who have overstayed their visits, their period. So we're in the midst of that. And now President Trump is tackling the trade agenda. And this isn't done in isolation, Maria. As you just interviewed Senator Hagerty, we're running the parallel processes here. So there's tariff, there's tax.
Yeah.
Tax is going extremely well. That the Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune, from the leadership of people like Senator Hagerty, Jason Smith, Senator Crapo, I can tell you that that's going very well.
Yeah.
So at a point in the not too distant future, I think we will be back to firing on all cylinders. We have the response to the countries who want to come and sit at the table rather than escalate has been overwhelming.
Yeah.
Our allies, Japan, South Korea, India, and I will note that they are all around China. We have Vietnam coming today.
Yeah.
So everyone is coming to the table, and basically China's surrounded. The other thing
That's a
that
very
I
good
would
point.
the other thing that I would note is that a Spanish official said today that maybe Europe should look to China instead of the U.S. And I can tell you that is a losing proposition for the Europeans, because what is going to happen, and we've already seen it starting last week, that as we put up the tariff wall, China's business model is predicated on this incredibly imbalanced economy and exporting low-cost goods and subsidized goods to the rest of the world. And guess where they are going to land? On the European shores. So our allies, part of our discussion, as our allies come in and talk to us, is how do we get China to rebalance? That is the big win here.
Yeah.
That the U.S. is trying to rebalance toward more manufacturing. China needs to rebalance towards more consumption. If at a point we can move to that, then we can move together.
Yeah.
If they will acknowledge this fentanyl problem. So we have to have an end to these mercantilist policies. President Trump made that a priority.
That's right.
Just as tax is a priority.
Well, this is all really important points, and I want to get to tax in a second. But in terms of the message, you just sent a great message to the Europeans. Let's hope they get it. In terms of the Chinese economy right now, you have to believe that 104% tariff on Chinese goods coming in is going to have a huge impact on the Chinese economy. How would you assess the Chinese economy right now?
Well, look, they were in a recession/depression due to a real estate collapse that had a real estate bubble that is deflating. That had been going on for years, and the economy was in terrible shape. So again, they're going to go from bad to terrible, and that which is unsustainable will be unsustainable.
Yeah.
The other thing that the Chinese should not do is try to devalue their way out of this, because back to our European friends, our Japanese allies, our Korean allies, the Vietnamese, if China starts devaluing, then that is a tax on the rest of the world, and everyone will have to keep raising their tariffs to offset the devaluation.
Yeah.
So I would urge them not to do that and to come to the table.
So, I mean, one more question on China, and then I want to get to your talks on the tax extensions. How far are you willing to take this in terms of this soft war with China? We've got Chinese stocks trading on U.S. exchanges. U.S. investors are buying those stocks, and that's helping China fund its military. Let's face it. Are you willing to go that far to remove Chinese stocks from U.S. exchanges?
Maria, I think everything's on the table. We are putting in process export controls for high-value security-related goods. We are talking about the export capital controls in terms of, as you said, a blacklist of things that U.S. Whether pension funds, endowments, investors should not be investing in to fund the Chinese military machine. But that'll be President Trump's decision. And you know what, Maria, at the end of the day, President Trump, Chairman Xi have a very good personal relationship, and I am confident that this will be resolved at the highest levels.
Okay. The president obviously is trying to build consensus on the tax cut extensions. The president met with House Republican holdouts yesterday. They're stalling the Senate budget bill over tax and spending cuts.
There's more, but we don't have all day, and we can now add this signal hoax to this very long list. The real story here is the overwhelming success of President Trump's decisive military action against Houthi terrorists. On March 15th, President Trump ordered a series of military operations against the terrorist Houthis to defend U.S. shipping assets in the Red Sea, restore freedom of navigation for international shipping, and defend the United States from enemy threats. United States forces successfully struck dozens of targets across Houthi-controlled territory. And as a result of these actions, several Houthi leaders were killed, including the Houthi drone chief, his deputy, and several of their drone experts and other key leaders. We also destroyed command and controlled facilities, weapons manufacturing facilities, and advanced weapons storage locations. And it's important to remember why this powerful action took place in the first place. Because of Joe Biden's incompetence and pathetic weakness on the world stage for years, the Houthi terrorists grew emboldened. Immediately after taking office in 2021, Joe Biden removed the Iran-backed Houthis from the foreign terrorist organization and specifically designated global terrorist list. Did anybody in this room ask the Biden administration at the time why they made such a stupid mistake? This reckless action undid the designation put in place by President Trump during his first term, and what followed was predictable and devastating. The Houthis targeted U.S. military ships and aircraft, hit commercial ships, including U.S.-flagged vessels, threatened our personnel overseas, and attacked our allies in the region. This resulted in more than a year of U.S.-flagged commercial ships being prevented from safely sailing through the Suez Canal, the Red Sea, and the Gulf of Aden. This had a massive negative impact on global trade of the economic security of the United States. Joe Biden was the commander-in-chief, and he sat on his hands while the United States of America was bullied and embarrassed by terrorists. President Trump and his team are putting a stop to these threats and restoring American strength around the world. The Trump peace through strength approach means no terrorist force will stop American commercial and naval vessels from freely sailing the waterways of the world. But unfortunately, this is not what the Democrats and the media want to talk about. They are focused on a coordinated campaign to try and sow chaos in this White House. And this has been the most successful first 2 months of any administration ever, which is exactly why they are doing this. We are not going to bend in the face of this insincere outrage. And here's just one example of how bad faith the Democrats' criticisms are. Democrat Senator Mark Warner is hysterical over the use of Signal, which is an approved decrypted app, in the killing of Houthi terrorists. But Senator Warner himself used Signal to work with a lobbyist for a Russian oligarch to connect the disgraced Steele dossier author who started the Russia hoax, which Jeffrey Goldberg later reported on. How ironic. We're not going to lose focus of the bottom line, which is that Joe Biden's weakness enabled and emboldened Houthi terrorists, and President Trump's strength and resolve eliminated those terrorists. Here in our new media seat today, we have Lindsay Keith. She is the managing editor for Merit TV and serves as their White House correspondent. Merit TV launched 1 year ago and creates and distributes content across diverse platforms. We're glad to have you with us, Lindsay. Please kick us off.
Thank you, Caroline. I appreciate it and this opportunity for Merit TV. Two questions, if I may. One on Signal, one on the economy.
Sure.
On Signal, how comfortable is the president with what was shared so far now that the chain has been released?
The president's view on all of this remains the same today as it did yesterday. And I think it speaks volumes about the leadership of this president that he went directly to all of you, members of the press corps. He was asked, do you want someone else to go out and do a briefing? And he said, no, I will tackle this story. I will discuss it. The people need to hear from me about the situation. And so his thoughts on this remain the same today. He has placed great trust in his national security team. And as for the usage of Signal, as the president said yesterday, as the CIA director has testified under oath, this is an approved app. It's an encrypted app. The Department of Defense, the Department of State, the CIA has it loaded onto government phones because it is the most secure and efficient way to communicate. As for, again, the original situation in this messaging thread, the National Security Council, the White House counsel's office continues to look in to how this mistake, which the National Security Advisor has owned, occurred, and the president has ensured they are doing that.
On the economy, consumer confidence hit a 4-year low this month. Can you help explain to the American people how tariffs will help them in the long run?
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm grateful for the question. The American public will hear later this afternoon from the president directly on the topic of tariffs. And as you all know, April 2nd day, President Trump has proudly dubbed it Liberation Day for our country. What he means by that is it will be a day where the United States of America will no longer be ripped off by nations around this world. It will be a day where Americans finally see free and fair trade practices restored. We are no longer going to allow our allies, our competitors, and our adversaries to take advantage of American workers. And if you think about your hometown in the state that you grew up, Main Street looks a lot different today than it did many years ago. And President Trump wants to restore America as a manufacturing superpower around the globe. He wants products to be made right here in our great country with great hardworking American hands that will ultimately result in higher wages and more money in the pockets of the American people. And he's also, in addition to tariffs, also determined to pass tax cuts later this year, as he did successfully in his first term, to put even more money back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. Peter.
Caroline, if I can ask you very quickly about the information we've seen, just to set the predicate to all this. Has the president been briefed and physically seen he's seen all the details of the chat as printed by the Atlantic?
I just spoke to the president about it, yes.
Okay. Then let me ask you if I can very quickly. In the chat, Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, details F-18s, Tomahawks, so some of the weapons that were used. He details the timing involved for this, all of which occurred 31 minutes before, as he says, F-18s would launch. The DoD manual details classified information as significant military plans, saying that is secret, that's classified. So what about, there are no methods, there are no sources, but that's not what determines what's classified. So what is it about what Pete Hegseth wrote that makes you say this is not classified?
Well, it's not just me saying that, Peter. It's the Secretary of Defense himself who is saying this as well. And he put out a very strong statement earlier today listing all of the things that were not included in that message that he sent to the group. And again, this message, there was no classified information transmitted. There were no war plans discussed. Why did the Atlantic downgrade their allegation about war plans to attack attack plans, they're now playing word games because they know this was sensationalist spin from a reporter who is well known for doing this. We have said all along no war plans were discussed, no classified material was sent. You have the Secretary of Defense saying that. You have the Director of the CIA, the Director of National Intelligence, the FBI Director, all testifying to that under oath, and they should be trusted with that.
To be clear, Americans can make the decision for themselves, but whether is the
Sure.
you said it's not war plans. Would you characterize these as military plans, military operation plans?
I would characterize this messaging thread as a policy discussion, a sensitive policy discussion, surely, amongst high-level cabinet officials and senior staff. And I'm so glad, Peter, that you said the American public can decide for themselves, because I think the American public should decide for themselves based on the outcome of this operation. And what happened in this operation? Terrorists that were allowed to run wild by the Biden administration were killed because of the direction and the determination of this president and his team. And this message also shows, this messaging thread also proved that President Trump has an incredibly dynamic team who is working incredibly hard, flying all over the world to secure world peace and to fix up the foreign policy crises that the previous administration left for this team to inherit.
So to be clear, we all in this room and around the country would agree that we're glad no American service members were harmed, and we're glad that the mission was a success. We'll stipulate that. But the president said that Pete Hegseth said none of this was classified. So given the president has seen it now, and given the president understands that significant military plans are deemed classified as secret, how does the president view none of this, which details times and weapons and more, as being not classified?
I've already been asked and answered this question. The president's thoughts on this remain the same today as they were yesterday,
On what basis,
as
I'm
well as the Secretary of Defense. This question has been asked and answered. There was no classified material discussed. Jackie.
On what basis I was asking?
Go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. So why aren't launch times on a mission strike classified?
Again, I would defer you to the Secretary of Defense's statement he put out this morning. There were various reasons he listed, things that were not included in that messaging thread that were not classified. And again, going back to the American public, do you trust the Secretary of Defense, who was nominated for this role, voted by the United States Senate into this role, who has served in combat, honorably served our nation in uniform? Or do you trust Jeffrey Goldberg, who is a registered Democrat and an anti-Trump sensationalist reporter? This president and this national security team are putting our national security and the American people first. We are restoring American strength around the world, and the results of this operation speak for themselves.
Putting aside Jeffrey Goldberg, though, just for, for American service members who are going to have to carry out these missions in the future, what I guess the message that's coming from the response to all this that we're hearing is that, nothing sensitive happened. And I guess the logical conclusion of that is that if these messages had gone out publicly prior to the launch, that wouldn't have been a risk to service members. I don't know that they're comfortable with that. So can you explain, had these messages been published, would the plans have moved forward? Would the launch have still taken off?
What I can tell you is that the president, as the commander-in-chief of our United States Armed Forces, and Secretary Pete Hegseth, who is an incredible man and a warfighter himself, take the lives of our American service members with the utmost responsibility, and they would never do anything intentionally to put their lives at risk. And again, they are working hard on that every single day, and we are protecting our service members while also restoring peace throughout this globe. It's something the previous administration has not done. And I would just add one more point. We are not going to be lectured about national security and American troops by Democrats and the mainstream media who turned the other cheek when the Biden administration, because of their incompetence, left 13 service members dead in Afghanistan, and not a single person in the previous administration was held accountable for that botched withdrawal. Joe Biden said, in fact, it was a great operation. That is despicable. It's unacceptable to this president and this Secretary of Defense. The National Security Advisor has taken responsibility for this inadvertent number being added to the messaging thread. But above all, we take the lives of our troops, safety, security, prosperity around the globe with the utmost seriousness.
Goldberg's intentions, do you believe
Jennifer,
that he
go
would
ahead.
release that to embarrass the administration ahead of the worldwide threats?
Jennifer, go ahead.
Given what you've said about the president's trust in his national security team, can you say definitively that no one will lose their jobs no one will lose their job at all because of this signal situation.
What I can say definitively is what I just spoke to the president about, and he continues to have confidence in his national security team.
Go ahead. One more, can I ask one more, Karen? On the targets in Yemen, on March 15th, can you say were 100% of the targets that were planned for March 15th, were they all destroyed? Because that would be an indication if some of them were moved or they were not all hit, that maybe perhaps some of the enemies were able to get some of the information in that signal strength.
What I can say about the operation is what the Department of Defense has put out there. I would refer to them for any further operational details. But there have been more than 100 strikes conducted against Houthi targets, and they have hit key Houthi leaders, air defense systems, command and control nodes, headquarters, weapons manufacturing and storage facilities, and these operations will continue until the freedom of navigation in our seas is restored and U.S. shipping can safely transmit without the fear of attack. And again, we believe that this has been a very successful operation thus far, and it will continue until this administration feels it no longer has to, and these terrorists have been taken out, which again is something the previous administration should have done, but they didn't, and now we've inherited this crisis. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I'd like to clarify something about the investigation and also ask about some conservative commentary. On the investigation, Mike Waltz said last night that he had spoken to Elon Musk about figuring out how Jeffrey Goldberg's number got in his phone. You mentioned the NSC and the White House counsel's office investigating. Can you just clarify who is investigating, who's leading that, and also Dave Portnoy, who endorsed President Trump, said today that he thinks that Mike Waltz should leave. Could you respond to that?
Sure. Great respect for Dave Portnoy, but I just answered that previous question from Jennifer. As for your original question about who's looking into the messaging thread, the National Security Council, the White House counsel's office, and also, yes, Elon Musk's team. Elon Musk has offered to put his technical experts on this to figure out how this number was inadvertently added to the chat. Again, to take responsibility and ensure this can never happen again. Caitlin.
I have two questions. One on a follow-up on something you just said. But since we have these messages released, and you said that the president has now personally reviewed them, at the chat at one point, Pete Hegseth wrote 14-15 strike drones on target, and in all caps he said, "This is when the first bombs will definitely drop." Does the president feel that he was misled by his national security advisors, whoever it was that told him there was no classified information in there, now that he's seen these messages?
I've now been asked and answered this question 3 times by the both of you, and I've given you my answer. The president feels the same today as he did yesterday.
Okay.
Philip.
And on my follow-up on what you had just
No,
said.
go ahead, Philip.
Caitlin,
I'm not taking your follow-up. Philip, go
I have
ahead.
a follow-up on something you just said, though, Caroline. That's
Caitlin,
regarding
I'm not
Jeffrey
taking
Goldberg.
your follow-up. Philip, go ahead. I have called
Thank
on
you.
you. Thank
The
you.
Vice President seemed to express some frustration that Europe wasn't doing more to police waterways in their backyard, noting in that signal thread that 40% of European trade goes through the Suez Canal. Does the President share that opinion and frustration? And then going forward, should the Europeans be responsible for policing that waterway?
Well, the president was asked this question yesterday by the pool in the cabinet room, and he answered this question. He said yes, he believes that Europe has been, as the vice president put it, freeloading on the backs of American taxpayers and off the backs of the United States of America, and he wants to ensure that Europe pays their fair share. He's always been very honest and upfront about that, and I think the vice president shares those concerns with him as well.
And then one more.
Sure.
You know, enlisted soldiers, sailors, and Marines would face consequences if they shared this type of information inadvertently with a reporter. Can you tell us more why the president is so willing to give Mike Waltz a mulligan here?
Again, I have now been asked and answered this same question using different language multiple times. If anybody has another question, there's a lot of different things going on in the world. We have tariffs possibly being implemented later today. The president is going to talk about that at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for taking my question. I wanted to first and foremost thank the administration for the election integrity executive order, because so many journalists for 4 years were banned from talking about this very subject. So thank you to the administration for that. My question is, yesterday President Trump, when signing the order, said that there is more to come when it comes to election integrity. Would that include same-day voting and hand-counted paper ballots? And why are Democrats so against election integrity measures like like obviously proof of citizenship when it comes to voting in a United States election?
Well, it's a very good question. You'll have to ask the Democrats why they're against so many common sense things, not just mandating voter ID. Why are they against men and women's sports? Why are they against deporting foreign terrorists from American soil who have been designated a foreign terrorist organization? I'm referring to Tren de Aragua. As for the election integrity executive order that the president signed yesterday, this is in an effort to restore trust in American elections. There were more than 10 steps taken, 10 executive actions taken throughout this one order. It directs the Department, or the Attorney General rather, in Homeland Security to prevent non-citizens from any involvement in administering elections. There's also another host of actions. We can provide the fact sheet for you, but it's a very strong election integrity executive order, and the president would also like to see Congress do something about this very important issue. Sure, go ahead.
Caroline, the Republicans and Democrats alike have been expressing some concern about the frequency with which senior Trump officials have been using the Signal app. Has there been discussion, or will there be a review about how often they use Signal, and if you could explain to us how they might be considering other applications to get away from something like this happening again?
Sure. Well, again, first of all, Signal has been an approved app for government use. It's an encrypted app, and as I said, it's the most safe and efficient way of communicating, especially when people can't be in a skiff or inside a room physically together. I think, as the president said yesterday, he wishes that everybody could be in the room, and it's our goal to ensure that everybody can be. But again, no classified information was discussed in this chat, and any time classified information is discussed amongst high-level officials across this administration, secure lines of communication are used, including, by the way, our special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who I understand the Wall Street Journal erroneously reported that he was on this Signal chat on a personal device while in Moscow. That is absolutely false. Steve Witkoff did not have his personal device, nor did he have his government device with him. He was given a classified, protected server by the United States government, and he was very careful about his communications when he was in Russia. So rest assured to the American public, this administration is taking every precaution when it comes to protecting our national security. And that's why the American people reelected this president, because they know that our national security is in good hands with the President of the United States. Speaking of the Vice President, I understand he's going to be speaking any moment now. I would hate to counter-program the Vice President of the United States. You'll also hear from the President at 3 o'clock. He will be honoring women's history at the Women's History Month celebration. We have a lot of great women across our cabinet who will be in attendance, so we'll see you all there. And then you'll also hear from the President again at 4 o'clock when he talks about tariffs. So plenty of time for more questions. Sorry it's a bit shorter today, guys. We'll see you later.
Jeffrey Goldberg's number and Michael Waltz's phone if he's a registered Democrat and anti-Trump reporter.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you all. Since Inauguration Day, President Trump has secured trillions of dollars in private and foreign investments. Every single day, more money is pouring into our country, which will create more jobs for hardworking Americans. Today, Schneider Electric pledged to invest more than $700 million in the United States to boost American energy infrastructure and AI. On Monday, Hyundai announced a $20 billion investment in the United States, including $5.8 billion for a new steel plant in Louisiana, which will create nearly 1,500 high-paying jobs. President Trump is truly turning America back into a manufacturing superpower. Yesterday, President Trump marked National Medal of Honor Day by meeting with 21 of our nation's bravest heroes and incredible patriots who have been awarded the highest military honor. Beautiful picture. The president also signed a historic executive order to protect the integrity of American elections by strengthening voter citizenship verification and banning foreign nationals from interfering in U.S. elections. These are the common sense solutions that only Democrats could oppose. But voters deserve elections they can trust, and critical confidence is being restored thanks to President Trump's leadership. Later this afternoon in the East Room, President Trump will mark Women's History Month by honoring the exceptional women around our country, including the highly talented women in his administration and his cabinet. And on an additional scheduling update, the president will hold a press conference in the Oval Office today at 4:00 p.m. to announce tariffs on the auto industry, and I will leave that to him to make that announcement later. Unfortunately, all of this good is happening for our country. This administration is working hard on behalf of the American public every day, but the mainstream media continues to be focused on a sensationalized story from the failing Atlantic magazine that is falling apart by the hour. Here are the facts. The National Security Advisor has taken responsibility for this matter, and the National Security Council immediately said, alongside the White House counsel's office, that they are looking into how a reporter's number was inadvertently added to this messaging thread. We have said all along that no classified material was sent on this messaging thread. There were no locations, no sources, or methods revealed, and there were certainly no war plans discussed. The Atlantic has even admitted this themselves. Their release of these internal messages validates the truth, which we have been saying all along. If this story proves anything, it proves that Democrats and their propagandists in the mainstream media know how to fabricate, orchestrate, and disseminate a misinformation campaign quite well. And there's arguably no one in the media who loves manufacturing and pushing hoaxes more than Jeffrey Goldberg. Goldberg is an anti-Trump hater. He is a registered Democrat. Goldberg's wife is also a registered Democrat and a big Democrat donor who used to work under who? Hillary Clinton. This is the same Jeffrey Goldberg who infamously lied about weapons of mass destruction to get us into the Iraq War, which cost trillions of dollars and thousands of American soldiers. And how else has Goldberg discredited himself? By absurdly claiming that President Trump was Vladimir Putin during the 2016 campaign, by peddling the Russia, Russia, Russia hoax that tried to hijack President Trump's first term, by inventing the suckers and losers hoax to help Joe Biden in the 2020 election, by peddling a hoax about President Trump involving Gold Star families to help Kamala Harris in the 2024 election, which our campaign at the time vigorously denied. Jeffrey Goldberg didn't care. There's more, but we don't have all day, and we can now add this signal hoax to this very long list. The real story here is the overwhelming success of President Trump's decisive military action against Houthi terrorists. On March 15th, President Trump ordered a series of military operations against the terrorist Houthis to defend U.S. shipping assets in the Red Sea, restore freedom of navigation for international shipping, and defend the United States from enemy threats. United States forces successfully struck dozens of targets across Houthi-controlled territory. And as a result of these actions, several Houthi leaders were killed, including the Houthi drone chief, his deputy, and several of their drone experts and other key leaders. We also destroyed command and controlled facilities, weapons manufacturing facilities, and advanced weapons storage locations. And it's important to remember why this powerful action took place in the first place. Because of Joe Biden's incompetence and pathetic weakness on the world stage for years, the Houthi terrorists grew emboldened. Immediately after taking office in 2021, Joe Biden removed the Iran-backed Houthis from the foreign terrorist organization and specifically designated global terrorist list. Did anybody in this room ask the Biden administration at the time why they made such a stupid mistake? This reckless action undid the designation put in place by President Trump during his first term, and what followed was predictable and devastating. The Houthis targeted U.S. military ships and aircraft, hit commercial ships, including U.S.-flagged vessels, threatened our personnel overseas, and attacked our allies in the region. This resulted in more than a year of U.S.-flagged commercial ships being prevented from safely sailing through the Suez Canal, the Red Sea, and the Gulf of Aden. This had a massive negative impact on global trade of the economic security of the United States. Joe Biden was the commander-in-chief, and he sat on his hands while the United States of America was bullied and embarrassed by terrorists. President Trump and his team are putting a stop to these threats and restoring American strength around the world. The Trump peace through strength approach means no terrorist force will stop American commercial and naval vessels from freely sailing the waterways of the world. But unfortunately, this is not what the Democrats and the media want to talk about. They are focused on a coordinated campaign to try and sow chaos in this White House. And this has been the most successful first 2 months of any administration ever, which is exactly why they are doing this. We are not going to bend in the face of this insincere outrage. And here's just one example of how bad faith the Democrats' criticisms are. Democrat Senator Mark Warner is hysterical over the use of Signal, which is an approved decrypted app, and the killing of Houthi terrorists. But Senator Warner himself used Signal to work with a lobbyist for a Russian oligarch to connect the disgraced Steele dossier author who started the Russia hoax, which Jeffrey Goldberg later reported on. How ironic. We're not going to lose focus of the bottom line, which is that Joe Biden's weakness enabled and emboldened Houthi terrorists, and President Trump's strength and resolve eliminated those terrorists. Here in our new media seat today, we have Lindsay Keith. She is the managing editor for Merit TV and serves as their White House correspondent. Merit TV launched 1 year ago and creates and distributes content across diverse platforms. We're glad to have you with us, Lindsay. Please kick us off.
Thank you, Caroline. I appreciate it and this opportunity for Merit TV. 2 questions, if I may. One on Signal, one on the economy.
Sure.
On Signal, how comfortable is the president with what was shared so far now that the chain has been released?
The president's view on all of this remains the same today as it did yesterday. And I think it speaks volumes about the leadership of this president that he went directly to all of you, members of the press corps. He was asked, do you want someone else to go out and do a briefing? And he said, no, I will tackle this story. I will discuss it. The people need to hear from me about the situation. And so his thoughts on this remained the same today. He has placed great trust in his national security team. And as for the usage of Signal, as the president said yesterday, as the CIA director has testified under oath, this is an approved app. It's an encrypted app. The Department of Defense, the Department of State, the CIA has it loaded onto government phones because it is the most secure and efficient way to communicate. As for, again, the original situation in this messaging thread, the National Security Council, the White House counsel's office continues to look in to how this mistake, which the National Security Advisor has owned, occurred, and the president has ensured they are doing that.
On the economy, consumer confidence hit a 4-year low this month. Can you help explain to the American people how tariffs will help them in the long run?
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm grateful for the question. The American public will hear later this afternoon from the president directly on the topic of tariffs. And as you all know, April 2nd day, President Trump has proudly dubbed it Liberation Day for our country. What he means by that is it will be a day where the United States of America will no longer be ripped off by nations around this world. It will be a day where Americans finally see free and fair trade practices restored. We are no longer going to allow our allies, our competitors, and our adversaries to take advantage of American workers. And if you think about your hometown in the state that you grew up, Main Street looks a lot different today than it did many years ago. And President Trump wants to restore America as a manufacturing superpower around the globe. He wants products to be made right here in our great country with great hardworking American hands that will ultimately result in higher wages and more money in the pockets of the American people. And he's also, in addition to tariffs, also determined to pass tax cuts later this year, as he did successfully in his first term, to put even more money back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. Peter.
Caroline, if I can ask you very quickly about the information we've seen, just to set the predicate to all this. Has the president been briefed and physically seen he's seen all the details of the chat as printed by the Atlantic?
I just spoke to the president about it, yes.
Okay. Then let me ask you, if I can, very quickly. In the chat, Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, details F-18s, Tomahawks, so some of the weapons that were used. He details the timing involved for this, all of which occurred 31 minutes before, as he says, F-18s would launch. The DoD manual details classified information as significant military plans, saying that is secret, that's classified. So what about, there are no methods, there are no sources, but that's not what determines what's classified. So what is it about what Pete Hegseth wrote that makes you say this is not classified?
Well, it's not just me saying that, Peter. It's the Secretary of Defense himself who is saying this as well. And he put out a very strong statement earlier today listing all of the things that were not included in that message that he sent to the group. And again, this message, there was no classified information transmitted. There were no war plans discussed. Why did the Atlantic downgrade their allegation about war plans to attack attack plans, they're now playing word games because they know this was sensationalist spin from a reporter who is well known for doing this. We have said all along no war plans were discussed, no classified material was sent. You have the Secretary of Defense saying that. You have the Director of the CIA, the Director of National Intelligence, the FBI Director, all testifying to that under oath, and they should be trusted with that.
To be clear, Americans can make the decision for themselves, but whether is the
Sure.
you said it's not war plans. Would you characterize these as military plans, military operation plans?
I would characterize this messaging thread as a policy discussion, a sensitive policy discussion, surely, amongst high-level cabinet officials and senior staff. And I'm so glad, Peter, that you said the American public can decide for themselves, because I think the American public should decide for themselves based on the outcome of this operation. And what happened in this operation? Terrorists that were allowed to run wild by the Biden administration were killed because of the direction and the determination of this president and his team. And this message also shows, this messaging thread also proved that President Trump has an incredibly dynamic team who is working incredibly hard, flying all over the world to secure world peace and to fix up the foreign policy crises that the previous administration left for this team to inherit.
So to be clear, we all in this room and around the country would agree that we're glad no American service members were harmed, and we're glad that the mission was a success. We'll stipulate that. But the president said that Pete Hegseth said none of this was classified. So given the president has seen it now, and given the president understands that significant military plans are deemed classified as secret, how does the president view none of this, which details times and weapons and more, as being not classified?
I've already been asked and answered this question. The president's thoughts on this remain the same today as they were yesterday,
On what basis,
as
I'm
well as the Secretary of Defense. This question has been asked and answered. There was no classified material discussed. Jackie.
On what basis I was asking?
Go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. So why aren't launch times on a mission strike classified?
Again, I would defer you to the Secretary of Defense's statement he put out this morning. There were various reasons he listed, things that were not included in that messaging thread that were not classified. And again, going back to the American public, do you trust the Secretary of Defense, who was nominated for this role, voted by the United States Senate into this role, who has served in combat, honorably served our nation in uniform? Or do you trust Jeffrey Goldberg, who is a registered Democrat and an anti-Trump sensationalist reporter? This president and this national security team are putting our national security and the American people first. We are restoring American strength around the world, and the results of this operation speak for themselves.
Putting aside Jeffrey Goldberg, though, just for, for American service members who are going to have to carry out these missions in the future, what I guess the message that's coming from the response to all this that we're hearing is that, nothing sensitive happened. And I guess the logical conclusion of that is that if these messages had gone out publicly prior to the launch, that wouldn't have been a risk to service members. I don't know that they're comfortable with that. So can you explain, had these messages been published, would the plans have moved forward? Would the launch have still taken off?
What I can tell you is that the president, as the commander-in-chief of our United States Armed Forces, and Secretary Pete Hegseth, who is an incredible man and a war fighter himself, take the lives of our American service members with the utmost responsibility, and they would never do anything intentionally to put their lives at risk. And again, they are working hard on that every single day, and we are protecting our service members while also restoring peace throughout this globe. It's something the previous administration has not done. And I would just add one more point. We are not going to be lectured about national security and American troops by Democrats and the mainstream media who turned the other cheek when the Biden administration, because of their incompetence, left 13 service members dead in Afghanistan, and not a single person in the previous administration was held accountable for that botched withdrawal. Joe Biden said, in fact, it was a great operation. That is despicable. It's unacceptable to this president and this Secretary of Defense. The National Security Advisor has taken responsibility for this inadvertent number being added to the messaging thread. But above all, we take the lives of our troops, safety, security, prosperity around the globe with the utmost seriousness.
Goldberg's intentions, do you believe
Jennifer,
that he
go
would
ahead.
release that to embarrass the administration ahead of the worldwide threats?
Jennifer, go ahead.
Given what you've said about the president's trust in his national security team, can you say definitively that no one will lose their jobs no one will lose their job at all because of this signal situation.
What I can say definitively is what I just spoke to the president about, and he continues to have confidence in his national security team.
One more, can I ask one more, Karen? On the targets in Yemen on March 15th, can you say were 100% of the targets that were planned for March 15th, were they all destroyed? Because that would be an indication if some of them were moved or they were not all hit, that maybe perhaps some of the enemies were able to get some of the information in that signal.
What I can say about the operation is what the Department of Defense has put out there. I would refer to them for any further operational details. But there have been more than 100 strikes conducted against Houthi targets, and they have hit key Houthi leaders, air defense systems, command and control nodes, headquarters, weapons manufacturing and storage facilities, and these operations will continue until the freedom of navigation in our seas is restored and U.S. shipping can safely transmit without the fear of attack. And again, we believe that this has been a very successful operation thus far.
You got the market seeing your brilliance.
Yeah, that's up almost 7 points. 2,500 points. Nobody's ever heard of it. It's going to be a record.
Amazing. Yeah. Yeah. Will you make an announcement the next day? Yes, sir. Smart.
The key is you're going to get the tax.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. How are you? Nice start. Is this the car?
Yep. This is the car. Yep. Ryan from last year. Yeah. 23. So pretty amazing job he's done.
Pretty amazing.
Well, this is the team behind him here.
Fantastic.
Great. Mr. President, thanks for having us. Thanks for having us.
Congratulations. Thank you. We had to do it. Somebody had to do it, right? Well, thank you very much, everybody. We have a very special day for a lot of reasons, actually, if you really think about it. But this is a day because Roger Penske is a great friend of mine. I've known him a long time. He received a few years ago the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest award in the country outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. It's sort of the civilian version of the Congressional Medal of Honor. And I watched him win his 18th Indianapolis 500. And now I just said, did you win 19? He said, well, actually, we won 20. He won 2 more since then. So that was like 5 years ago, and he won 2 more since then. And just well-deserving. If you look, Germany, Japan, the countries, they spend billions of dollars trying to win Indy. And I guess they do it sometimes, but not much. But he's done it 20 times, Phyllis. So he must know something about cars and racing, and trucks, too, by the way. He knows a lot about trucks. But he's been a very special guy, and he's brought some of our outstanding racing champions with tremendous courage and guts and grit. Hello, fellas. I didn't see you guys over there. That's a good-looking couple of teams, too. They have a lot of courage. And we'll see you in a second. So we're joined by the 2023-2024 NASCAR champion, Ryan Blaney, and Joey Logano. That's really fantastic, fellas. That's great. How fast do you get that car going, like as an example, on average? How fast will you
About
go?
190.
About 190, you can have it. I don't want to go, but 190, that's fantastic. And on a straightaway, you'll go how much?
About 190, 200.
About 190 to 200. Well, it takes a special genetic, you know that, right? It's genes. Not only it's genes, really. Most people couldn't do that. Very few people could do it. The 2023 and 2024 Indianapolis 500 winner, Joseph Newgarden. Hey, Joseph. And the 2025 champions of the 24 Hours of Daytona, Felipe Nasser, Nick Tandy, and Lawrence Ventura. Thank you, fellas. So this is just a celebration of racing, and it's a celebration of Roger and his great success and his life. and these incredible champions who really do what very few people could do. Mentally, psychologically, it's a big factor here, like it is in all sports, really, but you need a great physical ability. People that do this, they don't realize what great athletes they are. It's just not the car. I had a friend, he's a very successful guy, but he was a driver, and started off, he wanted to be a race car driver. He wanted to be like you. He wanted to be just like Joey Logano. and he had it for business, but he didn't have it he said, I just couldn't compete with the good drivers. He couldn't do it no matter what he did. And he got lucky. He went into business. He made a lot of money. He was very successful. But he said, I couldn't press the accelerator down all the way, and the best drivers could. So there was just a difference. It was really, I never forgot that story. But these are great champions, and it's a great sport. And what you've done in Indianapolis also with the track and everything has been incredible. I mean, it's really incredible. People tell me it's been amazing. I'll have to get there. I'm going to have to get there maybe this year with you. But
Open invitation.
well, thank you very much. Thank you. We did Daytona. We went around the track in the Beast, what's called the Beast, with the thick windows and the whole thing. And you're not supposed to hear anything, but I heard the fans. They were going crazy outside. So it was a great honor. So I just wanted to welcome them to the White House, a special place, very, very special place. And we love champions, and these are the greatest champions in the world. These are the greatest champions in racing, and it's an honor to have you all. And thank you very much, all of you. Thank you very much. I wouldn't ride in that thing if you paid me. How fast will that go?
240 plus.
240.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Weapon.
Two-time winner of the Indianapolis 500, consecutively, right?
Yes, sir.
So what the hell are you doing? What do you eat?
A
Because
lot
I
of
want
milk.
some.
Drinking a lot of milk. Hopefully it
Okay, I'm going to take some. And that one is pure speed and endurance, right?
Correct, sir.
Speed and endurance. Is that car a very different car than, let's say, this one? Very different?
Very different.
Very different.
Yeah.
Made for...
You gotta last so many hours.
Right.
And we all share the car, so three drivers.
Totally different engine.
Different engine.
Everything's different.
Everything.
And you'll go, is it 24 hours?
Yeah.
That's a long time. And that car just, there's no let up, it's just constant, right? That's fantastic. Congratulations. That's endurance. Endurance is a big factor in life and success, I can tell you. So you guys have it. Well, thank you very much. Would you like to ask Roger or any of these champions any questions while we're here? Yeah.
You started the morning saying be cool, and
Be
just a
cool.
few hours later, there was a pause put in on the tariffs. Can you walk us through your thinking about why you decided to put a 90-day pause?
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions, because we have a big job to do. No other president would have done what I did. No other president. I know the presidents, they wouldn't have done it. And it had to be done. What was happening to us on trade, not only with, you know, if you look at it, not only with China, but China was by far the biggest abuser in history, and others also, but somebody had to do it. They had to stop because it was not sustainable. Last year, China made $1 trillion off trade with the United States. That's not right. And now I've reversed it. It's for a short period of time, but we made $2 billion. We're making now $2 billion a day. And somebody had to do it. Roger actually said it. Charles Schwab was here a little while ago, one of the great financial people, and he said he's been waiting for 40 years for somebody to do what I did over the last month. And if you didn't do it, you wouldn't have a country. It wouldn't be sustainable. So I'm honored to have done it. And, you know, look, nothing's over yet, but we have a tremendous amount of spirit from other countries, including China. China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how quite to go about it. You know, it's one of those things they don't know how quite. They're proud people. And President Xi's a proud man. I know him very well, and they don't know quite how to go about it, but they'll figure it out. They're in the process of figuring it out, but they want to make a deal. And we have many other countries, as you know, many more than 75, and they all want to come. And they want to come here, or they'll go to Commerce, or they'll go to Treasury. We have our great senators here and congressmen. They'll call John, they'll do somebody, they'll go through somebody, but they're all calling, how do we do this? They all want to make a deal. Somebody had to do what we did, and I did a 90-day pause for the people that didn't retaliate, because I told them if you retaliate, we're going to double it. And that's what I did with China, because they did retaliate. So we'll see how it all works out. I think it's going to work out amazing. I think that our country is going to be at the end of a year or shorter, but I think we're going to have something that nobody would have dreamt possible. A man like Roger Penske, I don't want to get him in trouble with China, so I won't, but he would know that you have to, someday you have to cut the bow and you have to do what you have to do, right, Roger? And that's what I did, and I'm very happy to have done it.
Mr. President,
Was there anyone
the Prime Minister of Greece just told Breitbart's Matt Boyle that he thinks absolutely the European Union and the United States could work out a trade deal that's win-win and, quote, mutually beneficial to both sides. What do you think about the Prime Minister's comments, and do you think a deal could be struck with the European Union?
First of all, I know him, he's a good man, and I appreciate his comments. Yeah, a deal could be made with every one of them. A deal's going to be made with China. A deal's going to be made with every one of them. And there'll be fair deals. I just want fair. They will be fair deals for everybody. But they weren't fair to the United States. They were sucking us dry, and you can't do that. You know, we have $36 trillion of debt for a reason. We don't have it there for fun. They have it for a reason. And people took advantage of our country, and they ripped us off for decades. I've been thinking about this for decades. If you ever saw me on television, I was young like these guys. And it was a good old days, I'll tell you, Roger. But I was like these guys, young, and I was talking about it. Nothing changed, and nothing was done about it. Then I did it. In my first term, I did it, and did it well. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China and others, and I started the process, but then we had to fix up from the COVID mess caused by China. We had to fix up from that, and we did a good job of doing it. And when we handed back the reins after a rigged election, and when we handed back the reins, the stock market was higher than it was before COVID coming in. So, you know, we did a great job, but we didn't have time to do the big thing, which we're doing now. And it's, you know, it's like a patient is sick, you have to do surgery. Patient is very, very sick. And Joe Biden handed us over a country that was in very serious trouble, economically and in every other way. They let China run away with things. They let other countries run away with things. And maybe worst of all, in a certain way, is what they did at the border. We had people pouring into our country by the millions. Many of them were murderers and drug lords and thieves and people from prisons from all over the world. And there were people from mental institutions, insane asylums. They were taking their mentally insane, and they were dumping them into our country. And I'll tell you, Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are doing a fantastic job in removing them. And now the courts, the Supreme Court just gave us numerous good rulings where we have to be able to get them out. You had other judges trying to take over the system. And think of it, they take over, they want these people coming back. Tren de Aragua from Venezuela, the Venezuela jails that cut off the fingers of a man in Colorado. They cut off his fingers because he called the police looking for help. They said, "Did you call the police?" He said, "Yes, I did." "Put your hand down," and they cut off the fingers. This is what they want to bring these people back now. And I want to thank the president of El Salvador for the job he's done, because that is, that's the way it has to be done. It's too bad. Yeah, please.
Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, they've been talking about tariffs for decades. How come when these Democrat elites want tariffs, everything's hunky-dory, but when President Trump wants tariffs, all hell breaks loose? Do you see this double standard?
I love this guy, whoever the hell that is. That's really nice. I appreciate that question. No, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, everybody knew you had to do it, but they never had the guts to do it. It does take guts. It even takes guts for our country to go through it. That's why I say be cool. They were saying about, see, just be cool. It's going to work out. It's going to work out, and it's working out. I can tell you, working out maybe faster than I thought. But I said it's, you know, it's going to take a little conditioning. It's a transition to, it's really, I think it's a transition to greatness. It's going to be greatness. Our country is going to be, there'll be nothing like it. And people investing in our country, they're going to do better than they've ever done before. We have more car manufacturers, Roger, coming into our country now. Speaking of cars, we've never seen anything like it. And they're coming in because of the election, but they're coming in because of the tariffs, because they don't want to pay 25 or 50 or whatever it may be. They don't want to pay that. They can't pay that. We had 3 cancellations in Mexico, building a plant. They're all coming into the United States. Canada, they're coming in. From China, they're coming in from everywhere. And that's just cars. We have chip makers coming. We're the biggest chip maker in the world from Taiwan, coming in, spending $3 billion to build plants, and mostly a big plant. This is a hell of a plant when you spend the kind of money there. That they're going to go $200 to $300 billion, not million. You know, you'd say million would be the right number. It's not. $200 to $300 billion. Think of that. $300 billion. If you look at Apple, Apple is going to spend $500 billion building a plant. They wouldn't be doing that if I didn't do this. They'd just keep building them in China. And that's unsustainable. It's not a pleasant thing to do, but I appreciate the question. And, you know, interestingly, Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, Crazy Nancy, they've wanted to do this for years, but they never had a president that had the guts to do it, because it does take guts, believe me.
Was it the bond markets that persuaded you to reverse course?
I was watching the bond market. The bond market is very tricky. I was watching it, but if you look at it now, it's beautiful. The bond market right now is beautiful. But yeah, I saw last night where people were getting a little queasy. I think everything had. Well, the big move wasn't what I did today. The big move was what I did on Liberation Day. We had Liberation Day in America. We're liberated from all of the horrible deals that were made, all of the horrible trade deals that were made. And I was helped by people just like this, senator, congressman, and friend, right? And we had great help in the Senate. Our Republican senators have been amazing. They stood tall. And likewise in the House. And John Thune has done an amazing job. Barrasso has done an amazing job. I mean, I can't think of a senator, really. We had tremendous support. We got a bill passed the other day with almost unanimous support in the Senate, and I think we're going to get that in the House too. And I have to tell you that Mike Johnson is a great speaker. He's done a fantastic job. We had a majority of 1, now we have a majority of 7. And you don't realize how big 7 is until you have a majority of 1. 7 sounds like so much, but we're doing well. But Mike Johnson and John Thune have done a really great job.
Mr. President, was there anyone who influenced your decision? Did you speak with anyone, you know, Jamie Dimon? Did you speak with anyone?
Well, I watched Jamie Dimon on Maria Bartiromo's show this morning, and he was very good. He said that, actually made the statement to effect that something had to be done with the tariffs and trade. He said that. He said, look, you know, at some point, but he said something has to be done with tariffs and trade. He understood it. He's very smart and very a genius financially. He's done a fantastic job at the bank. And he knows that. Everybody knows that. Anybody that's even a little bit smart knows it. It wasn't sustainable what was happening. Somebody had to pull the trigger. I was willing to pull the trigger. This should have been done long ago. Just like Biden should have stopped the border long ago. I mean, allowed 21 million people plus into our country, many of whom should never have been allowed out of prisons and jails. They came out of prisons and jails from all over the world, and now we're getting them out, bringing them back to their countries. But it's should have never been done. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Sir, would you consider exempting some U.S. companies, maybe some larger companies who have been hit hard in the markets the last few days during this 90 days?
As time goes by, we're going to take a look at it. There are some that have been hard. There are some that, by the nature of the company, get hit a little bit harder, and we'll take a look at that. Yeah.
How do you determine it over the next 90 days?
Just instinctively, more than anything else. I mean, you almost can't take a pencil to paper. It's really more of an instinct, I think, than anything else.
What's your credibility like? Because you said that these tariffs would go into effect on Monday. You said no pause. And today there is a pause. So how can people believe your words today?
It's not a question of that. You have to have flexibility. I could say, here's a wall, and I'm going to go through that wall. I'm going to go through it no matter what, and keep going, and you can't go through the wall. Sometimes you have to be able to go under the wall, around the wall, or over the wall. These guys know that better than anybody, right? You got to go around them sometimes. You're not going to go through them. So I consider, you know, I think in financial markets, because they change. Look how much it changed today. We went from, you know, pretty moderate today, but over the last few days it looked pretty glum, to, I guess they say it was the biggest day in financial history. That's a pretty big change. And I think the word would be flexible. You have to be flexible. Like he's asking the question about some companies. Some companies, through no fault of their own, they happen to be in an industry that is more affected by these things than others. You have to be able to show a little flexibility. And I'm able to do that. I'm going to say hello to these champions because they are great champions. I got to say hello.
So we're going to do
and it will continue until this administration feels it no longer has to, and these terrorists have been taken out, which again is something the previous administration should have done, but they didn't, and now we've inherited this crisis. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I'd like to clarify something about the investigation and also ask about some conservative commentary. On the investigation, Mike Waltz said last night that he had spoken to Elon Musk about figuring out how Jeffrey Goldberg's number got in his phone. You mentioned the NSC and the White House counsel's office investigating. Can you just clarify who is investigating, who's leading that, and also Dave Portnoy, who endorsed President Trump, said today that he thinks that Mike Waltz should leave. Could you respond to that?
Sure. Great respect for Dave Portnoy, but I just answered that previous question from Jennifer. As for your original question about who's looking into the messaging thread, the National Security Council, the White House counsel's office, and also, yes, Elon Musk's team. Elon Musk has offered to put his technical experts on this to figure out how this number was inadvertently added to the chat. Again, to take responsibility and ensure this can never happen again. Caitlin.
I have two questions. One on a follow-up on something you just said. But since we have these messages released, and you said that the president has now personally reviewed them, at the chat at one point, Pete Hegseth wrote 14-15 strike drones on target, and in all caps he said, "This is when the first bombs will definitely drop." Does the president feel that he was misled by his national security advisors, whoever it was that told him there was no classified information in there, now that he's seen these messages?
I've now been asked and answered this question 3 times by the both of you, and I've given you my answer. The president feels the same today as he did yesterday.
Okay,
Philip.
I might follow up on what you had just said.
No, go ahead, Philip. Caitlin, I'm not taking your follow-up. Philip, go
I have
ahead.
a follow-up on something you just said, though, Caroline. That's
Caitlin,
regarding
I'm not
Jeffrey
taking
Goldberg.
your follow-up. Philip, go ahead. I have called
Thank
on
you.
you. Thank
The
you.
Vice President seemed to express some frustration that Europe wasn't doing more to police waterways in their backyard, noting in that signal thread that 40% of European trade goes through the Suez Canal. Does the President share that opinion and frustration? And then going forward, should the Europeans be responsible for policing that waterway?
Well, the president was asked this question yesterday by the pool in the cabinet room, and he answered this question. He said yes, he believes that Europe has been, as the vice president put it, freeloading on the backs of American taxpayers and off the backs of the United States of America, and he wants to ensure that Europe pays their fair share. He's always been very honest and upfront about that, and I think the vice president shares those concerns with him as well.
And then one more.
Sure.
You know, enlisted soldiers, sailors, and Marines would face consequences if they shared this type of information inadvertently with a reporter. Can you tell us more why the president is so willing to give Mike Waltz a mulligan here?
Again, I have now been asked and answered the same question using different language multiple times. If anybody has another question, there's a lot of different things going on in the world. We have tariffs possibly being implemented later today. The president is going to talk about that at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for taking my question. I wanted to first and foremost thank the administration for the election integrity executive order, because so many journalists for 4 years were banned from talking about this very subject. So thank you to the administration for that. My question is, yesterday President Trump, when signing the order, said that there is more to come when it comes to election integrity. Would that include same-day voting and hand-counted paper ballots? And why are Democrats so against election integrity measures like obviously proof of citizenship when it comes to voting in a United States election?
Well, it's a very good question. You'll have to ask the Democrats why they're against so many common sense things, not just mandating voter ID. Why are they against men and women's sports? Why are they against deporting foreign terrorists from American soil who have been designated a foreign terrorist organization? I'm referring to Tren de Aragua. As for the election integrity executive order that the president signed yesterday, this is in an effort to restore trust in American elections. There were more than 10 steps taken, 10 executive actions taken throughout this one order. It directs the department, or the Attorney General rather, in Homeland Security to prevent non-citizens from any involvement in administering elections. There's also another host of actions. We can provide the fact sheet for you, but it's a very strong election integrity executive order, and the president would also like to see Congress do something about this very important issue. Sure, go ahead.
Caroline, the Republicans and Democrats alike have been expressing some concern about the frequency with which senior Trump officials have been using the Signal app. Has there been discussion, or will there be a review about how often they use Signal, and if you could explain to us how they might be considering other applications to get away from something like this happening again?
Sure. Well, again, first of all, Signal has been an approved app for government use. It's an encrypted app, and as I said, it's the most safe and efficient way of communicating, especially when people can't be in a skiff or inside a room physically together. I think, as the president said yesterday, he wishes that everybody could be in the room, and it's our goal to ensure that everybody can be. But again, no classified information was discussed in this chat, and any time classified information is discussed amongst high-level officials across this administration, secure lines of communication are used, including, by the way, our special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who I understand the Wall Street Journal erroneously reported that he was on this Signal chat on a personal device while in Moscow. That is absolutely false. Steve Witkoff did not have his personal device, nor did he have his government device with him. He was given a classified, protected server by the United States government, and he was very careful about his communications when he was in Russia. So rest assured to the American public, this administration is taking every precaution when it comes to protecting our national security. And that's why the American people reelected this president, because they know that our national security is in good hands with the President of the United States. Speaking of the Vice President, I understand he's going to be speaking any moment now. I would hate to counter-program the Vice President of the United States. You'll also hear from the President at 3 o'clock. He will be honoring women's history at the Women's History Month celebration. We have a lot of great women across our cabinet who will be in attendance, so we'll see you all there. And then you'll also hear from the President again at 4 o'clock when he talks about tariffs. So plenty of time for more questions. Sorry it's a bit shorter today, guys. We'll see you later.
Jeffrey Goldberg's number and Michael Waltz's phone if he's a registered Democrat and anti-Trump reporter.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you all. Since Inauguration Day, President Trump has secured trillions of dollars in private and foreign investments. Every single day, more money is pouring into our country, which will create more jobs for hardworking Americans. Today, Schneider Electric pledged to invest more than $700 million in the United States to boost American energy infrastructure and AI. On Monday, Hyundai announced a $20 billion investment in the United States, including $5.8 billion for a new steel plant in Louisiana, which will create nearly 1,500 high-paying jobs. President Trump is truly turning America back into a manufacturing superpower. Yesterday, President Trump marked National Medal of Honor Day by meeting with 21 of our nation's bravest heroes and incredible patriots who have been awarded the highest military honor. Beautiful picture. The president also signed a historic executive order to protect the integrity of American elections by strengthening voter citizenship verification and banning foreign nationals from interfering in U.S. elections. These are the common sense solutions that only Democrats could oppose. But voters deserve elections they can trust, and critical confidence is being restored thanks to President Trump's leadership. Later this afternoon in the East Room, President Trump will mark Women's History Month by honoring the exceptional women around our country, including the highly talented women in his administration and his cabinet. And on an additional scheduling update, the president will hold a press conference in the Oval Office today at 4:00 p.m. to announce tariffs on the auto industry, and I will leave that to him to make that announcement later. Unfortunately, all of this good is happening for our country. This administration is working hard on behalf of the American public every day, but the mainstream media continues to be focused on a sensationalized story from the failing Atlantic magazine that is falling apart by the hour. Here are the facts. The National Security Advisor has taken responsibility for this matter, and the National Security Council immediately said, alongside the